All right, welcome everybody. Just logging on here. Got to get a couple things set up. We're really getting going here. Well, it's a whole day event, so it's going to be kind of free flowing, and we'll just go with the flow as it were, and show you a lot of things. Hopefully, get a lot of questions we can answer the best I can, and later on maybe some of my colleagues. And yeah, welcome Cyber Monday. We made it. We made it this far at least, right? All right, let me just see what's going on here. Maybe what I'll do is. Oh yeah, start by sharing screen. Okay, that should do it. There we go. And then you don't have to look at me while I'm tiddling away here. I got like a little, Markzware ornament up there. Okay, let me see. Let's make sure. It looks like it's all. This is a really cool. This StreamYard, you can broadcast on all different channels. Kind of neat, like a real live stream here. Let me see what's going on over here. Here. Let's see here. A couple of these things over here. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, so I think well, I don't know if you're ever really ready for this type of thing, uh, live streaming the whole day. Well, my whole day. I'm over here in the Netherlands, but we'll be going on the whole day into about 7 o'clock tonight here, which will give folks over in the U.S. a chance to get up and get their Cyber Monday rolling. What a way to start a Monday, all day in front of the camera. Now, I'm not going to be here in front of the camera the whole time, I'm going to be doing helping some people over on the email and the chat and different things. But the idea is to give you some demonstrations throughout the day, hopefully get some questions here. So people feel free to ask away in the chat, in respective chat boxes. Whatever your question might be on the Markzware products, I'll give a couple demonstrations, presentations more about the background of Markzware, and we'll talk about all kind of different stuff in the graphic arts industry. And what a year 2020 has been. I mean, geez Louise, whoever thought we'd all be, working at home and doing all this? And well, here we are, and it's finally picking up again. I mean, isn't it? I mean, hopefully for you, it's also picking up. We've noticed the last few months, people are unfortunately kind of getting used to this oddballness and, getting on with business and life, So in any event, yeah, I'd like to hear your stories about your Corona war stories, as it were. How's it been for you? I know for a lot of people in the beginning, it was incredibly rough. I can't even imagine what it'd be like if you're in the restaurant business or doing work for a lot of restaurant business or hospitality, trade show business. Well, I do know some of our trade show customers. A lot of our customers have been hit. We have a lot of restaurant customers, and one couple, I think it was a husband and a wife, they had the same last name in the event. Trade show business, and they just said basically, yeah, it's huge company from the looks of it, and they just have zero business, and that's got to be rough, of course. So yeah, obviously they didn't continue their subscription of PDF to DTP, PDF to InDesign converter that they had for a few years, But yeah, I understand it. We understand it. It's just the way it is. Right. What I'm going to maybe do is first start off over here. Let's get on the full screen here. Just sort of get things going, kick things off with my coffee here. Hopefully you have a coffee or a cup of tea or a fresh glass of refreshing water. And let's see here. What's this? Yeah, I'm running on this machine here. I got the all latest Big Sur, which is going pretty good. I got some issues on devices, connecting devices, SD cards in particular. They don't show up in the this little window over here, the sidebar. They don't show up down here. You see the drive show up, but if you have an untitled SD card, it won't show up. I did a little video on that, and a lot of other people had that problem as well. One great thing is the iMovie bugs were all fixed. I don't think I have iMovie open right now. Maybe I'll kick that open a little bit later. I love my iMovie in combination with Keynote, which is open, which we're going to use in a second here. Particularly Keynote for making animations and how you can export them with transparent background, which is something I really love. And you can make some really quick and effective graphics for using in movies. But anyway, so back to this Big Sur. So Big Sur with iMovie fixed a ton of bugs, which were just I should probably maybe just so people know, There's not like that. Maybe like that. Yeah, make me nice and small there. Big Sur fixed a lot of bugs in iMovie. Their last release of iMovie back in, like, I think it was late August, was just terrible. Went back to the old days. Back in the, like, 5 or 7, I guess it was about 10 years ago, Apple had 11 or 12 years ago, iMovie was just great. You know, you could do all kind of layers and your timeline and this and that. All of a sudden, they just took it all out. Now that they take it all out, it got buggier and buggier every release for a couple of years. Finally, it bottomed out, and they realized not everyone's going to go to Final Cut Pro just because, you know, they play those kind of games. And it's slowly been coming back up again in its power. A lot of tricks. You don't need a timeline that can do more than a couple, 2 layers of imagery, as many layers of sound as you want. You don't get to see the sound levels the same way as in Premiere Pro or what have you. But which I also use, but that's just overkill a lot for me. Total overkill. Sometimes I go in there, I just want to do something simple, and I just get lost, you know. So I don't do video editing all day. But Big Sur fixed all the iMovie problems, and then some. It's really running powerful now. The only other problem I have with Big Sur is Mail. Mail is sometimes, I mean, not really problem, but the search function in Mail is a little bit. Maybe it's still indexing in the background. It sure sounds like it's doing something. I'm not sure what that is. It might be this second monitor. But for the rest, Big Sur is going great. So now what I'm going to just do is just start off in Keynote, which you heard I love. And we're just going to play this little video here. Presentation, not a video. But what's cool, you can export, you can export Keynote up here, File, Export to, and you can export as a movie, high quality. And what's neat, you can even set the range to a custom range like I did, 4K, or you can just use your 1080p, which is more than enough in most cases, you know. I got 2 monitors here, so I'm going to be looking not at this little camera thingy and, over at the other screen a lot. It doesn't really matter. I'm just explaining. You can set the frame rate. You can do amazing things. And if you have it set to this Apple ProRes 4444, when you hit next, which I'll do, no, wait a minute. File, export to movie. Or you can also do the, well, in any event, it lets you export with transparency. So then what you get, if you have transparent elements here, this would show up. It would look black in a normal movie, but then if you put it in on top of another clip in iMovie or whatever, Premiere Pro, it's then transparent. So this whole area here would be transparent. You could then have your in this case, a Markzware background or a business background or a print shop or a graphic design studio, whatever it might be, So anyway, that's really neat. Right now, we're just going to hit play. And just to kick things off here. Now, the idea is, before I do that, I got to keep an eye on these. If you have any questions on the Markzware products, just feel free to comment. You don't have to leave your real name if you're not into that or whatever. Just leave a comment, and we'll try to answer you. If you want to get the special discount, we're going to give an even bigger discount for the viewers here. Just let me know. Normal discount's 20%, and we're going to give 30% right here to anybody who wants to buy a product today. So that'll be a great discount. I'll give you a special code. So just let me know if you want to get that in the comments. And wow, the birds are going nuts out there. And we've got the bird feeder going, and they seem to be digging it. All right, so let's give everybody a little bit of an update. And I'm going to focus this one more on the InDesign side, because this has been sort of the theme of this year. Well, we've had a couple of themes here at Markzware this year. It's been an amazing year, not only all the oddballness, but just, some of the products we've come out with. We've come out with 2 products, major new products. A third one is on the brink of coming out, and a 4th one as well, actually. So Whether it'll be this year or next year at this stage, it's hard to say. But um, one of the products was IDMarkz, which came out back in May, right at the height of the crisis in the U.S., more or less, the first wave, as they call it. And we did a live event. It turned out to be a live event. Well, it was going to be a live event anyway, called Creative Pro. Over there, it's like in the U.S., the #1. Actually, they come from all over the world. But of course, back normally, Creative Pro, you go to the event. It's like a whole week, 4 or 5 days, 3 or 4 days in-design, and you learn all about in-design. And you do that like hands-on. You get speakers, but everyone's got their laptops on their desk there, and it's great because you get to interact with all the folks and you learn a lot. But this year they went like in the last moment, or last couple of weeks, or last, I guess, month and a half, 2 months. They said, okay, we've got to go fully online, fully arranged it online, which is, I imagine, a huge technical feat, to get a couple thousand people online at the same time listening to various speakers. You got to choose your speaker. At any one time, there was 3 or 4 speakers, or something like that. So it was quite, wow, yeah, those are those, wish you could see that. We have in the Netherlands here these parrots, these, what do you call it, ring neck parrot. It's a green parrot with like a red band around its neck, reddish, brownish, and they got a nice red, it's like being in the tropics here. Some guy, as the story goes, as a legend goes, some guy back in the 80s in The Hague, right down the street from here, let a few go where they got away, and they did all right in the Dutch, climate here, which I don't understand. Well, I do understand. It doesn't get that hot. It doesn't get that cold, so they could survive quite decently. And there's all kind of food to eat here. I guess he's looking at my bird feeder. And I only see the top here. But anyway, back to the presentation. So that show went totally online, and we presented there, and it was amazing. It was really incredible because actually an online event for digital products like we have is maybe better. It's probably not better because it's good to meet people live. You get to interact and learn a lot more. But in any event, that's where we launched IDMarkz. So that was back in May. And that was the first product that we launched, which in our new line, which we'll get to in a second here. Now, just for reiterating some of the history of Markzware, it's been really a pleasure working here since I've been here about 20 years. Well, I have been here 20 plus years now. And one of the things, just to say on this note, is the founders of the company, Patrick Marchese and Ronald Crandall, come directly from the graphic arts business. And that's just been a complete blessing, not only for the users, but also for us as people working here, because at least I learned so much, because I came in when I was like 27 or something, 25 maybe even, but I didn't know anything, well, no, I guess I was 28. But anyway, I didn't know anything, about graphic arts. I knew very little, and it just intrigued me a lot, which of course helps to learn. But what really helped was having these two founders of the company who were very, and are still very hands-on and active in the company. So they have a direct background in print and publishing. Ron is an amazing coder and programmer. He used to be a PostScript programmer back in the day for magazines and newspapers, and that's how Pat met him. Actually, Pat knew him for a while, and Pat had recently got a job. Pat was a digital typesetter at a certain point. Then he had a job at Foot Cone and Belding as a prepress, helping out with the graphic, prepress in QuickExpress before sending the ads off for high quality print. And I think that was Mazda or Toyota. I think it was Mazda was the customer. I don't know, one of these hot, big corporate customers. And he did a huge ad campaign, and Pat convinced the boss to let them use QuickExpress fully digital for the first time. And then he can tell the story better, but basically he used like a beta version of Quark, and then it came time to deliver the project. the beta wasn't doing what he wanted, so he had to take it back down into the lower version of Quark, and it wouldn't open. So he stressed, completely freaked out. He called Ron, his friend Ron then at the time, and said, Ron, can you help me? I have to open up this Quark Express file that I created and opened in a higher beta version. Now I have to open it back up in, I don't know, whatever, version 1 or version 2 of Quark, or, maybe version 3, I forget. But in any event, it must have been earlier than that, But Ron came through, said, well, give me the weekend or whatever, and come Monday, Pat could open that file up, prepare it, and sent off the first digital advertisement for Foot Cone Welding in California at that time for the big corporate customer. So that's neat. That was the beginning of the first Markzware product, which was Markz Tools in the day, was for fixing and downsaving Quark Express files, which we still have today, which was called Markz Tools for a while, even in the beginning within design files. But now that's the IDMarkz, which we're going to be touching on in a moment here. So that's what I love about working at Markzware, is they come right from the printing and publishing business, and they know what they're talking about. So many of you might know us from Flight Check. Matter of fact, I've interviewed someone the other day, Stephen Duxbury, did an interview on our YouTube channel a couple videos back on PDF InDesign, which he loves, which he gave a 10 out of 10. You go watch that. But when I asked him how to hear Markzware, he wasn't exactly sure. Yeah, it was probably a show a time ago, and somehow it came up on Flight Check. So he had Flight Check, Markzware Flight Check. He said, "Oh, Flight Check's from Markzware. Well, that's how I know you." We not only used Flight Check, we depended on it. Everyone at he had a repro house, like a publishing prepress house, and everybody had a copy of Flight Check on their computer. It just was standard issue. You wouldn't leave home without it, just like a pilot wouldn't, of course, pre-flight check before taking off. Nor should you, actually still to this day, nor should you not check your file before exporting the PDF, and certainly before sending it off to the printer. Because once it's out of your hands, you could come back with some nasty surprises, low-res images, missing fonts, things that go astray, you know the routine. So many of you might know us from Flight Check, and that's Markzware's flagship product. Like you just heard, it wasn't our very first product, but it was very quickly our top-selling product, and it was just an incredible time seeing that product fly out the door. Boxes, literally back then there was boxes, flying out the door. And we weren't just a one-trick pony. I mean, Markz Tools did a great job as well, actually, but Q to ID has become a top seller. Just amazing. Still to this day, Quark Express to Adobe InDesign is an absolute top seller. Now, Q to ID now is being phased out, and I'll show you a little diagram about that after this presentation. And effectively, that's going to become QXP Markz. QXP Markz is now out for the Macintosh, working on Big Sur right here, and even those new M1 Macs. Don't have one of those yet, unfortunately, but it does work for those that have one. I heard they're really lightning fast. And Quark to InDesign is still incredible. It's so easy to use with Q to ID. It's just you click a button and, wow, 2 dubs. That's pretty cool. You just click a button and the Quark document gets converted in InDesign, and it works. It works amazingly well. PDF DTP, of course, our PDF to InDesign. That's also going to be phased out very shortly here for the PDF Markz, which we'll explain in a moment. And of course, IDMarkz, which is what I'm going to highlight here in this little presentation, a way to preview, export, and convert InDesign files. So all the Markz products, QXP Markz, IDMarkz, etc., are there to QXP Markz allow you to preview the file. So it's IDMarkz for InDesign, QXP Markz for Quark Express, and PDF Markz for PDF files. You can preview them. You can zoom in, get all kinds of details. Then you can export them, as image files or to IDML or to PDF, and you can convert them to completely other things, to Affinity Publisher from InDesign or to Quark Express from InDesign. There's still Quark Express users out there for sure. Actually, quite a few of them. Granted, Quark is a bit of an underdog now, but they still have a good product. Some say that the typesetting capabilities in Quark are superior to InDesign to this day. And there's the, more or less the full rundown, as it were. So, like I said, QWB has been in the market. Don't need to go over that any more right now, because we're going to touch on QXP marks later on too. And it's extremely easy to use. You just go up to the Markzware menu item, you click Convert Quark Express document, and it works in InDesign. QXP marks will also work within InDesign, pretty much exactly the same. You'll see that in a moment. And we have literally hundreds of positive reviews. Very, very few negative reviews. And most of the time, most of the negative reviews have been like, oh, you should have contacted support. We couldn't help you. Because every once in a while, there's like, what do you call them? Custom extensions, like extensions back in the Workday, like plugins today for InDesign. And those custom extensions, yeah, they can do some really wacko things. And they're custom. They're like a complete separate code base from Quark Express. So you have to understand how that's interacting in the file format to be able to translate, to convert it. Just like translation, from Dutch, from English to Dutch, or Dutch to English. There's some words like they say in Dutch, gezellig. They say that word's not translatable. Actually, the Dutch like to proudly say that. But actually, they're kind of right. I mean, we don't really have an English word. It's kind of like cozy, but it's more than just being cozy. It's a mindset. It's a way of life. Even it's hard to explain. Yeah, you just have to sort of be here to understand what gezellig means in Dutch. And the same thing with custom things in Quark Express. Custom extensions. So the reviews have been just incredible. I mean, literally hundreds of reviews, and it's still a 5-star rating on our website. You can check it out on the web link there. And just YouTube. Also, yeah, we have tons of YouTube videos of customers over the years have used the ID and what they've had to say. G2 Crowd as well. Yeah, we went on there too. We stopped using G2 Crowd because it was like, for a relatively small company, Markzware, to be able to handle all these different channels and avenues is just, they need like a StreamYard, like this streaming software where I can stream to, 6 or 7 different platforms at once. I need that for these, rating your product sites. There's some good sites out there, but it just takes effort to set everything up and to manage and to, use it. So most of our reviews, the best place to check them out are right on the Markzware site. But we understand people like to get like more third-party views. And yeah, so we, have G2 Crowd there as well. Nowadays on the forums, you can just do a search. You'll find out what people are thinking real quick, Now, PDF to DTP, that's just an incredible product as well. It's taking multi-page PDFs and converting them right into InDesign. So it's not like InDesign where you place a PDF, and we'll show this in a moment. Some people get confused, like, well, I can do that in InDesign. Well, you can place a PDF, one page of a PDF in InDesign, not the entire, book, but just one page of that PDF will be visible. You can choose the page. You can choose the page. Let's just breeze through and choose the page. But even from there, it's just the page. It's not the entire layout. Wish I had something. I just rearranged everything. That's one thing with Corona. You have more time to, like our old, pre-flight book by Peter Muir. In any event, so. The PDF would come in with all of the pages, all of the images, all the text, the styles, page numbering, whatever it might be. And, it's amazing. Some of the same pre-flight problems today are the same thing they were. Let's see, when was this book? Blah, 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 blah. Where's the date? Oh, 2000. Wow, year 2000. Pre-flight pocket primer. I mean, the year 2000, $28 back then. I mean, wow. But year 2000, that was quite a year as well. That was a .com bust, And I'm getting off topic here, but that's what live streamers do, right? They get off topic and but I just saw something kind of interesting. Collecting all the pieces, yeah. Oh, right, yeah. Well, this we're going to touch on in a moment. I don't know if you can see that. And basically, desktop proofing as aid to pre-flight. So that's really a really interesting point. And that's something that we always wanted to have in pre-flight, was the ability to, leave that over here, to proof in the pre-flighting process, But anyway, back to PDF DTP, or PDF InDesign, a better way to describe it, because now you also will get, if you buy PDF DTP, you will get IDMarkz, beta version of IDMarkz, which, by the way, which I'm going to show you in a moment, we're looking for beta testers for IDMarkz. If you're somebody wants to see how, who wants to help give us feedback on how you import and convert your PDFs for use in InDesign, then we'd like to have you as a beta tester. Leave a comment. I got get back to those comments in a second here, make sure no one's commenting. But PFTP is just amazing because you get a whole host of preferences. It exports or extracts the images for you so you can use them in your new layout. Creates a completely new layout with, like I said, even tables and what have you, which is a monstrous task because PDF completely destroys a lot of things that you would normally have in your layouts, in your InDesign or Quark or whatever, even Word. We get a lot of Canva PDFs in, canva.com. It's like an online InDesign for lower end usage, but quite powerful. And there's a lot of these other things like Word PDFs, of course, get a lot of Word PDFs in. And it works fantastic. And same story, we get some amazing testimonials, and you can check them out on our websites and our YouTube playlists. Oh, that's an old promo code. Yeah, the new promo code is Cyber2020. All right, now we're going to actually get into the IDMarkz, which is a really cool way to preview, export, transition, and convert your Adobe InDesign files. So what you get is a nice interface highlighting how the InDesign file looks, without opening the file in InDesign. You get a nice little info screen there. So you get like a little mini pre-flight, like a file info more is what it is, because pre-flight is checking against said rules to give you feedback on what to do or where the problems are. This is just telling you, okay, here's the file inventory. You got 0 fonts used in this file, so that's obviously everything is placed here, and 11 colors and 69 images and 157 stories. That's interesting. That's not accurate, actually. Oh yeah, I gotta change that. That was an early version screenshot I used. I gotta change that. We do, of course, that file did have fonts in it. You get the ability to export to multiple file formats, multiple images, and what have you. And that can be quite handy for many, many purposes, which I'll show you in a moment here. Yeah, see, this was a beta version. This one also shows no fonts, but he has fonts in there. This is Glenn, one of our longtime users, Glenn Seville. Great guy. If you ever need a book cover or a design along those lines, posters and what have you, contact Glenn. He's just incredible. He's over there in the UK. But I got to change these screenshots. And that's how you then open in various other desktop publishing applications. And that's pretty cool, just to be able to take your InDesign file and then transform it into various other formats. Some of them might be less handy for InDesign users, or let's say users with Creative Cloud. but nonetheless, it could be very handy. So what I want to do now is actually, cruise out here, and I got to change it, put the different codes in there, and actually show you how IDMarkz works. Get rid of these little drafts here. You need to see all that. There's a nice, that's a new Big Sur background. Pretty cool, huh? Let's see here. Where can I? Oh yeah, IDMarkz. Stay focused here, Dave. IDMarkz there. Down on my dock, and I'm going to put it over here now so you can see it. And when you open IDMarkz, you get this. And it's just down, I don't know if you can see my dock, but it's right down here in my dock in this case. And there you can open it up in my case. It's in your applications folder. It gets installed in your applications folder. And what you get is this, a rather simple interface with a script installer. And a script installer is what will give you that. I'm showing you IDMarkz, so it's the wrong product. I'm going to show you this in a moment. We'll show you this in a moment. I'm sure to show you IDMarkz, which we can also open down below. And we just go to IDMarkz. I get sometimes confused all these different marks nowadays, And IDMarkz is a very exact same interface, more or less. Oh wait, oh yeah, I gotta say open. I have the very latest version here, and you get the same thing. You also have the scripts window, but that one I had chosen not to show anymore because I've got my scripts all installed. And so it's a very simple interface, and you can do file open recent files, or, and that's what I like to do, is I can take a oh, there it is. Okay, a lot of windows on the other screen open here. Let's see here. For that. No, we'll just drop this. It doesn't matter. It's an older version of the file, but I can just drop any InDesign file. I'm just take one from a folder here. You just drop it on there. Now you see the fonts work, of course, and everything is now as it should be. And so you get a great preview of this file. And what was neat is, which comes back to Peter Muir's point in this book about desktop proofing to aid pre-flight. And that's basically what you see here, because I saw actually a pre-flight problem, effectively, that pre-flight itself wouldn't necessarily pick up because it is for online use. Resolution isn't necessarily a problem, But you see this one here is set, you know, it's just not showing up right. The resolution is definitely not good for the size used here, and this one too. But particularly the Markzware logo, that should be nice and crisp and clear. And if you do a super high end, you know, PDF output, it'll show up great. But if you just export for online use, it'll also be fuzzy and not very good. So this was a perfect way to show an example of how IDMarkz is a sort of a form of soft proof. Totally not like, you know, Acrobat and, you know, viewing spreads and all that and some of these other tools, but it's a nice, quick and dirty way to quickly see, hey, look at this, you know, something's not right. I'm going to investigate that, which I did, and I fixed it. So this is an older version. So that was kind of a real life scenario. So how the preview. So it's really cool, the preview. You can make this window bigger. You can zoom in. I mean, you can like cruise right on into the, you know, get crisp details of your file. You cruise right on out as well. So now you can also scan over here through the thumbnails. So you can go to any page and see what's going on. So very, very handy. And you see then now the Big Sur interface is slightly different than the older Mac OS versions. This will be a little bit different, but this basically all this will be over to the left more. This thing will be up top, but it's more or less the same. And what you then see, okay, of course you get this file info, which is a great way to quickly see, okay, you know, all the fonts are there. I have 18 colors, 7 are used, 182 image, 84 missing. So that, you know, right away throws up a good alarm bell. 185 stories. I can see created on dates, modified dates, etc. So extremely handy versions, which version InDesign was created in, which can definitely be handy. And one of the first things you can do is say, well, I just want to now open this file in InDesign. So yeah, I don't need to mess around with you know, converting it, whatever. I'm just an InDesign user. I just want to use it in InDesign. And now it's going to launch InDesign. And what it's doing right now out of the box, it's launching the most recent version, which is 2021, which you can't see here. Over this screen. I get the beach ball going. Okay, hold on a second here. Maybe I'm trying to. I think I let it open first. Oh, there we go. Okay. So if I bring that over here, you now see we have what we have here. Oops. Is now over here. So we can now go in and actually, that's funny. Toolbar stays over on the other screen. You got to drag that over too. Now I can go over there and I can, you know, go ahead and make changes, you know, whatever it might be I need to do. Yeah, right, okay. But this is InDesign 2021, version 16. So if I want to, now I'm gonna go ahead and quit this InDesign. Don't save. I can actually go into the preferences here, and I can set up under Open In. Always use a specific install. And I can choose the InDesign version I want to open it in. I say always open in 2020. And then I don't know if I need to quit first to do that actually, but just to be safe, let's just quit it. Go back to preferences. We should see it there. Yeah, I gotta report this because we had some small issues with the interface when Big Sur first came out. Here's one little one still. It should show up better. Suppress dialogues when possible. That's always interesting. Let's do that. And then when we drop that same file on there, I wonder if I can. Drop the more recent version. I don't think it's the most recent, but in any event, same file, just updated. And we get the full information again. I got 9 fonts instead of 8 fonts. Isn't that interesting? See, we updated the Markzware logo. It's now a lot crisper than it was, which is a bonus. We've got a bunch of new stuff, which is mainly here. The QXP Markz is now shipping, and PDF Markz is coming soon, and that type of stuff. So now, when we say open in InDesign, you see right away it's opening InDesign 2020. So a very handy way to, I know a lot of people like to dabble with the latest 2021 version InDesign, but still use an older version. A lot of big companies, publishers won't have. You have to see, look at that. Now it just opened, it's in this other window, without all those screens. I gotta wait for it here. There we go. So it's a lot quicker. You don't get that welcome screen from InDesign. I don't know exactly what you call it. You know, with all those advertisements on it, which I actually do like, because every once in a while I get inspiration from it or whatever, you know. But now you see we got everything in here, and you can go in and edit as an InDesign user, get down to work. So this is a very neat way to get into your files, to open InDesign files in specific versions, to help you see what the file is before we're going further with it. I mean, for instance, that's a good little point here. Okay, let's try that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this one and throw it over here, and I'm going to go back here. I can't do that. Let's see here. I'm going to go back here and take this one, which is not an old version, but an older version, right? Now let's pretend we don't have version 2 here and version 6, you know. We just have, you know, matter of fact, we can do it. Oh, no, I can't do it because of the file name. But anyway, let's pretend the file names weren't very descriptive like they are now. We don't know which version is which version. We can now take both of these, and I can, to make it more visual, do it like this. Take both of these InDesign files and drop them on IDMarkz, and get a simultaneous view of what's going down, or, you know, better said, what's in the files, a preview of the files. And you can get rid of, like, okay, this info is very handy, so I could break it off and go like this and get me a good little overview of what's what. Might be a good tip for engineers to make these adjustable too when they're broken off from the main interface. But what I like is this ability right here. Let's see if it follows it. So I'm going to get rid of these right now. They'll come back, don't worry. So we can now look and we see right away, well, this is version 2, and this is version 1. We see right away, well, this logo is better than that logo, right? You know, I could probably try to update these too. So you see some of the evolution. Now, if there wasn't anything descriptive here, you might have to go into looking at like a table of contents you can right away see that, well, this one is 63 pages and this one is only 50 pages. And this is another good sample, another good point. It doesn't look like this in the final version of the PDF or in the InDesign file. What you're seeing here, these previews, are what we call best possible. And what I mean is the Markzware technology here is completely standalone. It's not using any InDesign plugins. InDesign doesn't even have to be open. You don't need any Adobe products or anything on the machine to preview these InDesign files. So, and by the way, IDMarkz, the preview mode that you see here, is completely free. So if you got like, you know, management or customers that you want to show, well, here, check out what's going on. I mean, I know you can make a PDF, but maybe you just, you know, they have the InDesign file one way or another. They can just drop it on IDMarkz, get a free preview. Yeah. But definitely handy, like internally, if you're a traffic manager, you don't have InDesign like everybody else, or you're management, you don't have InDesign like everybody else, but you want to show a customer what you're working on, what they're working on. IDMarkz is free. Just drag your InDesign file, you get a complete preview. The only caveat is there can be some issues with the preview because our technology is creating these previews. There is no preview built in these InDesign files. There are some bitmap low-res previews that you can get in some InDesign files if customers save that in there. But nothing like the quality you're seeing here. So this is all complete, you know, Markzware technology, and the caveat or the asterisk with that is sometimes you will have display discrepancies. So it's always best to open these files to get the full 100% idea of what's going on. But it gives you a great overview of what's in the file before opening it, before going further. So you can see most of the time you get a great preview of what you just saw in InDesign. Now another thing, so that's a great way to just get a good idea of which file is which. Okay, I need to use that one. I'm going to open it now. Boom. Or I want to export it to some other possibilities. Export all your pages as pings, or export as IDML for archiving. Or export to stylized RTF, so somebody can grab the text out, or to HTML, so somebody can use it for putting on a WordPress blog or other HTML web pages. So there's a lot going on here. I wish this would show up here. I wonder. But in any event, this text stories export is pretty cool. And many other. Well, I'll show you how it works. You just go text stories to RTF. Text would obviously be plain text. You can also say post export options open in and do a specific app. Obviously, that would be for HTML. I wonder if so many apps. I sometimes, what was the well, we can just do. I was trying to think of. Just use text edit in this case. Anyway, so now we're automatically open in the text edit. We hit export, and now wherever we want to save it out, we'll just put it into downloads folder so I can clean that out later on. And you see now it exports, and over here on the other screen, it opens up this. So you get all your text stylized, with centering, positioning, colorization, stylization, you name it, it's already there. So if I wanted to use this text or adjusted for international English, or British English. I can go in there, do my changes, copy, and I can paste it now wherever I want to use this. It's a very handy way to get at text, particularly for books, huge or big publications. A lot of our corporate customers huge catalogs, huge descriptive manuals. I mean, you can just imagine. Or you're a marketing person, so you need to get marketing information. Okay, well, I got a customer quote on our product in this huge InDesign file. Well, I can now get it out right here. I can take Glenn's quote here, testimonial, copy, paste, and I can now share this social media, for instance. Now, on that note, let's get out of text edit here. No, what am I doing? Yeah, these new these things kind of save, revert changes. Yeah, revert changes. Kind of freaks me out sometimes, those new dialogues. I get used to it. A lot of changes 2020, a lot of changes. Let's see here. Where was I? So we just exported to the text. Oh yeah, I'm going to show you another social media, right? So let's say, you like Glenn's text, or let's say we don't select text in this version, but let's say like, oh yeah, I like this. This is I want to share this on Twitter. This is what I want to tell people right now. So we could then go here. Take this entire page, for instance, and we could then go. Wait a minute, what am I got here? Yeah, this is a slightly different version with the big Sur. Right. Right-click on the thumbnail and do share. You can also do export as, copy preview, which could also be useful if you're just going to put it into a Word document for sharing, for internal use or for mocking up. And we do share with the contextual menu capabilities in the Mac OS. I haven't tried it on Big Sur yet, so I'm curious how it works. It's already a little bit different interface, but if I select Twitter, I can then take this page here, and it's going to prepare a tweet with that page for me. So look at that. So now I can go in there and say, live stream, come on in, giving a IDMarkz demo, design users. And we could, while I'm tweeting, I'm going to actually tweet this. Why not? Get a copy to the live stream, or at least, well, maybe we'll, oops. It'll put you right into the live stream. Give the YouTube link. And then we can now, so we just took something as a marketing person. We don't have InDesign, but we really want this content to go out. It's page mark product catalog, whatever it might be. This is what we want to share right now, right here. And now we can do it. We don't need to contact someone in graphic design and, bug them, because, for a graphic designer, it's also just another task, to export one page. You can just let them do it with IDMarkz, and then they can just tweet this out, and off it goes. And then if you open it in Twitter, where'd my Twitter go? You get you see it right here. Get my latest tweet. That's interesting. But anyway, so it's a really cool way to quickly look at it. I mean, look at that quality of that image, just locked up in an InDesign file, now freed up out there on Twitter. All right, so that's a nice little neat way you can actually take parts or pages at least from your InDesign file, and share them on social media or what have you, or internally, if you're using it in other documents, what have you. Okay, so now let's say we just wanted just that image, right? Well, how can we get just that image? Well, there's another possibility, and when you do an export to IDML, well, okay, sorry, I'm thinking too difficult. If you do an export to IDML, you will get the images at resolution used as well. But if we do an export to ping, for instance, and you can even just give a page range, so I just want, what's that, page 2. So if I export ping from page 2 to page 2, well, maybe we'll do a couple pages just to show you. I mean, you can do them all, but just, you export, saving the downloads, and off it goes. Oh yeah, I had open in older application. I didn't sorry. Yeah, export. If you have ping chosen, I have open in, and I should have checked that first. But I didn't open. Let's see here. Let's try that again. Oh yeah, of course. I got rid of 2020. Choose export. Still should work if I throw it over there. Of course, downloads. Close. Oh, now I'm doing all. Oh my gosh, going to open all 65 pages in Photoshop. Well, I'll take a sip of coffee. I'll let it go. See what happens. It's like, you ever been in mail? It's not so. I think I did it the other day, not so long ago, actually, before Big Sur. You have a whole bunch of emails you're trying to delete, and you have them selected in mail, and then you somehow you open them all up at once. You have 100 emails. It's like, oh my gosh, It's I'm gonna cancel this. I don't know if I can get out anymore. Okay, thank goodness. I'm gonna pre-start Photoshop because I don't want to wait for that when I'm doing this here. Opening up with flamingos over there. By the way, these flamingos is a new. See if I can show you that. This is the coolest thing in the Netherlands. Right here in my home village. Well, it's not really a village. Home, little town here. If you do Photoshop, oh, you don't see this splash screen. Huh. Well, when you start up Photoshop, you get the flamingos. What we had here in the Netherlands, back in January and into February, flamingos right here in the Netherlands, like real, flamingos, pink flamingos, right down the street here. That was just amazing. It was like a huge attraction. But apparently there's a colony that escaped flamingos somewhere in Germany that created a colony. Once again, just like the parrots here, they call them invasive species. But I'm like, well, hey, I like them, and I love to have flamingos here year round, but they unfortunately took off. But yeah, they set up a colony in Germany. I guess they live there, and the colony's doing so well that they're probably starting to try to branch out. And they didn't stay here long, but they were here for about 3 weeks, which is kind of long, But in any event, what I'm going to do now is take, let me see here. Oh yeah, Photoshop. Now, if anyone needs or anyone would like to purchase a Markzware product, let me know. I'll get you a special discount. We're going to give you 30% off. Anyone wants to buy right now, let me know. Of course, you got the normal Cyber Monday deal over here with this code. So you can save 20% right now with Cyber 2020. Boom, just like that. You get IDMarkz like you're seeing right here. Buy for your colleague. The season of Thanksgiving, give your colleague an IDMarkz who doesn't have InDesign, and they can gobble up, Pac-Man up all these different applications and save 20%. So if you'd like an extra discount, let me know. I'll get you 30% off right now, right here. All right, so back here to this one now. Let's see here what we were doing. Oh yeah, right. Export ping from page 2 to page 3, let's say. We'll open it in Photoshop 2021. Suppress dialogues when possible. Show and Finder, what the heck? Do the whole, kit and caboodle. Export. And there off it goes. Off my other monitor goes. All right, and there they are. And in the time that I woke up my other machine, there's those pages, 2 pages extracted from that. Oh, right. Yeah, of course. I'm looking page 1, page 2. Anyway, a little different than the paging. So we got these 2 pages right here, and they can go in there and do whatever it is you want to do, whether it's add some text, and of course, this is all just I'm not going to get into it right now, but in any event, you could say bug. You can see how you could just go in there and add something to your image or do some adjusting if you want to make it lighter or dark or whatever it might be. So this could be handy for people that need to edit just a page as an image out of InDesign. And you could open these up, so you could do that. Export ping. Open a specific application. Of course, you can just export and open whatever you want, or just share and use, a certain word, whatever you're going to do. You could also choose like Affinity Photo. And you get the same thing. Oh, exporting. What did I do? Didn't I do? Oh no, I guess I didn't. 3 to 4, photo, export. That's cool. Cancel's working good. Before it would take a little while. And replace. So there we go. And now we get, oh, well, yeah, you don't see it. Affinity Photo. It does have a cool splash screen there. Skip this version. I guess these dialogues they can suppress. Close, and then what you see here. If you just, I don't know why it's not dragging over for me. It's strange. I can resize it, but I can't seem to drag it over into my other screen. I don't know what that is. Oh, here we go. I don't know if that's a Big Sur thing too, but I have noticed on Big Sur when something's opening, it won't drag. Like, see, it won't drag. If I drag it here, it will drag. If I grab it here, I think it's more Affinity bug. Here, I won't drag. Look at that. Well, Affinity, if you're watching, or Seraph, I think I found a little bug in Rooney, or an enhancement. This could be an enhancement because if I go here, I can drag it, but the Markzware products you can grab anywhere. Well, actually, on any of the Big Sur. And here, oh, okay, that's weird. It works the first time. So if I have this and I click here, it'll work the first time. But if I now go back and try it again, it won't work. That's interesting. And you gotta go over here. I'm gonna report that. Anyway, we just opened these InDesign pages right up in Affinity Photo, where you can go in and do whatever it is you want to do. So really neat way to get stuff out of your InDesign file. Okay, now on to the next part here. So I can export to many different things, but you can also actually convert these files. Close one of these windows here. So we got a nice preview of our InDesign file. We see it's multiple page. We want to now get it over into, speaking of Affinity, and I'm going to open Affinity Publisher just to get that opening process out of the way. Oh, Laurel. Hey, hi. I'm just over here talking away. I got to turn you on, I guess. Okay. Can you hear me, Laurel?
I can indeed.
Okay, great. Yeah, it's my first time ever doing this, so thanks for bearing with me, and thanks for joining us.
That's fine. Glad to be here.
And how are you doing?
Oh, we're fine, thank you. Yeah. Keeping busy.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me just finish off this quick little demo here, and then we'll go over to our guest, Laurel. Many of you might know Laurel. Laurel Lindstrom. Actually, Laurel Brunner is, like, what do you call it? Like your business name or your maiden name?
Professional name.
Professional name, right? Okay, right. So I want to show you how this can open up in Affinity Publisher, which we have opened. We got that process out of the way. They don't seem to see Affinity Publisher seems to work fine with that drag. That's interesting. And now if we go into IDMarkz and we say, well, we want this InDesign file kicked open in Publisher, we just click on Publisher and off it goes. It's going to take a little bit of time because it's a pretty big file. You see it up, it does tell us it's loading one document. And then there you go. And it takes a little bit of time to resolve in Affinity, but it's pretty neat. It comes down right over this InDesign file right in Affinity Publisher. So you can go in there, type whatever you want to type, change whatever you need to change, swap out imagery, whatever it might be. So that's how you can convert from InDesign right into Affinity Publisher. And on that note, we're going to stop the little IDMarkz demonstration here and get Laurel more on screen. Let's see how I do that. Like that. Let's switch it differently. Oh, nope, that didn't work. Well, that's better than nothing. So Laurel was kind enough to join us on this sort of like a beta test, this live stream. Our idea was to see if we could get more contact with customers on our webpage, but it kind of expanded into, well, let's get a guest or two invited,
Okay.
So, but Laurel has written a book. Now, Laurel is, well, maybe tell us just a quick little, there's a few watchers. Just tell us a quick little introduction, Laura, if you give us a quick little introduction to who you are and what you do.
Yeah, I'm a journalist, and I've been working in the graphics industry since 1981. Yeah. And I've always done articles, white papers, I've written all about the technology. I've tracked it as it's been developing and evolving. And as a writer, I was a technical writer. But when I was at university, I used to do a lot of creative writing. And I thought it would be quite interesting to see if I could write a novel instead of just technical stuff. And I had the novel was due to be published. It was originally supposed to be published last spring. Then they pushed it forward to September, all because of COVID. And now we're looking at, the publisher has a subscriber model. The people who have subscribed to the book will get their copy in, I think, in February now. And then the formal launch will be in April. And the book is called The Draftsman. It's about a high-achieving young man who he's on the spectrum, and he becomes unexpectedly wealthy. Basically, he's a draftsman working in a draftsman's office. He gets a drawing for a patent application, and he sees something's not quite right with it. It lacks integrity in his mind, and the thing that he's being asked to look at is an inkjet print head. So not entirely fictitious. Yeah. Anyhow, he works out a way of making that print head more efficient, and the deal he has with the company is a grandfather deal. So when the company gets bought by a large desktop printing company, and not just desktop, but wide format digital printing devices, his income suddenly rockets. But he's a very disturbed young man, and he's had a lot of reasons to be disturbed. And the book explores how you resolve the bad things that happen to you in your life without becoming a bad person yourself. And there's a bit of a mystery involved. He buys a big house out in the country to try and not start again, but to have an alternative lifestyle from his London existence. And he becomes fascinated with the landscape and the place and the history, and gradually starts to heal. And it's about that process. So,
wow.
Yeah.
Well, kind of fitting with this whole COVID corona crisis, you know.
Yeah, and it's interesting that the book, I know an awful lot about media production, book production, newspaper production, document production, but I knew very little about the editorial side of the publishing process. It seems all I understood was, you know, the layout and the proofing and editorial processes up to a point. But for a book, what you have is something a lot more elaborate, and you go through a structural edit. So somebody else goes through your book and says that they're essentially checking for things like, you know, if you have a character who says they don't like cheese in chapter 2, and then in chapter 7 they're tucking into cheese fondue, this is a mistake. You can't have that.
Yeah.
Silly. You have somebody talking about an event that hasn't been described yet, and there's no description, but there's a reference. So anything that the reader will be kind of, they get called up short, or caught short on it. And in the course of the structural edit, you do a lot of rewriting, a lot of stuff, quite a lot of work. And then they look at it again to say, well, yeah, this is all right, but you've introduced this problem now. So it's quite it is quite an interesting experience.
It's but like pre-flight, a level of pre-flighting.
It's exactly a kind of pre-flight check. But they then send you a final report that you know, once you get the final report, that goes to the copy editing stage. So that's where they check if the commas are in the right place and if you spelled beige properly, whatever. But in the report, they tell you what your book's about, and it's very interesting, because it's like, oh, I didn't know that. Well, that's a good one. That was unintentional. So yeah, it's been quite an interesting experience, and it doesn't talk to you about COVID, but I have. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. What were you saying?
I've started a fiction website, so it's laurellindstrom.org, and I've started putting short stories up there, and I have done my first COVID short story, which
see,
laurellindstrom.org. Yeah.
You still have the stories on the bees?
Oh, I'm doing more of those too. Yeah. I should say to.
Yeah, go ahead.
My website. I should say to people that it seems like I'm not doing anything except writing fiction. I am still doing other work. Yeah, that's the website for the fiction. And we keep bees, and they're just fascinating little creatures. And I thought it would be quite fun to write a series of short stories about the bees. And so I put one of those up every now and then. And essentially what I wanted to do is to to share the things that we've learned about keeping bees. So they are they're absolutely accurate in terms of the sort of technical side of how bees live. And I think they're anyone who is interested in beekeeping could read the bees. But yeah, there's also some stuff about Mr. Trump. I quite like the Numpty Trumpty thing.
Numpty Trump.
If you go up a little bit further, you'll see. Yeah, Numpty Trumpty had a great fall. So it starts with Numpty Trumpty had a great wanted a wall. Numpty Trumpty had a great fall. All the Republicans, Giuliani and all, and then
couldn't put Trumpy together. Wow. Yeah. Well, that's a very how do you call it? Current topic, you know.
Well, it's just a bit of fun, but yeah. So I do the bee
Well, there is a
story.
lot of fun to be had in politics these days. It's quite.
Well, he's very entertaining.
It's quite sad. It's laughable, actually, you know.
Yeah, exactly. But I think a lot of our laughter now is laughter of relief. So that he's.
Yeah. I understand. It's a very incredible period in history, actually, and whoever thought we'd live through this year, actually, and this year alone, but everything that's led up to it, it's just been incredible, you know.
Well, and I think it's a very what's the word? A really excellent test of the American Constitution and the whole system, and it's great that the machine has worked, and you know all of those loyal, honest people that were counting the votes and doing their jobs without being corrupted or persuaded to do something they shouldn't do. That was very encouraging.
Yeah.
But besides
No, go ahead. What is it?
I do seem to be spending a lot of time talking about my fiction, but we are still working, doing ISO.
Oh, I know. And you know, Peter is you know, your husband Peter. He's the bee expert, really, right? I mean,
Paul Lindstrom is
Paul. Yeah, Peter, Paul, right? You give the Peter kid. Sorry, Paul.
Names both. So yeah, I bought him the bees for his 60th birthday because he was interested, and it was a birthday present. And I think the first year we had them, they all died, but. We've worked out how to manage when they do die.
You work out the workflow.
Well, you work out and the bees. You can learn a lot about workflow when you watch how bees operate. They can be very brutal, but everything that they do is for the good of the project, the colony.
So can the print workflows out there be very brutal, you know?
Yeah, and it makes you when you learn about bees, you learn about looking at other entities. We do a lot of auditing for compliance with ISO 12647 Part 2, which is the offset process control standard. And it's interesting, the people that do well in those audits are the companies who have taken a holistic approach to the business, who do understand that if they don't communicate well with their customers, they won't get good files in, for example. And that if they get, you know, that things like if you get the same error all the time, there must be some reason why you're always getting that same error from all your customers. And that might be a problem in your own workflow system. It might be a problem of understanding amongst customers. So yeah, you do learn a lot about applied process control when you watch how bees operate over the course of the year.
Yeah, I can imagine. I've always been amazed by bees. Digitaldots.io, is that you guys or?
No, we're digitaldots.org.
Oh, they got an interesting one too. Digital platform for intuitive enterprise. Dots of digital intelligence powered by artificial intelligence and IoT. Wow, internet. That's pretty. Anyway, we'll go back. .org, you said, right?
Yeah, digitaldots.org. Security.
Oh gosh. Let's see. We'll do it like this. Digital dots. Make sure I'm not spelling something wrong. Might have been Yeah, this live stuff is something else, Laura. You got to like really be, you know.
Yeah.
Let's see here. What happened? Hey, I said digital dots. Oh, I was probably spelling digital dots. Oh, here it is. I was spelling digital wrong somehow. All right,
Yeah.
here we go. Yeah, someone had a very close one, the digitaldots.org, but it wasn't you guys. That was interesting. And they're trying to like fight, you know.
Yeah, we managed to keep on top of people who use our name, but obviously not as well as we thought.
Well, that wasn't your name. That was like slightly different spelling.
Okay.
Anyway, this is the site here with Spindrift as your.
Yeah.
Well, what's Spindrift again? Maybe you can.
It's an online journal. Originally we had it was a magazine that there's no advertising in it at all, and we decided to put it all online. And it's just technical articles, news that we think is interesting, thought pieces about the graphics industry. We used to do we have done an awful lot of kind of buyer's guides to different technologies over the years, and digital printing, for example, or plate setting, or workflow, or color control, color management. So now we tend to, we don't run every press release that we get, we certainly don't write up every technological innovation that comes in, because these days they aren't so frequent. And you know, the number of companies, what you guys are doing is very interesting, I think, David, because you're keeping in touch with what's going on in the broader market. You know, you talk about Affinity, for example, and that's a really good technology. When I started in this industry, the stuff that Affinity does would have cost you £20,000 straight off.
Oh yeah.
You know?
Well, that's what. You know Stephen Duxbury? I did an interview with him a couple weeks ago in the UK. Maybe you know him. I don't know. Yeah, when I saw him, I didn't know. The name rang a bell, and then I saw him on the chat like we're having here. It wasn't live, but I know this man from somewhere. You know, I probably saw him like a Mac user back in Olympia back in the day. You know, and in London there. You definitely a recognizable face, but nice man, very connected or well-versed in the printing world. He's like a print broker now, I guess you could say. They're like a graphic design shop, marketer, print broker in a small village up in England. And I lost my train of thought. Oh, he was saying that he had PageMaker, whatever it was, you know, version, you know, real early version 1, I think it was actually, 1 point something. And he said it cost an arm and a leg. It was extremely expensive.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, when I years ago, the business of consulting was about helping people to specify what it was they needed, what the software should do, and what the kind of controls it should have, the features, all those sorts of things, because people were putting in huge amounts of money, and it became very clear that in, I don't know what, the late 80s, early 90s. The decision was only ever going to be between PageMaker and Quark Express. And then we had Zyvision, and we had people doing that kind of, you know, the very, very high-end composition systems. But gradually, over the years, all of those features have become part of InDesign, now of Affinity, because it's a democratization process where all of this very specialized knowledge has been distilled into software. And now it's about writing code that works and that does all of these things. I guess you could say we were going through a process of exploration of how to use technology to achieve the things that we wanted it to achieve. And now the power of computing platforms and of cloud computing systems and of networks and all of these things is enough of a workhorse that this stuff isn't so expensive anymore. So the press releases and notifications and inquiries we get these days are not nearly as interesting as they used to be, it has to be said, because a lot of the technical problems have been solved. We've still got big problems with color management, but I think that's more of a cultural and a knowledge problem. It's not the technology. The technology works for color control and color management, and for workflow systems.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you're saying like another example is our Markzware's own flight check, pre-flighting that we didn't coin the term pre-flighting. Chuck Wegner did
Yeah.
back at one of those Seabolds back then. Which Laurel can tell a lot about Seabold. We'll ask her about that in a second. But Seabold was a huge event back in the day in San Francisco. It started and ended up going actually all over the world.
It actually started in Santa Monica.
Oh, sorry, Santa. See, I wasn't around back in those. Well, I was around. I wasn't in the business back in those days. Santa Monica. They should have kept it there. That would have been nicer.
Well, we tried. We kept it there as long as we could, but we needed more space. So.
Yeah, and San Francisco was a great location too.
Well, we went from there to the Beverly Hilton in Beverly Hills, and
oh wow.
And then, yeah, but then you see, in those days, it wasn't an exhibition; it was a seminar. It was
right.
about knowledge transfer with people talking, and we used to have we had a kind of, I guess you call it tabletop displays, where we invited people developing technologies that we thought would be of interest to the seminar participants, and a lot of stuff didn't work, and a lot of stuff was just sort of a bunch of wires on the floor, and it was all very haphazard. But one of the people that we invited was John Warnock, because of the work he had been doing on PostScript, and he and Chuck came to a Seabold event with a Mac, a very early Mac, and they showed how a software rip could work, ripping to the screen. So
wow.
Yeah. But you see, then that was really special. Now it's not. So.
Yeah, well, people just take it for granted,
Yeah. So,
like so many things actually nowadays, everything's taken for granted. I mean, even the food we eat, it's like, or the honey that,
Yeah.
So.
Well, and even honey, you can't take honey for granted, actually. Because
no, I know.
Bees don't make it, you don't have any honey.
Yeah, and we all know the importance of bees, and of course the trouble they've had over the years, and bees pollinate so many crops that are specific only to them to pollinate, that if the bees would disappear, But I actually use honey in my coffee. This is it's from my son gave me this little gift, I kind of like it. It looks like a
lens,
but it's actually coffee, thermal coffee mug.
That's really clever.
Yeah, nowadays I think it probably, anyway, 3D printing, but yeah. So maybe tell us a little bit, Laurel, about that, because Seabold was, even back when I first started at Markzware, I heard about the stories of when Markzware launched the year before at Seabold 90, I guess, no, that'd be 80, I guess 90, 94, 93, they launched Flight Check.
Yeah, I've probably still got the Seabold report where we wrote up Markzware and Flight Check.
Well, if you ever have the time, scan it, or you ever find it again, scan it for me and send it over, please.
It's up in our loft, and every now and then I'm up there and I think, why do I keep yards and yards of Seabold reports? And yet, I was writing a book for Zycon a couple of years ago. Zycon celebrated its 30th birthday and 25 years of digital printing. And I worked with someone you probably know, Dutch journalist. What's his name? I can't remember his name now. Anyway, let me get the book to show you. This. Ed Bugard.
Oh, yeah. He has glasses, right? I know
yeah.
Ed. Well, I mean, I know of Ed.
Worked on this book for Zycon. And the brief was to make it completely not just about Zycon, to make it, a celebration of what's happened in the last 25 years. And it's amazing how useful all of those Seabold reports were, because the first Seabold report came out in 1971. And it started as a journal. Wasn't even a journal, it was a little newsletter that John Seabold Sr. Put together with his son, Jonathan, to share with John Sr.'s consulting clients. They had a consulting business and a typesetting business called Rocapi. Anyway, they put this journal together and just sent it around occasionally. And more people said, look, can you can you do more with this? Can you send this more regularly? And so that was in 1971. And when I joined the Seabold organization, by that time, Jonathan, the son, had moved to the West Coast, and they were still doing the Seabold report on publishing systems. And they also had the Seabold report on word processing and the Seabold report on something else, computing, I think it was. Well, anyway, they were doing little seminars as part of their work. And the seminars were, like 50 people in a darkened room talking about page makeup or whatever. And I was hired by Jonathan for a 3-month contract to help put together the first event that he was doing on the West Coast.
Wow.
And it was.
And what was this? Which year was this about?
This was in 1981.
Okay. Oh, wow.
So, and I yeah, must have been. Maybe the first event was in 1982. Oh, I can't remember. Anyway,
anyway, back, yeah, early 80s.
In the dark ages. Anyhow, I was hired for 3 months, and I was on the West Coast because I had left England at the end of the summer of discontent, winter of discontent. So I had moved to travel basically, and I had been working in a company that made business systems. This is pre-digital, so they were like card index systems. You remember those T cards? And then cards in big bins that were for stock control or quality management or sales.
Yeah.
Sales consulting. I worked for them, and we designed lots of different information systems. So one of them, for example, was for brinkmanship in a dairy, to manage your herd of dairy cows. We did one for a vet as well, and I was quite gratified. A few years ago, I went to a local vet, and they had a system that we'd installed. So I had a lot of kind of practice in organizing things, and Jonathan Seabold didn't really. So the two of us were a very good team, and we worked on this first event for that 3 months, and at the end of it, he offered me a job that I could do kind of to fit around UCLA, because I had signed up to go to UCLA. So, and the first event that I helped with was in at the marina near Los Angeles Airport, and it was in underground windowless rooms, and these poor people, there were like 80 people, and we were all confined there for like 5 days, a whole week from 9 till 6. It was really not much fun. So Jonathan suggested that we should look for somewhere else, and we chose the Miramar in Santa Monica, which was it sort of, apart from being a much nicer venue to work with much nicer food, the people who came to the seminar enjoyed it far more, and the audience just grew and grew. And within a couple of years, we were lucky because there was so much happening with technology. And as I say, we invited these people to come and show what they were doing, and it was so exciting at that time, in the early 80s. So we had the Mac and the laser writer in 84, 85 at the Seabold event. And then it was clear that more and more people wanted to show us technologies, and that we had a very complicated kind of audit process where we would check and see, well, has this been shown publicly before? Yes, well, then that's not really right for this audience. Well, that wasn't really very fair, because a lot of the people at the seminar might not have seen whatever it was, a piece of software, a piece of hardware. So we realized we needed a bigger facility. So we went to the Beverly Hilton. They had big ballrooms so we needed ballrooms where you could have the seminar, space for the food and parties, because there were always lots of parties, and the exhibition area. So we were there for a couple of years, and then we moved up to the first I think we moved up to San Francisco. Oh, right, that's right. We decided that we would split out the electronic publishing side of the event, and call it desktop publishing, which is what Paul Brainerd was calling it, and have a whole event just for desktop publishing. And we put that at the Hyatt Regency in San Francisco, and that was our first event in San Francisco.
Wow.
And it was again very fortunate timing. It was after Steve Jobs had been dismissed from Apple and had set up Next, and we had done a lot of work with Apple in the years earlier on the Mac and with testing PageMaker and trying to break it and stuff, basically. And I thought it would be really wonderful if we could get Steve Jobs to speak. And one way or another we did. And not only him, but we had Bill Gates and Paul Brainerd, as well as the founders of Adobe, all spoke at that very first desktop publishing conference. And I still have the tapes of those sessions. It was a 3-day event. Steve Jobs basically was amazing, as you would expect. He announced that you'd be able to send a fax directly from the desktop of a Next machine. I always remember that. Who sends faxes anymore? And then also, Bill Gates got asked a question. Jonathan asked him a question about how he saw software developing in the future. And he said, and I remember a shiver going down my spine. He said, well, everything in life can be reduced to an algorithm, which I thought was really creepy, but actually he's right. He was completely right.
Well, who said that? Which
Bill
said
Gates.
that?
Bill Gates.
Oh, wow, yeah, figures. But yeah, I mean, he's right, you know.
Yeah, he was right. Right. So coming back to your question about the Seaboard reports, because we didn't carry on forever and ever. They stopped publishing, I think, well, a long time ago now. But I have all of those references, copies, and I have those tapes, and I still use them because it's always something interesting. You know, you just choose a random year and a random month and look at a Seaboard report, and it'll talk to you about what's going on in the newspaper industry, for example.
You should share some of those old tapes. I mean, I don't know if you're allowed to, it's maybe like, copyrights up on them or whatever, but, or even just scan, some of the old Seaboard reports, some little snippets, and share them online,
I thought about doing that because it's just a huge project, because there's thousands and thousands of pages. The tapes, I think we had everyone sign a release when we made the tapes, because we sold them, so they were, I guess, our copies. They're legally usable. I haven't really done anything with those. But
just if you have old snippets of Gates and who was it?
Paul Brainerd was there.
Paul Brainerd and Chuck, or whoever, that'd be just it's real history right there, It
is. So, and then I thought I should maybe give it all to St. Bride's library up in London, but I don't. I can't part with them, It's a bit. I don't like to get rid of stuff. I'm a real hoarder, and
I know.
A couple of things that I have given away or got rid of, it's like I miss them. So I'll. But anyone who's interested, who wants to have a look at them, is always welcome to come and have a look. So.
Wow. Yeah. Well, if you find that Markzware one, please share it with me. If you're ever up there, and Markzware. It was. I got it right here. It was not. It took it to. I think it was an interview with Pat, and he says there 2 years ago, sorry, okay, I really need a product, and we started thinking, well, maybe other people might need it as well. So I took it to the 1994 Seaboard. And
you remember was it spring or autumn?
Well, that would have been San Francisco. I don't know. Did they have two in San Francisco back then?
Yeah, well, because at some point we as I say, we spun off the desktop publishing side, and then we carried on with the seminars. So we had Seaboard seminars, and then the desktop publishing conference. And then,
I think it was the main one, because I remember they were telling us that people were just lining up, with back then they paid with cash, and they're lining up and just, you know, they
Yeah.
didn't even have a product to give yet. They're just buying the idea, you know. Oh, flight check, okay, you know, and
Yeah, I
pre-flighting,
think
you know.
because they changed, we changed the structure as well, so that the event became Seabold, and then wherever it was located, San Francisco, Seabold, Boston. So
Right. Yeah,
I-
I've been to Boston as well.
yeah,
Yeah. Boy, I tell you, times have changed. I remember Drupa 2000, and you know, I was just thinking about the money there, and they would come up and pay with dollars or francs or Deutschmark or Gilda, but then you know, you get people come up from like Qatar or wherever, and they want to pay with, I don't know, whatever the currency was, you know, or Indian rupees, you know, or, and back then, you know, it's like, well, how do I know how much a rupee is compared to a dollar? You know, it was like a complete. But that flight check was huge, and that was really amazing. And by the way, just I just want to mention, Laurel. After Laurel's off here, I'll show flight check, our new version, a sneak peek at our new version, which is just a sneak peek because it's going to be a lot more, but because it's still valid today, you know, because people pre-flight within the applications, but the process of pre-flighting is still very.
it becomes it becomes more and more urgent and more important because you have all of these other technologies around things. So there's loads of technologies that will do all sorts of interesting things, but for every interesting thing a new piece of software does, you've got new vulnerabilities. So pre-flight is still absolutely, you can't do without it. I mean, and it's cheap insurance, you know, cheap protection.
Yeah, that's right. It's like an insurance. Well, like I was showing the people here before, this was the slightly better one. If I open up, one of the things we always wanted in flight check was the ability. This is an earlier version of the same InDesign document that I worked up for the dealers. And what you see right away, if you look at this Markzware logo, is that this one, the earlier version, is fuzzier and, you know, lower res looking than this one, jaggedy and but if you check the file with a flight checker in your pre-flight and InDesign, there's no known errors. It's just like you have to just, you know, use it differently, get a better version of that same file. But this is where visual pre-flighting, proofing it, if you would, is also very important. And that's what's cool about the new technology from Markzware. Now we can actually give you a visual proofing. You know, not a full proof, doesn't replace proofing, but it helps in that process. You know.
Yeah, yeah. So, and this is the pre-production proof.
Yeah, like pre-production. Yeah, you know, anyone can see like, hey, that thing's fuzzy. You know, what's going on, and then they can look further. It's not the you know, the final deal, but it's and always something we. Yeah.
If you click on that fuzzy logo, does it tell you where it came from? Does it give you the message?
Well, that's what I'm going to show next. The new. This is just IDMarkz. You know, this is our this is our for design files to preview and convert them, like, you know, and in the next version of flight check, yes, if you click on it, it will give you the details. Well, matter of fact, I can, you know, what the heck, since you're here, I can fire it up. Oh, maybe I have to. Let's see here. Do I have a recent one I can just grab? Don't know what this file is. Well, oh yeah, I have to first I activate my product. I had to first, you know, it wasn't quite this far yet. But indeed, what I'll show later on here is that you can click on an element like you see here in IDMarkz. If you click on a logo, it will give you a pop-up like this, similar to this, but then with pre-flight information on that image. Indeed. So, and that's the next level. So it's all outside of InDesign. It's like a whole separate process. It's more for the
because one of the things that we've seen as a fairly I suppose you could call it a fairly common problem is that people don't necessarily know where a piece of content's origin is. So they don't necessarily know what the path was and whether in fact they're using the correct one. mainly, and the main problem that that points to is one of naming conventions. And that's still a big problem in workflow, that people don't have a discipline about their naming conventions. So when you click on that logo, if you can see what the path of it is, you can immediately know that they've used the wrong one, because it's in a folder that doesn't comply with the naming convention.
Oh, that's a good. Yeah, that's a very interesting one. Well, that will be more for the full flight check, but
Yeah,
that's a good tip. Yeah, because we're starting backwards. We're gonna start with a light version of flight check, and then the full version will come later next year. So, but that'd be a great.
Yeah, just something I've noticed in some of the audit reports, because we do these audits, and when you read the report, you think, well, wait a minute, how could they have got the wrong? How is it that they're not documenting the workflow process control and management properly? And it invariably comes back to not having clear naming conventions, or not communicating them properly, along the supply chain.
Wow, yeah, that's a really good point, actually. We had in the old flight check, or we have in our current full flight check, which you can still buy, but it doesn't work on the modern Big Sur and all that, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. But there's still a lot of people using it. Matter of fact, some people have machines just for using flight check because they depend on flight check. If you got a high quality, book like this one lady, it wasn't like this book, but I forget her name, but it was like a book like this, but with a lot of imagery. It was a scientific journal, and she depends on flight check. It's her daily life is using flight check to check the files before she puts them into the book, and then to check the book to make sure nothing's slipped in. Because if you have tons of images, the built-in InDesign pre-flight only takes you so far before you get totally confused. And she had a whole workflow. She was still printing out actually a pre-flight report for every single page, because a mistake would cost tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yeah,
and that's the thing. The closer you get to press, the more expensive fixing a mistake becomes.
Right.
So,
exactly.
A lot of people will have kind of we'll have a bespoke workflow system for a particular application that's based on technology that's very, very old, but it works, and they don't want to mess with it.
They don't want to mess with it.
And why would you? If it works.
Yeah. So. What's the old saying? If it's not broke, don't fix it, or whatever. But
yeah.
Well, Laurel, it's been just great talking to you. It's been almost an hour now, and I think I probably gotta let you go. But really, anything else you want to say, or no. You got like a snippet from your book, like you can read a snippet from your book or whatever, or you don't have that there handy?
I'm not going to do that. That's embarrassing.
Okay. Well, I want to hear the part. Well, I bought the book. Just so people know. If you want to buy, I thought if Laurel wrote a book, you have to buy it, right? And
you don't have to buy.
Well, I know, but we used to see Laurel, like every show. You were at every major show, whether it was Seabold and then, all the Mac shows, and of course the Drupas,
Yeah.
But over on unbound.com, if you search for the Draftsman, right over here,
and
you can support Laurel.
That little video, my husband did that, and the one thing I said when he was setting it up, this is in our sitting room, and I said to him, just make sure that you can't see my slippers, because I've got my bedroom slippers on. Just make sure you set it up so you can't see my slippers, but you can. So.
Yeah. Well, you have a lot of books, though. Wow, we
have a lot of books. Yeah,
that's cool. Yeah. And a nice knit work up there. Oh, and in our town in Pineapple, I'll show you this. Are you a knitter? Do you knit?
I'm a knitter. That thing on the wall is actually a quilt that was made for our wedding. So it's like a story of our two families that somebody made as a bedspread, but I think it was much too lovely to put on the bed. So it's on the wall.
I'm just going to show you this real quick. You'll like this, and maybe some other people find it interesting.
But I do knit.
Where do I find it?
I do like to knit. So.
Okay. Yeah, this in our little town here, Pijnacker, in South Holland, Netherlands. Let's see, how would I search for that? Kerstboom. They say it's the largest in Netherlands, but they say it's probably the largest in the world. Is the largest knitted. This is not a good picture of it, but the largest knitted Christmas tree in the world, or at least in Netherlands.
It's probably the only knitted Christmas tree.
Well, that's what I was thinking too. I'm like, the poor man had to spend a lot. Look at that thing. I mean, there's the people down here. There's Case. But this,
what happens when it rains, though? Does it shrink?
I don't know. It's a good question. Or when it gets windy. I mean, it looks pretty solid, but
it's very lovely.
It's lovely, but they had they did the time lapse video. You saw them up there, piece by piece. It's like, oh my goodness. And we have a White House over here. See, in the back, we have our own White House.
Yeah, very nice.
But anyway, but yeah, back to Laurel. This is where you can get more information on Laurel's book, and of course, unbound.com, and you can watch her video. And what I'm going to do when we hang out with Laurel, I'm going to let this play while I go get a new cup of coffee.
Okay.
And there's different options. It's all very affordable, and you can check it out there. Of course, her blog is laurellindstrom.org, where you can get some free short stories, I guess, right?
Yeah, there's lots of short stories, and as I say, it's all free. It's not for sale. The only thing that we sell on is subscriptions to Spindrift, and that's it. Everything else is free.
Which is over here, and that's on digitaldots.org, and there you can get the information.
Sorry, it's my cuckoo clock.
Oh, I love it. It's 12 o'clock. The cuckoo goes nuts. I saw my first cuckoo bird here in Netherlands. You know what the cuckoo bird does when they lay eggs? You probably know.
I do. They lay eggs in somebody else's nest, and then they
I was shocked.
The other ones, yeah.
I couldn't believe it. I heard that cuckoo, and I video everything. So I was videoing it, and the lady came walking by with her dog, and she said, "Oh yeah, it's terrible what that bird does." I thought, "What do you mean? It's a nice bird." And she, "No, you didn't know." And then she told me the story. They lay eggs in a little tiny bird's nest, and the cuckoo's like,
And then
eventually,
sorry.
Yeah, and then the cuckoo, the cuckoo chick pushes the other chicks out of the nest, but the little, adopted parents, they just keep on feeding the cuckoo birds. Anyway.
Yeah. It's the worst kind of parenting you can have.
Yeah, terrible. But hey, it works.
Yeah, and it's very efficient if you're a cuckoo. You don't have to build a nest. You don't have to incubate your babies. You don't have to feed them.
No, you just go around cuckoo the whole day, and they do that. They go cuckoo, just like Anyway, I saw my first one. I was quite happy. Okay, so digitaldots.org, and then of course that's spindrift.click, where you get marketing. And Spindrift is great. You get stay really up to date on all the different technical ins and outs of the printing business. And of course, Markzware site is Markzware.com, but you all know that. 20% off everything right now over on Markzware.com. Laurel, thank you so very much.
David, thank you very much. I've enjoyed it, and good luck with the rest of your day.
Yeah, thanks. It's kind of weird just sitting here the whole day, and but hopefully some people start chatting or whatever. Keep me alive here.
Well, I think it's a really good idea. Really good.
Yeah. I mean, I was, whenever it'd be cool if you go to a web page and someone like in a real store is there waiting for you, like, "Hi, how can I help you today?"
Mm-hmm.
And not one of those robots,
Yeah.
But, anyway, we'll see how it works out.
Well, thank you.
All right. Hey, take care.
Thanks for all the promotion.
Right.
I appreciate it. Cheers. Bye.
Cheers. Bye now. See how I hang up? Oh, yeah, she hung up. Okay, good. Well, that was nice. Very nice. And now what I'm going to do, I'll play Laurel's, maybe I guess where was that again? Little video here while I go get a new fresh cup of coffee. Well, I don't know if this is gonna Let's see if that's actually working.
But even more interesting, makes him even more inclined to find out. It's the first time he's ever explored anything that isn't binary.
I get the, because I had these iPads, when you cut an earpiece in. Let's see if it works now. If I put it fully on that, maybe that'll work.
Hello, my name is Laurel.
I'll be right back.
Trade journalist. Been working in the graphic arts industry for over 30 years. And I'm also the editor of the Draftsman, which is my first novel. Draftsman's it's very difficult to describe. Is it based on anyone in particular? Or is it based on any particular set of events? It's come out of the back of my head somehow. It's about a young man who becomes accidentally wealthy. He's a difficult person. He's very blocked, he's damaged. He's had all kinds of peculiar experiences that are maybe damaged. But he's a brilliant man. He buys a house down in the country. He can't understand what the pull is to this house. What it is about this place, this landscape, that keeps him coming back, keeps him fascinated. He decides to delve into the history of this house. His repositioning of the First and Second World Wars, torn down after the Second World War, rebuilt as the nasty little bungalow that certain things happened in this house over the years that he becomes even more interested in. It makes him even more inclined to find out more. It's the first time he's ever explored anything that isn't binary, that isn't numeric, that isn't literal. And in the course of his experiences in the house and learning about it, and relating to the people who are connected to it, he starts to grow himself. And he becomes even more interested in the characters that were part of this household years and years ago. In that fascination comes his ability to relate much better to the people around him, but it's a slow process. And at the end of the book, we find out a little bit more about how the landscape to influence how people respond to their surroundings and how we can connect to other people even if they are people from a different time and space. And if you're wondering about this music, it's Charlie Chaplin. It's the first time he was ever recorded in a movie. He's terrified to speak, rather resigned in that. So it's nonsense. Matches. I hope you enjoy the book.
All right, let's see here. Fresh coffee. Oh, there's those parrots again. Boy, there's a whole bunch of them. Neat. Set the camera down there one day. Okay, let's see here. Well, maybe what we'll do, I gotta help some customers on the email here. Let me do that real fast. And let this sort of play. So yeah, don't forget. Turn that off. Save 30% with this coupon, Livestream 2020. So just put it in the comments as well for anyone coming by. Feel free to comment, folks. Don't be afraid, Or if you want to jump on the video, let me know in the comment. I'll get you a link. We'll have a live chat. If you want to tell us about your workflow, your InDesign workflow, or Quark Express, Affinity Publisher, whatever it might be, or prepress, printing. What's it? Livestream 2020. So Livestream 2020 is the coupon code. So Livestream 2020 will save you 30% on the Markzware products, any product or service. We fix bad files. We also do one-off file conversions if you just want to, do one PDF to InDesign, no problem. So let me just help out some people here. I saw the queuing up in our support form, which comes in via my email. Oh, I love when people don't give me their license ID when they ask a technical question. It's like anything. A lot of the most common problems with any product comes down to overlooking a certain part of the installation and/or process of, initiating a conversion in this case. And that might come down to having a wrong version, or having an old version, or having a version that doesn't work in InDesign 2021, which is probably the case here with this customer. So they just need to download the most recent version of, in this case, Q to ID, without having their plugin. With license ID, it's difficult. All right, next one. Interesting. Adobe InDesign cannot open the blah 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 blah. Adobe InDesign may not support the file format. A plugin that supports the file format may be missing, or the file may be open in another application. That is a bad file message, 9 out of 10 times. So. Okay. Let's see here. Send that off. This one is need to ask for. Okay. Try to help you. Okay, use that signature there. All right, Ski. I'm trying to go through all these emails right now. At least there's a lot of them. That's good. All right, let's see here. Oh yeah, that's what I gotta do too. I'm gonna load up. Let's see here. I'd like to show you FlightCheck Express, our new super early beta version of FlightCheck. Not even out yet in any way, shape, or form. Let me see. Um, wow, the old Bitcoin's on fire again here. My goodness. That's pretty incredible too. All right, let's see here. Um, let's Okay, we're almost so far. Now, what I'm going to show now is a real sneak preview. So this won't be out yet anytime soon. Well, actually, this could be out soon, but it probably won't be this year, is what I guess probably a better way to put it. Because like we just discussed with Laurel is, yeah, flight check, pre-flighting. Let's get back like this here. Let's see. Like that. That's better. Okay, so I get out of screen like this. Oops, I need the real version of. So we'll just hide Firefox. Yeah, so I just kicked open here for the first time in a while the beta. I need to register, but I don't need to register right now. In any event, I've activated it. The FlightCheck Express interface, as you see, has a very similar. It's exactly the same interface as IDMarkz, QXPmarkz, and PDFmarkz, which I'll show you in a moment as well. And what's really cool about this, just get some other stuff out of the way here. Let's see. Okay, that's fine. All right. So what's really cool about this is it works the same way. You just take a file like this. Take this one here. You drop it on FlightCheck. I have to allow some things, and you see it scans the entire file. I mean, like real fast. I think it's faster than InDesign pre-flight, even when you're in InDesign, you know. And we warned the people, like we just discussed with Laurel, this is an estimate. So we don't want you to get the idea that it's 100%, you know, 100% like it will be when you open it in InDesign or what have you. Oops. Interesting. We have the same bug as Affinity Type. Look at this. So this is an early beta. This is probably the first time anyone's seen this live, you know. All 7 or 8 of you watching are getting a treat. I don't know how many are watching on the other devices. I see on YouTube we got a few watching, 7 or so. But in any event, just like Affinity Publisher, you couldn't drag here on Big Sur, but you can only drag here. So this should be working. You should be able to grab it anywhere and move it around, not just up here. Anyway, small little thing, Big Sur-esque issue particularly. Now we just dropped an InDesign file on here. Well, actually, you can now see this information over here. You get a lot of detail on the file. And this is going to be a lot more robust. We'll probably have an icon here of an InDesign icon in the future, you know, file name, that kind of stuff, along with this. They get some very handy information. And you can once again cruise to the file. Now, if we hit report, we can save out a report in various formats, including HTML, XML, etc., for workflows, which could be very interesting. Let's just do the HTML for right now. And then what we get is this, which I'm opening another browser. And this one, once again, this will be also updated to be maybe a little sexier, as it were. But this is a, like, you know, your package report that you get when you package the file will look like this, which you can also print out and share with people, you know, right out of the box, so to speak. You say, okay, here's, you know, images are missing. You know, Bob or Cindy, I need these images. All the missing images I don't have. Please send them to me. Here's the list of them, right? So this type of stuff, you know. Now, keep jumping ahead of myself because this interface is different than the last beta. If we now zoom some of this stuff away, and let me get rid of this right now. We can now get different views. For instance, if we want to have just the pages view, we can see here exactly page by page what's going on in the file. How many images, how many missing images. Now remember, this is just like a flight check light. This will not be like the full-fledged flight check that you know, we have now. This will be like a light version. I'm launching a light version first for a couple reasons. But we want to really, number one, get you out something that will work on Big Sur and all the, you know, modern InDesign 2021, all the modern port files, you know, all the modern stuff will be in here. So we get a per page view. We can get a view of the colors. Of course, of the fonts, and we can see very handy information such as missing fonts and what have you. You can show in Finder, you can locate missing fonts. And of course, under images, you get a whole bunch of information. And it would be cool to get this window a bit bigger, but once again, this is in the beta, not possible. But you can see right away how this could be extremely handy to say, okay, these are all okay. And look at that, boom. I go right to the end. Just like Laura was saying, it'd be cool to get the details of any given image. And this is what we like to do. Now, for instance, if we go back up top, I wish there was an easy way to close this. Another little snafu. If I go up top and I say, well, what about this one? It'd be cool if I could click on it and get the info. So these are all things that will be coming. It's a different logo. We can see right away very specific information about this graphic that will help us understand it. Oh, yeah, I need a different version. I need one with an effective PPI a little bit higher. Let's see here. Oh, maybe we can do it like this. Page 1. So here we can see the Markzware logos, and we can see the size of the graphic, and it's 72 PPI. Yeah, we also can get the effective DPI effectively. And this can be very handy to help us determine, for instance, let me see if I can. Yeah, there we go. I wonder what this one is. Oh, interesting. Yeah, see, this is right away. I see something oddball. The name of it's obviously got some problems, and that's why I swapped it out in the later. If anyone was watching earlier, I showed that this document here is different than this document here. I'm curious. Oh, it doesn't. Okay. Okay, we have both windows open here. And I can hopefully take it out. Right. Look at that. Cool, huh? So now I got two files open. I can compare the two. Oops. You gotta move it here. That's one little problem. And now we can see. We then go. Let me collapse some of these other areas. Should have a collapse all. Once again, this is early beta. You could even call it an alpha version of the new flight check you're seeing right here. And if I go to that, oh wow, no, it's interesting. Oh, that's a different one. Right. See, now you see it's got the proper name. Well, at least the name I'm used to seeing, you know, Markzware _ logo _ white. And this is now, you see, different than what we have over here. You see that it's the size is undeterminable. It's missing. It's a PDF, which is not right. So somehow I placed the wrong version, like the way wrong version. You know, over here is the one I wanted, and that's what's in the updated file here. So interesting. I'm kind of tripping out myself on what I did or what I didn't do. But in any event, you see how it's right away handy to get, yeah, details about what's in the file before going further with it. You can, of course, open this now in various other possibilities. So I can go from having it here in InDesign file, and I can open it in InDesign to correct the problems, or basically convert it into other file formats, which may or may not be in there in the final version. This is more something for the full flight check, but in any event, you get the idea on how it's working. There you go, boom. Now we can go in there and we can see the logo. And I can go into design and try to scroll through to get the similar data. You see, you get some information in design. It's not as detailed as what you just saw even in our light version of flight check, and you have to dig around for it. And that's kind of the advantage of having an outside process of flight check, is that you can then, without having InDesign open, you can get the details. Okay, so let's get out of that for right now. So that's just a quick overview how that works. Kind of neat how if you see like, oh, there, I gotta swap out that. Yeah, there's another one that's got an oddball. It's a PSD file, but I think this might just be a beta alpha version problem more than anything, because I don't think it's necessarily a problem with that one. But you can see how you can quickly use this to navigate through your file, to go to the various issues and take care of them. You see later, oop, there's one. So if I click now, oh, that's interesting. And now it's launching 2021, which I'm gonna take a couple seconds here. Take control. Sometimes I wonder what I'm clicking when I click those things. I mean, not with the Markzware products, of course not, but other products, you know, you get a little bit worried sometimes. Here we go. Look at that. It takes you right to the problem. Page 63, bam, bingo, we're right there. Isn't that amazing? So you can imagine the time savings this would be to help you navigate in your file. And here's what happens if you see all these missing ones have like corrupted file names. I wonder how that is. But pretty cool how it just takes you right in there. And then we can, you know, double check things. Now, oh yeah, now I'm gonna, you see I don't use 2021 too much yet. Now I can open up my links panel. Yeah, it is a Photoshop. I wonder if yeah, see, I think that's the problem. I think it's a cloud, or the snafu, as it were. I think I use this in the, what do you call it again? The Creative Cloud libraries. I assume indicated by the poof cloud there, the cloud thingamaboo. And if I go down here, I can get into more detail. Interesting. Okay, well, neat. But you see how cool it is how I can just jump around in here from one item to the next. And very handy and very useful to help you actually get in and correct problems before they become a huge issue, before you actually go to package. You should also do standalone. So, of course, InDesign has a package functionality as well. We're going to do it standalone. We're going to actually compress the job for you and allow you to do some automations a little bit further, using different types of workflows. And then when you package, you get everything in one. Just package it right up for you. Flex everything. So very cool. All standalone, all without the need for InDesign. Although if you have InDesign, you see it's very handy. A couple seconds there. Okay, let me see here. Oh, look at that. Don't need to send it to Apple. Don't need to send it to anybody. That'll all be expected. Okay, let me put this one back up here. All right. Anyway, so that was just a quick little preview of where the flight check's going. We're very excited about it, extremely excited, because flight check is really one of our main products, and it's a really exciting product, fun product to work with, fun product to support, to educate with, because flight check in and of itself is an educational product, because when you're in like full flight check, to full-fledged flight check, you get all information on every single element. And what the engineers of Markzware have built in the years of experience, just from like Ron Crandall alone, that experience knowledge base of data. So when you click on something, you're getting a detailed explanation in plain English what that function is, set to that image or that, text box, or those two items overlapping is going to cause this effect, and here's why. And here's why it's bad for the print workflow or the RIP or for using online. You're going to get the lay down in a very, let's say, normal English terminology. That's really what it comes down to. Very, very handy. Flight check. So now what I'd like to show you real quick here before move on to something else is, let's see here, I don't need this open. And I don't need two versions of InDesign open, that's for darn sure. Oh yeah, this is the Cyber Specials, Cyber 2020, 20% off, and don't forget, use the live stream 2020. It's in the comments to save 30% if you're interested in any of our products. Like, you might be interested in our PDF DTP, which, oh, there's those parrots again. Man, those parrots are cool. I wonder if if this would work. I mean, they're not that close, but they're not that far away. Maybe you can see them. I'll take a picture. That's pretty cool. And they go down to the bird feeder. You can't see it out of view here. Yeah, now what I'll do, I'll share these. What the heck, might as well try it out, right? I really love this, what do you call it again? AirPlay. So I can select multiple files on my mobile device here, my iPhone. I hit select, and then I click the little share button down below here. And then you see here, sorry, AirDrop. You click AirDrop, and then it'll give me the choice of my devices within Bluetooth range. And then it should give me, well, I gotta choose here. I choose this device. It's now waiting for me to accept. And sometimes on Big Sur it seems to be a little bit slower than it used to be. Okay, there it goes, accept. You see, I get this. I can't share it with you. I'll just save it to downloads. And then this is where the Big Sur, a little bit, before it used to be like, boom, right on over. I want to show you these birds. It's pretty cool right here. These parrots right here in the Netherlands. But now I'm going to show you, now what I'll do is while that's transferring, I'm going to kick open this here website. I'm going to cruise on into Markzware.com and PDF DTP. This is another top seller of Markzware. I mean, it is another really cool product. It'll take multi-page PDFs and flip them right there. You see right here, live on. It'll flip them right into InDesign. It's also got a bunch of reviews, 29 reviews, and pretty much 5-star rate, which is amazing because it is. Let's see here. Receiving. Okay. It's PDFs don't convert as well as native to native. So if I take a Quark Express file, which we have with QXP Mods, I'll show you in a moment, convert it to InDesign. Yeah, that works pretty perfect actually. There's some things here or there. Tables can be tricky even in native to native depending on how they were created. But a table in a PDF is a lot trickier. And we do a pretty good job. The engineers do an amazing job of souping it up. Okay, that's her. Open those now. But what's nice is most users have realistic expectations that, okay, a PDF is a PDF, and it's amazing that I can pry it open in another layout application again anyway. So that's really great to see. Let me see here. Where are these files? Okay, here. So yeah, I had to zoom in with the iPhone, so that's what I'm. Hey, there's a guy down there too. Check it out. Hey, what's he doing? Break it in. Yeah, those are right outside here. Gotta see how this looks. I mean, that's like a tropical bird right here in the northerly Netherlands. Anyway, that's my view. All right, so that fun's over. Back to work, Dave. All right, so yeah, PDF DTP. So yes, we get a lot of fantastic user reviews, and on YouTube under PDF DTP testimonials, you can see a bunch of them. The most recent one, like I mentioned with the Laurel just a moment ago, was with Stephen Duxbury. Just a great interview, from a user perspective. And what I liked about the interview with Stephen is he uses PDF DTP like a lot of people do, but don't always admit it, And that is, let me show you what I mean. And basically, I'm not going to put you through the whole thing. He gave it a 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10 rating. But the one thing I liked is I love these YouTube chapters, by the way, video chapters. You can add in these chapters to help you cruise over to exactly when he said something. And hopefully that'll help me find it. Yeah, you see, he knew it back in the early flight check days. Where's the part I'm looking for? Maybe it's a fabulous product. That's always good to hear. Yeah, and if anyone wants to be interviewed, we'd love to have you on for an interview where we don't do it live, but we just, cut out all my bad jokes and, showing you the birds outside. You don't need to see that generally. Of course not, but it's different on a live stream. Oh, I can't find it so quick. Well, I'll tell you how I can find it. I've already done the legwork, so to speak. I had it in this one.
Hi, buddy. Damn, Dylan.
Yeah, this is what I like what he says. This what he says here. This is kind of interesting.
I simply open with Markzware and show some lookups for PDF of the roof.
Right.
And I ripped it open with Markzware to get the
You ripped it open.
circles.
I like that terminology, Stephen. You ripped it apart with Markzware.
Well, you ripped it open, but anyway.
I mean, our new slogan: PDF in design, rip it apart with Markzware. That's a good one. Well, that's what it. Okay, so if you could rate
What he went on to say in the full video,
10,
which I didn't include here, is that he just wanted a logo, and the only way there's other way he could call a customer and ask for it, but a lot of these customers are not so tech savvy, asking for a logo. Oh, where do I get that? And this, he was talking about a knitting, like another knitting customer, someone who makes knitting patterns. They're not digitally savvy. They just want to get things done, printed out, so they can sell and make a living and help people make cool knitted products. So it's a win-win-win. That was interesting how he ripped it apart just to get one element out of the design, out of the layout, out of the PDF. Or just maybe one set of elements. We just want, the text with a logo or text with an image or whatever it might be. And that's what I'm going to show you right now. That's how DTP helps you. So let's go over here and let's okay, yeah, right. Okay. Interesting. Is that right now? Okay. I'm going to do a file conversion here in a moment, but let's just show you how it works. So if we're in InDesign, PDF works under the Markzware menu item, PDF and convert PDF. So we can then go and select any PDF we have on our system. So if we go in here, and let's say, this is a PDF I downloaded over the weekend. We have these great white egrets around here as well. Just behind where you were just looking, there's like a nice little nature area, actually just some farmland. And he's been coming around, or she's been coming around. It's cool seeing the great white egret. You get a lot of great blue herons, but the egret. Anyway, there I go again. I like to talk, you see. PDF to DTP just ripped apart this PDF and opened it right up in InDesign. So you can see here we got the logo and text from the Heron Conservation. And I wonder why that Um, Ungroup, interesting. It grouped it. I wonder why it grouped it. That's interesting. Yeah. So cool. So it grouped it. Probably as grouped originally was grouped, and now we can go in there and move around the logo at will. And we can now take that text and move it around. So it's pretty amazing. You can go in there and just totally open up things. Let me show you a different one here. Oh no, this one is the boring file. Gotta find some good files here for you guys. Let's see what this one is. Well, here's a good one. 243-page PDF, multi-page PDF. I mean, to recreate this would take, well, at least 243 minutes, right? A lot longer than that. And that's what Stephen was saying. It's just sometimes, for the work that he has to do, it's just sometimes really helps him, you know, catapult. And many of our PDF InDesign users, just helps them get started so much quicker at the task at hand. And this is what you're going to see. Yes, some touching up is going to be needed, and most professionals expect that. It's, you know, it's rare you get 100% conversion from a PDF into InDesign in this case. Just like translating Dutch to English, you can never get 100%. The, you know, gezellig, you can't translate so easily into English, like I said earlier. And that's just something that you have to work with, you know, work around. Different way, more words to explain the same thing instead of one word. All right, just let that finish off here. It's actually saving the file at a certain point. Obviously, a big file takes a little bit longer because we actually extract all the images and save them out. So here we go, and we get this this file from Thomas Paine, which I'm not going to use. I'm just going to show. But it's cool. Now you got everything right here. You can get in there. You can go in and select all your elements and move them around, whatever you need to do. Great file, by the way. You get everything right in here. Great, good, you know, good stuff for pre-flight too. Circle rendered as bitmap left and as vector right, so you see the difference for displaying. So you can just imagine if you had to now like go in there and, you know, modernize this for, you know, it's pink because their fonts are, you know, missing. So obviously if I had them, it wouldn't be pink, or I could substitute them, of course. But you could imagine if you needed to go in and update this for 2021 or whatever it might be, you could just go in and update it. And a lot of times, maybe they lost the original file. Maybe the original file went corrupt. You know, maybe the customer, I've had people, you know, all kind of problems with PDFs where they don't have the original anymore. They just have the PDF, and that's where this is also very handy. Now, where are we going with PDF DTP? So PDF DTP, you can buy it right now, save 20%, Cyber 2020, and all of you on the live stream, if you want to get PDF DTP, you can get it right now with 30% off over with the Markzware live stream 2020 code, and over on Markzware.com. So just cruise on over to Markzware.com, go to products, PDF DTP. We normally don't have these annoying pop-ups. We wanted to. Our whole idea with this live stream was like, okay, you know, when you walk into a store, there's someone there. Hi, good afternoon. How can we help you? Or, you know, you see someone there, and they can help you with your questions. And when people come into your website, yeah, you don't see them, you know. And they have these robots nowadays, that so-called live chat with, you know, someone, a robot AI, as they call it, artificial intelligence. Most of the time, just saying, you know, a bunch of stuff till they connect you with somebody, you know, in a completely different country, you know, and they only have a set series of answers to the basics, and they can't. Yeah, let's face it, there's live chats, you know. Nine times out of 10, it wastes more of my time than actually helping me. I have some good help actually sometimes, for sure. But the idea with this is that if people could come in and there's someone live on the website waiting there to take your questions, feel free to ask questions. Don't be shy. Just type away. You know, in the chat, we could help you out right away with whatever the question might be. A lot of people have a question with DTP, for instance, is how can I buy it? So you could show them. Well, you go over here, you click Purchase Now. They don't always ask this, of course, and they click Add to Cart. Now, what is a question sometimes is, I have 3 users. Do I have to buy 3 times DTP? No, don't do that. Don't do that. I click here, more options, seats and upgrades, and click quantity 1 and put seat count 3, right? Or if you need to upgrade, paste your previous license code here and then go further. So it's important that this little dog ear here, that you click them up so you can see the different options. And then click up here, Add to Cart. So this is actually a little bit of a confusing process. So, you know, you have to go down, then you have to go back up, a little bit up. So you do get asked this question, and hit Add to Cart, and then you get your price in euros. In my case, you know, you fill in all your information. But click here, I have a coupon. If you're going to order right now, do that, and then you just go over that live chat, and you'll see I gave you the 30% off code, not the Cyber 2020 20% off, but you can type here now the live stream 2020. You click apply, and you'll watch what happens. Look at that. Instant savings of 180 euros. Well, you know, round it off. 179 euros and 10 cents. So that's how you apply the coupon, and then you can check out down below, of course, normal process. That's how you buy DTP. Now, a lot of people are going to say, well, I've got now the InDesign 2020. Sorry, I have InDesign 2021. How can I use DTP? That only works in 2020, I read on the site. And that's true. However, let's go back to the main page here. However, what I'm going to show you now is another sneak preview of this. This sneak preview, we're looking for beta testers. So if you want to try this out, what you're going to see right now, please let me know. Send me an email on sales@markzware.com, or leave a chat here. And I just need my beta. It's expired. Let's see here. Oh, maybe it still works. So the scripts here are, the scripts once again are the purpose. You don't need to install the scripts. I don't use the scripts anymore. But some people prefer, because the whole day at InDesign, that you actually install a script so that it works just like DTP works inside InDesign. So I have one installed. I have to update it, and it's very easy. You just click Update. I don't have, maybe I have to quit. Maybe I have to quit InDesign. I don't know. See what happens. So it's updated. It's already done. So now within 2020, I can actually see in the menu item, the Markzware menu item, convert PDF to InDesign. I don't use that much, so, but I know some people do. Now, it works very similar to PDF DTP in InDesign, only now it's standalone. And it's very cool because I think I might need to, let me see here. Actually, okay, so I just dropped the PDF onto the interface. A Canva PDF, so we're getting a lot of these Canva PDFs in on our file conversion service, so this is very interesting. It seems like a lot of designers are having people, first do their mock-up, so to speak, in Canva online, exporting a PDF, and then sending it to the real graphic designer to take it further, which is rather interesting, a rather interesting concept, because a lot of people are quite creative and know what they want, but it's just not 100%, professional graphic design, or not even close in a lot of cases. But the concept is great. It's great for a graphic designer to get a concept. So it seems to me like a lot of people are using Canva for that approach, because we've been getting a lot of Canva PDFs in, and interesting files too. And there are some challenges converting Canva PDFs compared to normal PDFs. That is true, but it does help a lot. So now you see this PDF. We see that it's 27 pages, 27 spreads, 27 pages in this case. There's 5 fonts, 2 are missing, so that would be right away. Whoa, wait a minute. I need to substitute fonts or find out what the customer might want. 131 colors, 55 images. They're all missing, of course, and 179 stories. So what I forgot to show you in the other part of the PDF DTP demo, which I will show you now, just because it does the same or similar with IDMarkz, is that then the images. Oh yeah, BB edit. I was looking for BB edit earlier. It just came to me. Let's see here, PDF DTP folder. So now over here, it's like all my various, files I've converted here for a couple of weeks with this version of design. And what you get is all of the images at resolution used. So that file we just converted, we now get all of the various images at resolution used. So it's very, very handy. Extremely handy if you don't have anything like Mr. Duxbury from England with his use of PDF DTP was just to get at the images in a lot of cases. The layout had completely changed, but he had the images. So a really neat way of getting your PDF pried open, and then you can go and you can do various things. Now, unlike PDF DTP, where IDMarkz goes differently, and by the way, when you buy PDF DTP, you get IDMarkz already the right to use it in InDesign 2021. So I'm going to quit out of InDesign 2020, and we're going to start up 21 in this case. And in the meantime, while that's starting up, you can also take this PDF now and go into like Quark Express, or take this PDF and convert it to Publisher. It's all possible from here. And even into Illustrator and Acrobat, but of course you can open a PDF in Illustrator anyway. But hey, once again, it's just maybe a useful tool if you have it here to help you get in to transition different file formats. And of course, like in all the other Markz line, whether it's QXPmarkz or IDMarkz, you get the various exporting options. So you can, say, hey, all I need is the stylized text. Give me HTML, and open it up in Firefox for me. So then we can take this PDF. Oh, Yeah, I guess I do need to get a. I guess have an old version. Well, anyway, you get the text. I'll update this. I'll show it later on tonight if anyone's interested. Or just send me a chat. I can get this fixed, within a couple minutes. But the same thing applies for exporting to a PDF again. Why you want to do that in this case, or exporting to image file formats, etc. And of course, going to all the other, which I was going to show you design 2021, but now it's going to tell me protected feature, so I can't open it up. But that's how it would work. IDMarkz, just like you saw with PDF DTP, would just open right up in design 2021. And that's all possible at the discount, which you can see in the comments, gets you 30% off if you buy PDF DTP today. Now, if you're just out there and you want to test this for us, you're willing to do a beta test for us on IDMarkz, please send us an email on sales@markzware.com, and we can get you a beta, and you can try it out. And we need the feedback and real life files and scenarios and what have you. By the way, as you're seeing here, all of these features are free. The previewing of any of these files. So all these, the reason I can use IDMarkz, even though it's not activated this time, the beta ran out, is because the preview part is completely free. So we can cruise in there and check out any PDF, and get this these great views of it. And the rest is just like in all the other products, QXPmarkz, IDMarkz, just opens right up. Now, maybe with that, what we'll do is what I'm going to show you next for fixing my PDF marks so it works again, is maybe show you QXPmarkz, which I'm going to update the scripts there as well, just so you can see them. I don't, like I said, use them myself, but I understand. And before I do that, I have to check out some other emails. So give me about 5 or 10 minutes, maybe about 10 minutes, and I'll come back and give you a QXPmarkz demonstration. In the meantime, once again, don't forget all our products on sale with the live stream 2020 code, save 30%. So check that out, and I'm gonna be right back. Well, I'll be right here. You will hear me ticking away when I get my coffee. And you can look at me when I'm ticking away. Look at that screen. Let's see here. Oh boy. Let me see here. Just getting these emails, a couple emails out of the way here, and I'll be back giving a QXP Marsh demo. Let me think. CSM. Let's see here. All right, that's out of the way. Should do it. Oh boy. Yeah, I need your license ID. Otherwise, I can't help you. Well, I can help you very good, at least. Oh boy, so many emails here. I don't even know where to start. Well, some of these are just going to have to wait. All right, so let's see here. Now, I do want to actually do that real quick before I jump back on the live stream here. And that is let's see. All right. That's weird. Yeah, sorry, I guess I helped out more customers than I thought. Alright, at least now I can help her. Let me see here. La-di-da-la-di-da-di-da. That's just the weirdest thing. Oh no, it's not. Okay, I get it. I get it. All right. And if you have any questions, just put it in the chat. I'll be back hopefully soon here. Just got a little snafu going on here. Let's see here. Oh boy. Okay, cool. Let's pop to load. Yeah, we don't. All right. Okay. All right, so let's give a little demo here now on the. Let me first triple check everything. Everything's looking all right. People in there. Yeah, feel free to ask any questions, folks. Don't be shy. Oh yeah, one more thing. Sorry, one more second, guys. Let me just do one last thing here. Can I see that? Oh, taking longer than I thought. Sorry, folks. Let me see here. Let me see here. Let me see here. Let me see that. Oh, yeah, that's good. Okay, I think this is sort of enough for right now in any event. Let's just see here real quick. Okay, that's good. Corona infections down and Bitcoin up. It's a good Monday. All right, let's see here now. What's going on over here? Get this one. And now what I'm going to do is give you a little tour of QXP marks. And to do that, I'm going to start actually with Q to ID. Maybe we'll start right here in the web browser. So if you go over to Markzware.com and a lot of people come in to Markzware based off of a Google search, Quark to InDesign, Quark Express to InDesign, and they see Q to ID and they come in the Q to ID page, and what you're going to see is that you get this. It's like a phase-out plan, and effectively, if you're a Windows user, you still have to go to Q to ID route, which would be the right-hand side here. And if you're a Mac user, you want to go to the new route, the new exciting QXP marks side of things. Now, it's all exciting. It's all great because at the end of the day, it's doing what it says on the tin. It's converting Quark Express files to InDesign with a click. With QXP marks, it is actually 2 clicks or so, but it's so simple. It's the we're not counting clicks in that process. Okay, delicious. And well, you can see right here on the chart where we are in the process, and basically, Qt ID is still available, and if you're on the Windows, and for the Mac users, it's also still available. There are a couple cases where people prefer to use Qt ID, and that's fine right now. And we're phasing everything out to go QXPmarkz. And as you saw with those scripts, if you were around earlier, those scripts would like to use QXPmarkz in InDesign just like Qt ID anyway. So you're only gaining so much more by using QXPmarkz, which you'll see in a moment. The technology has been changed. It's been made better, of course, or even better, because when Qt ID is such an amazing product, it's been out for so long that there was a certain phase where support was high in the beginning, and then it tapered off, and then it just started going down. And there was a point where Qt ID support was pretty much non-existent. I mean, apart from the standard, it's your computer plugged in type of deal. And, that can happen and no problem. But in any event, so why would we change it? Well, we made it even better. And I'll show you what I mean with that. So that's just so you know, if you cruise in, what you get. And down below, you'll see some of the reasons why it's so amazing to get QXPmarkz, because you're going to be getting... It's weird. It doesn't scroll when you zoom in like that. I can't zoom in. Anyway, I'm going to show you. There's so much more you get to Qt ID. You see down here a little bit more. You don't only get QuarkXPress to InDesign, but you get QuarkXPress to Affinity Publisher. You get QuarkXPress to IDML itself, the underlying export format of InDesign or Adobe. You get QuarkXPress to PDF if you wanted, to just spit out a PDF you could share with others. You get QuarkXPress to Illustrator. There are a lot of different interesting things. And there's a lot of QuarkXPress files out there in the world. A real lot. Like, millions, millions, and millions. I mean, when you think back to the early days, like I was talking about back here, when Markzware first started out, and Pat and Ron were back there making their first extension to help Pat with his, getting his beta version of Quark file back to a lower version of Quark. Back then, everybody used Quark. Everybody, every graphic designer, almost everybody. There was Aldous PageMaker, and people did use that actually for sure. But every publisher and supplier of publishers and major printer, of course, printers just go with the flow. Whatever they're going to deliver, they're going to try to print. And QuarkXPress was just used for years and years and years, the standard. And a lot of you out there might not know what QuarkXPress even is anymore, but it is like InDesign. It is in InDesign. And some would say, even to this day, because QuarkXPress is still around, it's better than InDesign, better typography, more control of the text and kerning and all that, So we'll jump back now here into demonstration. This. And this is QXPmarkz, so it's a lot different than having it opened up in InDesign here. And just to give you an idea, in InDesign, when you first launched QXPmarkz, you get that option, which I showed before, this whole, helping the customers there. You get these scripts you can install. What you get when you install the scripts, and this is InDesign 2021 version 16, as they call it. What you also get is a convert QuarkXPress document option. So just like Qt ID right up in your InDesign. But you don't even need to have InDesign open or even on your machine to use QXPmarkz. Out of the box, now I gotta find the Quark file here. Out of the box, anyone can use it for free to preview Quark files. So if we take this Quark file here and we drop it on QXPmarkz, it's going to fetch or prepare. Actually, it's not fetching, it's preparing a preview, and boom, you get a complete preview of this Quark file without even having QuarkXPress on the machine. I do, but if you don't, it wouldn't matter. So for people that just in the traffic department or management just want to see what these old Quark files are without owning Quark. You can even open old versions of Quark and new versions of Quark very easily or at all. So you're really stuck with legacy document, legacy data. It's very costly, as many of you know, many of our customers know. And we see right away this is an older Quark Express 7 file. You get all the particulars about it, and see there's a lot of text in there. It's a proper book with a worthy cause. And yeah, you scroll through all the previews and get all the information. And at that point, you can choose what you want to do with the file. Now, if you have the full version of QXP Markz, this is where the free stuff stops, and this is all you get with the free. You can then go and export to various file formats. And very similar to IDMarkz and design files, which you can also find on Markzware.com. And all of this, by the way, live stream 2020, 30% off today. So feel free to use that code to save an extra 10%. You get 30% off in total. So it's only, for today, so check it out. I think we'll have it good for a couple days, but it's not going to be forever. So we can then, let's say, export all these pages as PDFs. And if I just say, do 1 to 7, and I can even open a specific application. I'm not going to do that right now. Just to show you, I'm going to export it. And we'll do it to the downloads. And then what I get is everything in a new folder, nice and organized for us. And we open it up, you see we get now the 7 pages exported exactly as they are in the PDF. So pretty amazing that you can take a PDF, you can take a Quark Express file and create a PDF out of it like that. And then you have just freed up your legacy Quark data into something that you can view and use. Now, from there's a lot of other possibilities. So we could also export to various image file formats, and we could even export the text stories. So we could say stylized RTF. We could open in a specific application, and we could choose. Yeah, this is what I want to try. I haven't used BBEdit in years, but I just downloaded it again. And then we hit export. We save it down. And it's going to open another window here. There we go. We get everything opened up. Fully stylized text. Now, it's probably not good to show you it like this and BBEdit. What I can do is just pop open the actual. And you see it's fully stylized, just as it is in the book. Yeah, so extremely useful, just with that alone. Now, many people are purchasing QXP Markz for the Quark Express InDesign possibilities, and that's just as easy. You just go over here up top, and this is, by the way, my system is the Big Sur, the latest version. The interface is slightly different from the older Macs, but this will be over on this side. That's about it. And you can find all these tools up here, by the way, as well. So now what you do, you just click Open in InDesign over here. Click InDesign. And off she goes to the races, taking that Quark Express file that's been theoretically locked up on your system for 10 years, gathering digital dust, and now it's being pried open in InDesign, 2021 in this case, the most recent version of InDesign. Oh, there we go. I've got some missing fonts, of course. There we have it. So now we go in and edit and use this file as needed in InDesign. So it's a 2-click conversion from Quark to InDesign, just like that. Now, there's much more, because some people say, well, I got a lot of stuff and I want to do batches and this and that. Well, no problem. So what you do, you can, let's close this one down. Let's go over here to some of my, let's just grab a bunch of Quark files here. I'm just going to drag them over here. I've got 3 different variations of Quark files. I'm just going to drop them on the interface. So you can actually do batch converting, just drag and drop, boom, they open that then easily. Now, the only drawback is you have to preview each one, or at least look at each one. Oh, 2016. 2016 is probably all 2016, yeah. You would have, do each one of these export, export, export. Now, there are other ways to automate things, and that's here under the IDMarkz preferences. So you can do open in and actually open your files in Quark if needed. But in this case, going Quark to InDesign, you can actually then automatically do certain elements without having the interface, let's say, bothering you all the time. You can even, it's even Apple scriptable to a certain degree as well. So you can automate a lot of this and integrate it into workflows. So on document open, we want to export to IDML, and we want to open in a default application, and always open IDML in, and we're going to click, oops, I got to click the little checkbox there. Always open IDML in, and now I'm going to choose InDesign 2021. And now when we do this, it should take these and not only automatically give us a preview, take control, IDMarkz. You only have to do that the first time, new version, and they all open up right up in InDesign one after the other. So, very handy process to automate, doing several files at once. Now, I have pre-flighting on in InDesign that holds up some of these files, checking away, but you get the idea on how it works. There we go. So everything is now opened right up in InDesign. That was just seconds ago. Quark Express legacy data. Old flight check ad here. I was like the lost art of calligraphy. Missing fonts. It was a cool one. Now, another interesting way to take, okay, now I have, well, let's get a different file. Spruce things up a bit here. This will be an interesting one. Let's drop this one up. Don't save. Don't save. And don't save. Now I'm opening. Oh, yeah. I still have it. Now, one problem with setting up automation, you have to turn it off if you don't want it to work anymore. So I don't want to, But what's cool, just to touch on automation here before we go from there, you can do all kind of on document open, always export things or PDFs of every page, or always export the text stories or whatever it might be. So you can always do certain automations. And you can also have various other preferences set that will help help the workflow even a bit more. Now, preferred tabs and opening, that's interesting because that when you get like 2 or more files, you can actually turn it off and they open up as separate files. That's kind of neat. Anyway, a lot of cool preferences there. All right, so now we got this old, look at that, Quark Express 4. Old product brochure we had back when we had Mark Scout. I don't know if anyone remembers Mark Scout. You know, if you do, hey, let us know. State. Actually, I think Markzware very first, you know, real commercial product was X-State. Markz Tools might have been the first, you know, one in development, so to speak, and used in a certain sense, but X-State was, I think, the first paid-for product. So now let's try something. Now you can also just export to IDML, and that's you know, always possible if you just want to archive these for, you know, opening later. Just want to do a batch of them, and you get a nice folder. Where is that? Over here. I'll just throw it on the desktop here. You get a nice folder. Yeah, I'm sure I want to move it. You get a nice folder with the file. The Quark file now is IDML, and you get all of the images as now this is very handy. Matter of fact, some of these files I don't really have anymore. I mean, they're on like a drive that went corrupt, or, you know, they're on a server that is you know, offline or whatever. I mean, I do have this one, but some of these I might not have, like some of these screenshots, and or some of these old awards, you know, that Flight Check picked up along the way. Like this one, don't have that one anymore. So these are, it's a really neat way to actually get in there and export the images at resolution used. So it's not going to, you know, magically create a high-res image if it's not used at high resolution proportions and values. However, you can imagine if you don't have anything at all, this is better than nothing. And nowadays, a lot of people are using old legacy data for online use, or for, you know, quick and dirty flyers where, you know, it seems like pre-flighting is less of an issue for a lot of people nowadays, which is a pity. You know, the old Mark Scout. So these are all the old results screen. Wow. Anyway, it's a neat way, like you see, to get at the images that are locked up inside that Quark file, at least to a certain degree. In this case, they really are low-res. But, you know, if people use images at resolution used, you know, big proper, like, you know, size post or whatever, you're going to get a nice chunky file here as well that's quite usable. So we can now take this one and throw it out, because now what I want to show you is how to take your Quark file. Another development in 2020 has been the advent. Well, it's been around a little bit before that, but not. I think in late 2019 it came out really. You know, for the, you know, for public use, is Affinity Publisher, and it's been pretty amazing because there's been a lot of people that have been going and using Affinity Publisher. It's not an InDesign replacement in and of itself, but it does a lot of really cool things. And I actually love to use Affinity Publisher from time to time as well, because, for instance, if I like I do like a lot of these little bird videos, or I went down and saw where the pilgrims left from, you know, that went to America and founded America eventually. And what I like to do, like if I take up an image like this JPEG here, and I try to drop it on InDesign, it won't let me open it. But if I drop it on What's going on here? Got all kind of weird. Okay, I gotta get this computer back going here. 1 second, guys. Sorry. If I, where was I again? If I would take this image and I drop it on Affinity Publisher, it will allow me to drop it on Affinity and opens like boom. Now, I'm not so interested in editing this image, although it's not a perfect image, but I might want to, like, you know, for a YouTube video, just add some text here. So now I can just go in there and add some text. You know, this is the Pilgrim Fathers Church, or whatever, you know. And this is in Duffshaven. So what I'm going to do is just, and this is really neat. This is where the Pilgrims were actually English dissidents. I mean, they weren't welcome in England anymore, or they're going to jail if they continued what they were doing. So some of them did go to jail anyway. But what they ended up doing is William Brewster had a job at the Dutch embassy or something, and he had, you know, connections in the Netherlands, which was a pretty tolerant nation even back in those, you know, very strict days. And the Pilgrims were allowed to come to Netherlands, and they weren't known as Pilgrims then; they were just known as English dissidents, you know, religious freedom fighters. What am I looking to do here? Oh yeah, let's do about. That's pretty darn close. So anyway, it doesn't really matter. I'm just, you know, doing a little thing here. So what you can now see is you can, I could very quickly add in text, and I could adjust things to be the way that I desired. And this is pretty neat way. I really like that I can just open an image right in Affinity Publisher, makes a new document at that size, and I can then quickly add in, you know, text that I wanted, and I could export this as a, I'm just curious. Yeah, interesting. So let's say like, anyway, I just funky, but right. So then, you know, you can just save it out, and then you have a new document based on the size of the image, which is really kind of cool. You know, quick and dirty way to make a YouTube thumbnail or whatever it might be. Is obviously nowhere near perfect. Anyway, so now I'll get out of here. So Affinity Publisher, very cool. A lot of people are switching to it. Yeah, switching from InDesign and definitely from Quark Express, switching to Affinity Publisher. But even more, just dabbling, you know, trying it out and living in both worlds. But I've definitely met a lot of people, you know, online that are completely done with subscriptions or completely done with Quark or whatever it might be, and just switching. Their business is fine using Affinity Publisher for the work they do for, you know, their type of customers. Boy, this thing keeps it pretty warm for a while. My son got me this, you know. It's like a, I don't know, zoom lens, you know, but obviously fake one. But I don't know what, is it a 200 millimeter or something? I don't know. But pretty cool. 100 millimeter. And it keeps it nice and warm. And it goes down nice and smooth. I like it. And it's nice and sturdy. Anyway, thanks, Thomas. Right, where was I? Right. Quark Express to Affinity Publisher. That's where I was. So now we got this Quark file. We switched to Affinity Publisher. We can just click this button, and off it goes. And now look at that. Now, I don't have these images on my machine, so their resource manager is freaking out. But in any event, I could get to work on this, and maybe I should show you. This is an ancient file, of course. Maybe I should show you a better one. So if we now click Create New Publisher, we can get your entire document opened right up in Publisher. And you see there are some issues with sizing and what have you, but in any event, it's a lot better than starting over from scratch if you've chosen the route of going to Publisher. So that's kind of neat. Anything else showing? Well, of course, you can go into Illustrator from Quark Express, which could be handy for certain uses where you want to get your Quark files in Illustrator. If you have certain type of vector or more stuff you'd rather use in a vector program, you could open them up in Illustrator as well. I don't think this is really the right one to show with that, but yeah. Anyway, you get the idea. Illustrator do the same, Open Illustrator, Acrobat, the same, Open Acrobat, and of course the various exporting options we discussed. So that is basically QXPmarkz. Real simple. Basically, it is your Quark to InDesign workhorse that many of you know and love, and it's just gotten even better. It's now giving you more options, more bells and whistles, and more features and functions. So next time your Q.ID comes up for renewal, you want to look at QXPmarkz. And I should mention that on that note, let's get out of here right for this second here. We'll cruise back into our web page. If we continue to QXPmarkz from the phase out window, we've already gotten 7 reviews. Great to see. If you're a QXPmarkz user, please leave a review. It's great. A new product, even though it's long tested technology, at least to a certain degree, it's great to get reviews because that helps people make a buying decision. And that's what I want to talk about, the buying decision right here. And that's really we've listened to feedback. We're having still the 12-month subscription, but we're also offering a perpetual version, so you outright own it within the end user license agreement terms and conditions, which effectively, what's a lifetime? I mean, as long as you're on an old OS, you can use it for a long time, and you have old Quark files, you can probably use it for a long time, the perpetual version, and you'll be fine. If you just have like old Quark files, and that's all you're going to use it for is old depository of Quark files, I'd recommend the perpetual version. Because most people, when they buy Q.ID or now QXPmarkz, will use it time and time and again, year after year. Why not convert everything all at once from Quark to InDesign and then never use your Q.ID again and don't have to pay $199 every year? Or now with QXPmarkz, choose for perpetual version, $300 instead of $200 or euros, wherever you're located. Well, that's quite simple because, as we just discussed several times today already, is conversion sometimes need touching up. And any translation from German to English or English to German needs massaging at certain levels of the translation. And the same with converting. Although the conversion is, in the Quark to InDesign side of things, pretty solid, pretty darn good, there is also quite a decent amount of time where you need to do some touching up. And it's going to be small things a lot of times, millimeter work, as it were. A lot of people won't even notice or even care, but a lot of people will. So you just got to be aware that you do have to check every file, like always. Always use your quality, total quality control approach, total quality assurance approach. Don't leave any chance for mistakes. So anything you convert needs to be checked, even more so than stuff you might create yourself. Although that should be checked as well, because we all have our Monday mornings. It's Monday today as well. We all have our Friday afternoons. We look forward to that, don't we? It's only Monday, but we'll get there. Yeah, so the perpetual version is something that people, when they have a whole bunch of old Quark files, they're not going to convert them all at once. It's just not. You definitely could, but you'd have to then realize, well, these are converted files. You have to make it very clear, and they need to be checked before you go further. They should be checked before you go further. The problem is, once they're converted, they look really great, unless you know, with QXP Markz, you can have a visual like, well, here's how it looks here, and let's see how it looks now in InDesign, right? So you could actually, right here and now, with the aid of your old Quark file, QXP Markz, and InDesign, you get a complete quality assurance workflow. And in the future, with our new flight check product, or even in InDesign, you have some pre-flight as well. You can make sure that everything's in fine order here. So, nonetheless, that's why a lot of people might want to choose for a perpetual version. And if you're going to stay on, same OS for years and the same Quark files, you're not getting in Quark files from other people, other customers, then all you need is the perpetual version. It'll just keep working and working and working. Well, if you all of a sudden want to get, like, now everyone's going to Big Sur, or get one of the new M1 Max, which everyone wants. Yeah, then you have to pay an upgrade fee. Instead of the $299 all at once, you have to maybe a $99 upgrade fee, or whatever it would be, depending on the amount of work it is to upgrade the product. So those are the buying options. Once again, the preview is totally free, so that's pretty cool, and it's just a great way to convert your Quark files right into InDesign. And I gotta get some more coffee. So, well, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna play now one of these customer reviews, because we have on YouTube here. Let's see, how do I do that? Maybe I just let's see, find this review. Well, I'll show you the playlist. That's what I'll do. I will show you. So here's the Markzware YouTube, Markzware, or Markzware TV. Either one will bring you. And please do subscribe. And when you click on Markzware, you'll get all of our various, actually subscribe with this account too, all of our various, and when you subscribe, click the bell and get all, click all. Then you get all whenever we go with something, whenever we go live the next time. Yeah, it's kind of fun, to be honest with you. I hope it's beneficial, though. Otherwise it's kind of a lot of time. But you can also get personalized. They only send you things that are relevant to your viewing interests. But otherwise, you're subscribed as it is, and then you can see all the videos. And we have a bunch of videos. We do about every 3 or 4 weeks we'll have a video on average. Well, maybe about every 2 or 3 weeks on average. But part of that are customer interviews. And here we saw Patrick Marchese, CEO of Markzware, with David from CreativePro.com. So that was a great,
so we
great
see
fun little
in the
interview.
future that there will be a lot of affinity publisher forums. And I think that that's in the next 5 years going to be potentially maybe add some additional functionality. There will be the desktop publishing platform of choice in the future, even beyond InDesign, if you can believe that. Wow. That is actually hard to believe. But well, it was hard to believe. Remember with Quark Express, we thought that they were going to last forever. And the thing that was neat about Quark Express.
Well, you can watch this. This is a great interview. David Blattner we'll stop that screen better like that, you know. Sorry, David. Great guy over at creativepro.com, and a great interview with Patrick Marchese. Check it out. But yeah, what I wanted to show you, that was also a live deal back when, you know, when was that? Back in May, right after, or was that right before Creative Pro? If I go back, you'll see under our playlist section, we have a bunch of playlists, and there you can get like, let's see here, Qt ID testimonials. You can see all the various testimonials. I gotta update this, by the way. Oh, here we go. Okay. No, they're all listed one for one. Okay, I guess it's okay. I could probably show this differently. In the event, here's all testimonials, and then we have like DTP testimonials, and then we have IDMarkz testimonials, and then we have QXPmarkz testimonials. And in the QXPmarkz testimonials, you'll see if you click them there in YouTube, you'll see them all listed. There's only 2 right now. Yeah. But there are 2 great ones, because these are 2, you know, industry professionals, like really, really sharp ladies who know they're in design, both of them in their own right. Amy Beth Menendez is a top trainer within a large publisher, but also in her design company uses InDesign and old work files all the time. And Lori Rulin is just an amazing trainer. Just I'll let you watch Amy Beth on your own, because that's a great interview. She's always a lot of fun to interview, as was Lori. And I'm going to let this roll here while I go get some more coffee. I'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes.
Lori is a Adobe certified trainer and design expert. Well, Lori, here, let's pull up the Skype. And before we do that, she's going to tell us about her experience amongst getting the background what Lori does on using DTP, a new product from Markzware, to preview.
Don't forget, guys, who's our Markzware live stream 2020, 30% off. I'll be right back.
Hi there, it's good to talk to
I'm going to put on full screen for you.
It was not too long ago.
Enjoy. Be right back.
Right.
Oh, boy.
So I've been a speaker at Creative Pro for the last couple of years, and this last year was interesting because we did it all online. And it was an interesting experience, but I'm telling you, it was fabulous. I mean, I prepared a couple different sessions, and I watched 4 straight days everybody's sessions that I could, and I've actually now gone back and listened. It was just really, really good. And even though I taught these programs for years, I feel like I still learn something new, use a new nugget or a new bit of information. I'm always learning something new from everybody.
Oh, yeah.
It's great. It's great.
So, yeah, I really enjoyed all the sessions, but your sessions as well. Actually,
interactive documents, and I was talking about how to export to PDF and EPUBs and publish online and Java Productions in 5, and just kind of getting all the animation and all that, learning how to make some of that stuff, starting from scratch. It was cool. It was fun.
Oh, it was.
Another one on styles and paragraph styles.
InDesign styles. Yeah.
InDesign styles. Yeah, it was good. I've been teaching InDesign for since it came out. I started working with InDesign in 1998, 99, right when it came out. And at the time, I was actually teaching Quark Express. And so I worked for a print shop for a couple of years, and then I answered an ad in the newspaper, and they needed a Quark Express teacher. It's like, I could do that. And from there, I have been teaching over almost 25 years now. And for a long time, I taught a class called InDesign for Quark users. And so I was able to show them, well, here's how you did this in Quark, and here's how we'll do that in InDesign. And so I was able to pair the 2 programs together, and I taught that probably every month for about 5 or 6 years. And so I was very well versed in Quark, and I have to say I haven't opened it up in years. I don't even have it on my computer, and I always thought, I'll never not use Quark Express, and so here I am needing your product, which is funny.
Yeah. Let's now switch over to the Markzware side. So how did you first hear about? You remember the first time you ever heard about Markzware, or how did you?
I have been talking about Markzware in my classes for years because especially in the InDesign for Pork users classes, everyone would say, for the longest time there was this little button that said, "Oh, open up your Pork Express file." And what was that, version 4 or 5 that they stopped that?
Yeah.
When did they stop that?
From InDesign, you mean?
Yeah, like Pork 5, I think.
Yeah, Pork 5, Pork 6. Yeah, it was a while back anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, and so at that time, everyone's like, "Well, wait a minute, I now still have all these Pork files." And so for the longest time, I was recommending, "Oh, well, you have to go buy this plugin." And I'd pull up the website and I would show it in class, and I would probably show it in probably every other class that I would teach. And so I have been well aware of the program and the need. Believe it or not, I never had to use it up until recently. And so a lot of my clients, they either had it at their offices and they would already have converted it and sent me the file, which was great. But I have recommended it for years, basically.
Right. Yeah, well, that's interesting. And what's just to make note before we switch into the next part of this interview is that Q to ID is being replaced and slowly phased out by QXPmarkz, our new product, which is a standalone application, unlike Q to ID, which is a plugin to InDesign for Mac and Windows. And at this stage, QXPmarkz is only for Mac, and we're still working on the Windows version, which is why we're still, of course, keeping Q to ID for those customers that need the conversion port to InDesign, which there are still a lot out there. But there are a lot of customers. Surprisingly, and a lot, And what was interesting with Lori is that happens with a lot of customers as well. All of a sudden, they come across a batch of Pork Express files that they all of a sudden need to get access to, and they don't have Qt ID anymore. They need to get it, or in this case, Lori got the new product from Markzware, the QXPmarkz. So, yeah, maybe you can tell us how that was setting it up and using it the first time. How did it go?
Yeah, well, a little bit of the backstory. My father's has written a book over the last few years just about his life, and he was a history teacher, and so he was really adamant about making sure that his grandkids knew about his life and growing up on the farm in a small town in Iowa. Wow. And so years and years ago, probably in early 2000s, late 90s something, I said, "Oh, Dad, let me put that into a book for you." And of course, I used Quark at the time. And so the longest time it was in Quark, and he printed it out 8.5 by 11 spiral bound it. So fast forward to present day, I said, "Well, let's turn this into an actual book." I had done a book project, an ebook, and a book project for a project that I was hired to do. And so I said, "Hey, I've done this once, let me do it again." And so I transferred all of his text. Now, I did have his text already in Word, and because over the years I had already transferred it, and so I put it into InDesign. So then I started looking through some old files, and I found a piece of paper, a stapled chunk of paper, and it was written by his brother, who has since passed. And I said, "Where is this document?" And he's like, "I have no idea." So we contacted my cousins, and they sent me 5 documents that were Quark Express files. And she said, "I don't know what these are. Do you have the ability to convert them?" I said, "Yes, I do, and I know the exact person to purchase the product from." And so I did, and you helped me figure out which product that I needed. And I'm telling you, within about 5 or 6 minutes, I had all these files converted and ready to go, and I'm now working on putting those into InDesign.
Wow, awesome, awesome, yeah. And you, see, when you first use QXPmarkz, you get a preview of a little file. So did you look at that? Was it?
I did.
Okay.
When I opened up the file, I had family history 1, 2, and 3, and I had family history beginning, and they had intro. I don't know what he was doing with this, and so I was able to click on him and see that this is the cover, and I don't
just give me a couple minutes and eat some celery. I think I better mute for that.
It was just the pictures.
They say celery's really good. Well, Lori, she's great.
I noticed on the side,
see, how do I mute myself?
The image of the document I was trying to open up, it told me it was 1 page, It told me how many colors. It told me how many images were in this, and so I knew which one I needed to open up, which was really nice. And so I found the one that was like 20 pages long, and I was able to open that one up. And I'm not an affinity publisher yet, but I noticed at the top that I could do both InDesign and Illustrator, and there's an Acrobat, isn't there?
Also, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's really cool. If I didn't have any of these, InDesign that I needed, I just simply needed to send a PDF to somebody to say, hey, is this the file that you're looking for?
Right.
I was like, oh, that's perfect. That I could just export it as a PDF and not have to worry about it.
Right.
So,
Yeah, it's pretty neat. Or like for the PDF, it's just like someone maybe just they just want to see what was in the document, just get the text, or and you can just make a PDF, have Quark or InDesign. They just need to get the content. You can just send them a PDF of that Quark document, just like that.
Right, and that's what's kind of cool, to be able to figure out which document I needed, and if I needed to go through the conversion. And for those people who don't even have InDesign, you can still use it. The top tier of that, the art director or something, can still use this product and say, hey, this is the file that I want. Send it to the people that are working on it. They don't even need to have InDesign, which I thought was really cool.
Yeah, it's neat. Great to hear. Well, thank you. So I guess, would you recommend people, if they need to free their Quark Express documents or something else, would you recommend QXP Marks?
Absolutely, because if I didn't have an ability to figure out how to export this work file, I wouldn't be able to add it to the book that my dad's writing, but I wouldn't be able to, honestly, to have his information that he wrote probably 18 years ago. He was a printer in a very small town in Iowa, and he used Quark Express. And so if I didn't have this product, I wouldn't be able to have the history that he had written down for his grandkids. And we did have one printout, but that was all we had. And so absolutely, I would, what I found was really cool is that it kept a lot of the inline graphics. It kept some of the page numbering. Now, I found out that my uncle didn't quite know how to use page numbering in Quark, but one of the files...
Hey, he's a printer.
Yeah, he was a printer. He got it done. So I knew it wasn't my document that I had created. It was his, just there was a couple nuances that I knew I wouldn't do in it. But what I noticed is that the page structure was the same. The inline or the anchored graphics were still there. And I still had some of a lot of the formatting. He didn't use paragraph styles. I knew that's his problem, not mine. But I found a lot
great interview.
was still there, which was really nice, so that I could still keep the integrity.
Back in the early days of Corona here.
Yeah,
and I'll probably end up copying and pasting a lot of the text into InDesign. But what was nice is that I was able to see his original intent, and I wouldn't be able to do that if I just was copying the text with OCR, and I'd have to read, the text.
Well, it's interesting.
Before we go,
interesting quote here.
I love this. Where was that quote? Right here. You can't see it, I don't think. I'm on your webpage. It says, teaching makes me a better designer, and designing makes me a better teacher. I thought that was such a great... I'll skip that disclaimer first.
Yeah. Isn't that a great comment?
That's such a great quote, Lori. I mean, I guess, yeah.
Let me
It's true, because...
Let me get out of there. I think we have a visitor. Let's see. Oh, hey. It's Pat himself. I'm going to add Pat in. How's it going, Pat?
Great, David. How about yourself?
Oh, I'm doing great. Well, I've been telling the folks a lot about the history of Markzware and, all the nuances and funny things about how Markzware started, and, well, pretty incredible things, like your... how'd that story go again? I mean, you could tell better than me, of course. Everybody, this is Patrick Marchese. He's one of the co-founders of Markzware. You probably haven't watched the whole live stream, but we talked to him a couple times throughout the live stream. And one of the stories, Pat, I was telling was about the, when you had to do that first job in Quark Express, or you had asked to do the first job in Quark Express for the design agency, and then you used the beta version. You couldn't downsave, or how'd that go again?
Well, at Foot Cone Building, I had the later versions of Quark Express, and I needed to allow the other artists to get into those files. And at that time, Quark Express wasn't backwards compatible. And it actually became an idea for a product. Actually, it was an idea to keep my job.
Yeah, that's what I like about. I mean, it was like, you really had to. Yeah, you really needed your own product.
It was something else. But thank God for my partner Ron, and he came up with a solution.
Yeah, that's amazing. Because back then, I mean, that was in the early days of desktop publishing, digital desktop publishing. So, yeah, there was a lot more snafus and issues with files than today, and there's enough today as it is.
Yeah, I think that I was on Quark. At that time, we started off with Quark 1.7, and I was up to Quark 3.3, and people needed to use the 3.3 documents and 1.7.
Wow.
It was interesting.
Yeah. Wow. Amazing. Yeah. Well, it's been. Sorry, what'd you say?
Yeah, no, just that I was told that if I didn't allow people to get back into those earlier files with these later files, that my job would be gone, that I would be fired. And I went to Ron, and I asked him, Ron, what do you know about reverse engineering? What do you think? Can we get these files back from 3.3 into 1.7? And he said, well, give me a night, and we'll see what I can do.
Wow. And it worked out.
It did. It really did. It was quite amazing.
Wow. Yeah, my version of the story, I said it's a weekend, but, Ron's amazing, so he only needs a night.
Yeah.
And what's cool, Ron is still one of our engineers, of course, and still partner with Pat, and that's, I think, quite cool with Markzware that all these years,
Oh yeah, it is a blessing, and for over 30 years we've known each other, and yeah, Ron is a great guy.
Yeah. Well, you're up early, Pat. I just realized.
A little bit.
I mean, nowadays, like I look outside, it's getting dark here early too. Like what they call it, the darker days, of December. It's almost December, all effective purposes. But yeah, I mean, Pat's on the West Coast. I mean, normally in Nevada, but I guess you're in California today, or?
Yes, I'm in California.
Yeah, but it's real early over there. Cyber Monday,
That's right.
Yeah, on that note, everybody, don't forget, we have the special deal going right over here. Oh, you can't see it. I'll put it up here for a moment. And, everyone on the live stream get an extra, well, anyone right now can get 20% off with Cyber 2020, but with the live stream 2020 code, you can get 30% off, for, watching this live stream. So have, go at it. Yeah, I've just been giving demos, Pat, here and there, and in between doing some other stuff. But it's been a lot of fun, just talking to myself. I mean, it'd be nice if we got more interaction, but it's people are shy, so that's a pity. But
well, we're experimenting with things, right?
Yeah. I see. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, I got private chats over here too. I see. Yeah, see, I'm learning this stuff too. We had earlier Laurel Brunner came on as a guest. You know, that was really cool.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about this. Is cool too. Well, here, let me edit this. You know, we can put up this little this little
Oh
thing.
yeah.
Yeah. So maybe that's, you know, if anybody watching now, you know, if you have a small file, we'll do a conversion for you. Just, you know, send it on over to me. I'm David at markzware.nl. Nancy, Linda, David at markzware.nl, and I'll do a sample conversion for you. It'll be live in front of everybody, but you know, if it's big file, send it with WeTransfer or what have you. But yeah, I'd like to extend that offer if anyone wants to try it out. And what I mean, you can send an InDesign file, Quark file, PDF file, and we'll convert them for you to whatever you like. Just let us know. And I think on that note, what I'll do is I'll let this scroll and I'll give a little demonstration here. I think what I'll show real fast here is the new flight check, a little teaser, because that's kind of neat. Now, many of you might know Markzware for flight check, and that's you know, standalone product that's been with Markzware, well, really since the early days. I mean, actually, Pat, maybe before we cut into that, maybe you can tell us a bit about how flight check came. I mean, because what's interesting about flight check is it actually kind of, you know, back before Markzware came out with flight check, there really wasn't any electronic pre-flighting. As a matter of fact, the term electronic, you know, pre-flighting, coined by Chuck Wagner, was more or less coined after flight check. There was another PostScript checker, I believe, but there was no native file checking of any sort. So, I mean, how did you come up with that whole idea, Pat?
Well, PostScript did change everything, and it allowed for typography to be created on a Macintosh at that time in different applications. And instead of going out to a typesetter like Andreessen or others, where they would have to spit out different galleys of type that you would have to paste up and stuff for the ads, then all of that could be done on a Macintosh. When I was at Wood Conan Welding Advertising, I was trying to convince them that the Macintosh was the way to go instead of going to Andreessen and outsourcing the type, because it would be so less expensive. And finally, they gave me a job to do, and it was to create an ad for 125 different newspapers that would go out throughout the United States in different cities. And when I was doing that, I was very concerned once again about making sure that everything was okay, like 100% before I pressed the button, so to speak.
Yeah.
And I was up all hours of the night, just making sure that everything was correct.
Using the old eyeball method.
Doing the eyeball method with your fonts, your images, all of the elements, the attributes, everything, just making 100% sure that everything was going to be consistent with all 125 ads. which were all just slightly different because it was a dealer ad, and each one of the dealers were different in their cities. So that needed to be replaced. And I just knew that there had to be a different, better way. So Ron and I, we sat at this coffee shop and started to spec this out. And we just on a napkin started drawing, what do we need to check?
Wow.
And there was a long, that's right. Yeah, literally.
Yeah, it must have been a long napkin, you know, one of those fold out.
It was a few napkins.
That's amazing. Wow. So really like, you know, the old coffee shop brainstorming session.
Well, yeah, absolutely. It was the grassroots, entrepreneurial kind of an idea that we thought, well, let's just go for it.
Wow.
And as we got more into it, I asked Ron, so how long do you think that this one's going to take?
Not one night.
And he said, well, he said 2 years.
Oh, wow. And Ron's fast. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I said, okay, well, I have time. Let's just go for it. And little by little, we worked it out. And it was so innovative that I was thinking along the way, I wonder if there's a patent on this kind of thing. And lo and behold, there wasn't. And so Markzware applied for, and a few years later received a patent for this whole system of pre-fighting.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, we had Laurel on earlier today, and Laurel, you know, she worked at Siebold, as you know, Laurel Brunner, and, you know, she was there when Flight Check was because that's where you really launched it, right? With Siebold in '94.
I believe that was the official launch. Before that, we actually we were part of the Pork Express booth. They used to accept third-party developers to be in their booth. And I had a sort of a demo that was a fake demo with just screenshots, and I was kind of faking it along the way. But a lot of people were super interested in it, and that was a year before that Siebold.
Oh, wow.
So at that point, it was like a lot of interest, and I let Ron know about that, and we really started pushing the pedal to the metal. And that's, yes, I think that Siebold is when we released it.
Yeah. Wow. That's amazing. Yeah, it must have been really exciting to, yeah, you guys knew what you wanted, but the other people also, you know, had the same enthusiasm. That's a unique moment, I think, you know.
Well, it really was. It was awesome to see that other people were interested in it and that we were onto something. And we just started to really work on it, to package it, and to come out with something that worked and worked well.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's really that's and what I always liked also about you know, working at Markzware is that Ron and the engineering staff, you know, very how do you say responsive, you know, to the various requests, and you know, sometimes bugs and things that come in, you know, they're just like right on it, like, and interested to learn, like, well, how'd the customer do that, and why do they want that, and you know, how can we do that? You know, it was such a yeah, breath of fresh air to work for a company that really is proactive and values the customer feedback. Because I can imagine with pre-flighting, as I know, yeah, customer feedback is everything, of course, you know.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, and it's been very, very interesting over these several decades in terms of not only trying to apply what people's requests are and their needs and so forth, but looking at the whole landscape of other developers even getting into the pre-flighting area.
Yeah, oh yeah, that was very interesting. And I'm sure you have a few stories on that as well, but that's maybe for another interview,
Well, what I think is going to be very very neat and exciting, and there's been a lot of challenges throughout the entire tenure of Markzware, but there's so much of an opportunity that we have going forward. We have a new framework that we've finally started releasing products based off of IDML. And the new flight check is going to be fantastic. I think that soon people will, when we release this, when we finally get to releasing the new 64-bit flight check and flight check express, that people will see that yes, Markzware is onto something, and we have a whole new way of looking at things based off of those 2 or 3 decades of experience.
Yeah. Well, that's a good point. And maybe on that note, let me give them a quick breeze of the sneak preview of the Flight Check Express.
Sounds great.
Okay, let's see. How do I guess this one. Here we go. All right. So let's see. Where's my Flight Check Express? There it is. So this is not the full version of Flight Check. This is going to be like a light version of Flight Check, and there's various. Yeah, got some other action coming in. Let me close this here real quick. Start fresh. Yeah, when you purchase, this is not for sale yet, not even in beta yet, but in any event, you'll be asked to register if you like. But I'm not going to do that right now. So the way Flight Check has worked for years, is just a simple drag and drop process. So you take your file and you drag it on to. Actually, I'm going to take the bat. Well, they both have problems, but this one has even more problems. Well, what I'll do, I'll take both of them, and you drop them on your Flight Check, and it will scan the file just like Flight Check always does, looking at your fonts, your images, your colors, your stuff, everything, analyzing everything like an eagle eye checkout of your file. And what you get are 2 tabs. Now, you can opt to take a tab and remove it like this. You can get a side by side, and yeah, see, there's some little issues here with Big Sur. I'm on Big Sur, but in any event, what you see right away is that this logo is a little fuzzier than this Markzware logo, and that was actually a problem that I caught using IDMarkz, which is another product which is for InDesign files, to convert them to Quark Express or to export them to IDML or to fix bad files. I gotta share that as well. But what I noticed in the preview, which was kind of neat, because we always wanted a preview in Flight Check, like a soft proof, as it were, was that this logo looks like really oddball. I mean, if you look at it, if you zoom in on it, what you can do with our technology, yeah, it's just not as crisp. Well, you see there it's crisp, but sorry, that's the good one. Look at the bad one. If you zoom in, you see it's jaggier, and all beat up looking compared to this version, which is all crisp and clean. So that's when I realized this is really great. This is something that we've always wanted in Flight Check. People, customers have always wanted in Flight Check, to get a visual pre-flight. soft proofing and pre-flight goes hand in hand, and here you see a perfect example. Now, what I'm going to show you next, because this is a beta version, there's going to be some odd things. But yeah, obviously this will be worked out. But with this particular logo, you could then go further. So if we go over here, we'll take the bad version of the report right here. If we dog ear up these various, you get your standard flight check categories, your file info, your page info, and of course your print info, which can be very handy if you're going to output this file. And you get an overview page by page with the number of said problems. Now, what is interesting about Flight Check Express is that under the preferences, which are quite intense, you won't see a ground control sphere. So this is kind of like why Flight Check Express, a Flight Check light version, kind of like the old Flight Check Collect to a certain degree, but really on steroids of Flight Check Collect, because it does a lot more. I'm going to tell you right now. So if we get down into the colors and the fonts, you'll see right away we do show you missing fonts. So we show you the main, the top tier problems of files. There's 10 or so top problems, and it's going to show you the main ones. So you're missing fonts, and of course you're missing images. Those are really big problems. So now right away we can see on page 1, if we click, we can see it takes us right to the actual problem. And if I click there, I see, well, there's that problem. There's that, look at that file name. It's all oddball. One of the reasons it's a PDF, and I know that this file, the logo, I should use it as a PNG or a JPEG version, which I know is on the system. Somehow this got screwed up, but this should be saying the file name. That's a little bit of a bug we have to fix. But we can quickly see, the percentage it's scaled, the PPI, and if we compare that to on this, get rid of these dog ears. Compare that over here. Oops. I think on this one I have the right. See, here's our proper one. Now, that's the one I know. That's the name I know at least. And you see how it's everything is more proportional, and the PPI is still the same, but everything is just better, for visibility on this one than on this one. So now what we could do is actually say, well, I got to swap this out. Flight Check Express, I got the basics. If I need more in-depth pre-flying, I got to get the full version of Flight Check, or I have to go deeper in whatever method I choose. But now what we can do is actually click on there and say show in InDesign. So this is really neat. So then I click there, and it's going to launch InDesign. Which window I never know. Oh, there we go. Well, I'm not going to do that right now. I'm not going to update links, but I'll let it do its thing here. But actually takes you right into the problem. I don't know why it's hanging on that Illustrator file there. Oh, maybe I got to click. It's Monday, All right, and look, there we go. It takes us right in and selects the file. So you can actually go in and compare and see, okay, it's not a PDF. It's an native Illustrator file. That's part of the problem. And it's also part of the little buggy Rooney here. We got to, fix that file name should be showing up correctly. But once again, this is pre-beta. This is an early version of FlightCheck Express. But yeah, look at that. Now, what's neat, and this is another thing that people have wanted in FlightCheck, well, really since the beginning, since I've been at Markzware. I'm sure it's been asked for like for a long time. So if we get, let's find something a little more interesting. Like here, okay, I need this image right here, and we can zoom out and see, get a visual. Okay, there it is, right? And if we click on it, we can say show in InDesign. Now, what's neat is it takes us right to that page without us having to navigate or file open, look, try to figure out where it just takes us right to the problem, which is really a big thing. Now, we got to work on this double files open, but you see how amazing it is just to get you right to that problem, so you can then, get in there, swap out the image, whatever it is you need to do. And by the way, there's Ron's patent on the, pre-flighting. Can't really zoom in on it here, but anyway. So that's really neat. Those are some of the main exciting things in the FlightCheck Express, is to highlight the problem visually. You can do yourself a visual pre-flight. Say, hey, look at that image looks oddball. You start getting ideas about what you have to take care of when you take this file further. And you get your, of course, your fonts. You could quickly see, do you have the font? Do you have to contact the customer for the fonts? Do you need to load the fonts? All those type of questions, And now that you have checked everything and you make everything good and you pre-flight your file, you can then output a report or package the entire job up. And this is going to probably crash on this file because of these place Illustrator files. So what I'm going to do, for that part of the demo, I'm going to switch. Plus, it's good to get another different view of things, isn't it? Show a different file. This is the pre-release version, not even pre-release, the pre-beta version of FlightCheck Express, the new Markzware FlightCheck experience. Be out soon. Let's see here. What would be a good? Let me get my demo files over here. Bear with me for a second. Well, just before we do that, actually, let me just show you this. It's all this test PDF we have. And what you see, now once again, we stress this throughout the day here, these previews are built on Markzware's technology. They're not grabbing the previews from InDesign or what have you. They're like completely generated by the Markzware technology without the need for InDesign. I have InDesign open, coincidentally, but it doesn't have to be. So in this case, this PDF, we don't have Acrobat open or anything like that. It just gets to preview all by itself. And we can adjust this. This will be easier in the real version. But now we have a PDF and we get the same type of details. Now, I can't open it in InDesign, but at least I can pre-flight a PDF as well. I just wanted to show that real quick. Now let's find a file we can collect here. Let's try this one out. I don't know. I haven't tried these out before. So the preview, we just want to make it clear that there could be discrepancies. So the preview is a best case scenario. It's really good, but you don't want to be, yeah, you really should get a professional proof as well. This is an aid to help you, but it's not the 100% perfect. So now if we do package, what you'll see is we can actually collect and compress or zip up everything into one file. So when we hit package, well, I'm not going to compress it right now. You want to do that in the real version once it's out. This is just all, okay, package was created. Just, okay. And then what we get is this. Oh. Yeah, I do want to move it. I just have to move it. And then you get like your package file. So this is a great way to package stuff for archiving or sending off to their next party, whatever it might be. You can gather all your fonts, just like in InDesign, but maybe this could be an easier way, or you don't have. We also give you a PDF preview of the file, and there's a lot of things you can add into your package file that might be kind of neat, including a report, which is really cool and will only get cooler as time goes on. So this package report will come along with the file to the customer so they can, or send it to the printer, whoever it might be, oops, they can get this information. And you can also, this is a different report, you can also export as HTML the entire report. Let me see here, where? Okay, it's going fine. Yeah, so now just to round off this little part of the live stream, if I let's grab a type of file. Well, let's throw this here Quark file on there. Oops. And I think to do that, I need to get this out of the way first. Now we'll take a Quark file and drop it on FlightCheck Express. And there we go. Let me see. Oh. The entire file is pre-flighted. Oh, well, my son's locked out. I got to go let him in. Pat, I'm going to let you chat for a second, Oh, Pat's gone too. Oh, there he is. Let's see, how do I get that? Unmute. Oh, you mute. Pat, you gotta unmute. You muted yourself. Oh, there we go. Let's see if I can get you.
Kind of
Just kind of
chat away.
Pat, I'll be right back. I gotta let Lucas in.
Okay.
Maybe tell a little story about flight. Anyway, that's FlightCheck. So FlightCheck will check Quark, the new FlightCheck, Quark, InDesign, and PDFs in one package.
Yeah, and PDFs are very, very important still in terms of pre-flighting for different industries. For instance, packaging, catalogs, even newspapers, believe it or not. There's a lot of newspapers and so forth that are still being published. Signs, wide format, basically anything that has ink on paper or ink on a substrate. One of the other things that's I think pretty important is the whole idea of, when we're talking about PDFs, of converting PDFs.
Yeah.
And FlyCheck allows us to do, FlyCheck allows us to check for those PDFs, and then our upcoming product, our current product, PDF to DTP, converts PDF files into fully editable InDesign documents.
That's right. I'll show that. Let me just quit some applications here. Although I gotta say, these modern machines, and this isn't even that new of a machine, but boy, I mean, remember the old days, you had, 2 or more desktop publishing applications open and it was like Crash City, Not anymore. I mean, I had 2 InDesigns, Affinity Publisher, a bunch of Markzware products, and who knows what else open, a bunch of browsers. Okay, let's open up InDesign here. Let me switch to this view here. Yeah, feel free to jump in anytime, Pat,
Yeah, it's a little bit, I got to get my speaker or whatever. There's a little bit of an echo at my headphones, right? So there's a lag in the speaking, so that's why it's a little bit jagged on the way that I'm talking, because it's somewhat difficult to talk over yourself.
Yeah, I know. It's very irritating indeed. Okay, well, let's show now. Well, first of all, let me, just let everyone know that, just as for anyone new that might have just popped in, we have the Cyber Monday special, 20% off, everything. So we're going to show you now in a moment PDF to DTP, 20% off that, but also for IDMarkz, for InDesign to Affinity Publisher. We'll show you that in a moment too. Or about a half hour ago, we saw QXP marks, Quark Express to InDesign, 20% off. But it gets even better. If you're watching this live stream, over in the chat, you'll see a special discount code. And that will be Live Stream 2020. Use that, you'll save 30% right now. Today only, well, maybe tomorrow too, but be very limited time. So if you're thinking of getting a Markzware product, today is the day. The old Cyber Monday. Okay, so let's get into PDF DTP. It's extremely simple to use. And what you see here are some of the new products, the IDMarkz and the QXP and basically PDF DTP is going to be replaced by IDMarkz. Doesn't matter, you're just going to get everything in like one bundle, so to speak. So you as a user, it's not really a problem. And the process is basically the same for the IDMarkz. Is the same as you saw with all the other Markz products, and the conversion process is the same. So with PFTTP within InDesign, we go convert PDF, and we choose a PDF that we want to convert. So if I find here a good PDF, maybe what I can better do is do it like this. First, get my demo files. It's the only problem with this Big Sur. The searching on Big Sur is a little bit different. Definitely in Mail. That's the only little snafu I'm having on Big Sur. apart from some application-specific things. Let's see here, demo files. I'm gonna do that one. And that's not a PDF, is it? That's Illustrator. That's right. That's going to be a little surprise. And we'll do well, this will be a good one. Just because. No, just because. No, oops, that's not what I wanted. This one. It's not going to work. That's a pity. Okay. Here's another PDF. Now I got so many PDFs, but all right. So now I got them on my desktop. So with the way the PDF DTP works, you just go up to your Markzware menu item, you choose Convert PDF under PDF DTP, and there's a host of preferences, and generally I don't change those on the first round of conversion. If I see oddities, and there can be oddities with PDF files or PDF files, I mean, who knows how they were created, if you're getting them in from external sources, which many of our customers are. And then there's various tricks you can do, like, for instance, let's see here, tables. If the file is, tables can cause problems. In some cases, a lot of it's been ironed out over the years. But if tables are causing problems, you turn off the tables, and you just let them, convert as text. Groups can sometimes cause problems or can be interesting. Marked content can, like, if you get a lot of vector objects in your PDF, so like a whole bunch of lines or drawings, and if you get like thousands of these, it can bog down the process. So you might want to have that not turn that off, and then your PDF might convert instead of crashing, because sometimes PDFs can be very, very intricate. Another trick, if you're getting tricky PDFs, is to split the PDF in Acrobat or even Preview, split in half, so to speak. Do a file save as, so you duplicate the PDF. First PDF, you delete the first 50 pages, and the second PDF, you delete the last 50 pages, and you can convert. That might help in some of these cases. I mean, I'll tell you, these birds are just flocking around. Man. That's cool in the winter, the birds flock up like that. But in any event, there's just some little advanced tricks. Most PDFs are going to convert fine out of the box. You get your interactive stuff, you'll get your images extracted, and you'll get, I'd go for the full Monty and see what happens, So Markzware PTB, convert PDF. We'll go to the desktop, and we'll select the menu cart. And there it goes, converting away. And there we have it. So we now have a completely new layout with some missing fonts, of course, where we can go in and actually edit things and change things at will. So you want to adjust matters, or change text, whatever you want to do. Change a menu in this case, swap out imagery, whatever it is, you can now do it. It's a completely new layout. You can see even you see linked text. Carry that over, so very handy. I don't have the font, so this could be causing some reflow issues. And yeah, it's absolutely amazing when you think about it. You know, redoing this would take quite a bit of time. Now you have it like, yeah, a little bit of touching up and you're done. And this is a relatively small document, but even this one is going to save you a lot of time. And boy, it's getting me hungry seeing those, you know, good food there. But now what we also do, and I got to get over here to my other screen to get that, in the documents folder, there's a PDF DTP folder. And in that folder, we'll now see this file with all the images are extracted at resolution U. So you see the cover was a pretty hefty, pretty cool, funky image. That's full resolution, 7.3 megabytes. I mean, that you can do something with that file. You know, hit the space bar. There you got it. Now, if I scroll down, you'll see that's pretty good size, and they're all in this file pretty good size imagery. You know, and now you have those all extracted at resolution used in the document. So pretty amazing. That's what I liked about interviewing. The last interview we did, maybe I'll show you a bit of that in a second. I showed earlier today with Stephen Duxbury. He uses PDF DTP. Well, like you said, he uses it just about daily. And what's interesting about Stephen's company, he used to be a flight check user. He used to be a prepress house, a repro. And over the years, you know, he didn't have to output film anymore for the printers. Printers just do it themselves, and you know those steps in the process were just cut out. So instead of being out of a job, he adapted, and you know, they turned into more of like a you know, it's a small town they're in, small little, not that small, but a village type of place, and he's like the local printer, graphic designer, marketing expert, etc. And all the local businesses are coming to him and her. It's a what do you call, partnership they've had for years and years, and you know, they're using DTP on a daily basis because their customers, they don't have time to waste. All they have is a PDF. They just want some small changes. This is great. DTP helps them just get things done. But like you said, a lot of times the customer says, "Yeah, I just want that image or that logo with some text, and I just need that for this or that social media or trade show I'm doing, or you know, newspaper ad, whatever." So he'll go in there with PDF DTP, and he'll, like the terminology he uses, I'll rip it apart with Markzware. He'll grab what he needs, you know, these images in some cases, and repurpose it. So it's that easy to, you know, to use PDF DTP in a real workflow situation to help get customer work done a lot quicker, a lot faster, a lot better than starting from scratch or waiting for customer to, oh, can you send me this and that image? A lot of these people, particularly in, you know, a small village like that, they're not technical. They don't know how to find an image even. It might be like, you know, pushing the limits of their capabilities. So that was a real interesting. I'll show a bit of that interview in a moment here. Now, another thing with PDTP is not only will it convert PDFs, it'll also convert Illustrator files. So if I go back into PDTP, Markzware, convert PDF, as many of you know, Illustrator, the underlying format in modern Illustrator files is effectively is a PDF. So it'll PDF DTP from Markzware will see it as such, and it basically is as such with a Illustrator wrapper around it. So when we click open, we can actually convert native Illustrator files right into InDesign. One click. And there you have it. So that's, you know, really pretty cool. Love these dinosaurs too. And you see here, it's obviously all vector objects. So yeah, this would be a, you better use this in Illustrator, I think. But hey, if you just needed this real quick, you just want to add some text, you prefer to do it in InDesign, or you had to do it in InDesign, this would be a great way to do it. So that's cool how you can convert not only, and this is not a good example. There's customer files that come in, Illustrator files that are, it's amazing what people do in Illustrator, complete manuals and all kind of stuff, and why, I don't know, but then it's a perfect way to get your Illustrator file in InDesign, with a click, maybe a couple sips of coffee that far. Yeah, I really, it looks like a real lens, but it's just, it's a coffee mug. And it keeps it warm too. It's like, really pretty neat.
Yeah, that's a great.
Yeah, that's a great copy, David.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go grab one.
Yeah, it's like a zoom lens. But
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna check. Okay. What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna let Stephen, little interview with Stephen. I'm gonna let some of that play because, if you want to get PDF to InDesign and get the specials that are going on, you want to hear what Stephen has to say because, yeah, I mean, wow, he really, had a great interview, very interesting information. Let's see here. So I'm going to let this play away here.
All right. Well, I just.
Can you hear that sound, Pat? By the way.
On the video, yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I mean, what's neat? Markzware has like a song, Yeah, it's kind of cool. Anyway, I'm gonna let this play for a bit here, and I'm gonna check out some emails. But the intro you can come back and watch yourself. He has an extremely interesting background. All this PageMaker version 1 user, Corona was just a nightmare for him. Still is, but it was even worse in the beginning, of course. Flight check user for years, depended on flight check daily. And now we'll get into the PDF to DTP right around here somewhere. These are cool, the video chapters in YouTube nowadays. You can chapter out exactly what's going on. I'm just going to let this play while I check out the emails, guys, and I'll be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes here.
And that's what yeah, great. Thanks, Steve. And that's where I come in, into the next product you've been using, which is Markzware's PDF to InDesign converter. You started with the PDF DTP. I don't know. Do you know how long you've had that, Steve?
I thought back in the records. I bet it's maybe 10 years. I don't know.
Yeah.
Please. You don't pay him to say that.
No.
No, we didn't pay him.
Great to put it on.
Wow. Excellent.
Got me out of hole this morning, actually.
With that book?
No, the logo.
Okay.
Didn't have the logo, but I had a PDF of the cover of this magazine. So I simply opened with Markzware, got bits out of the InDesign file, got bits out, and I used it. So this morning I used Markzware.
Wow, awesome. Yeah, and we're not paying Stephen, that's for sure. Yeah. Wow, interesting, yeah. And well, great to hear. I mean, are you getting in a lot of PDFs from customers? You need to transition back into layout files, or what? What's some of the main, common purposes you're using?
I think in all sorts of PDFs. Sometimes in the book I've just done sent me as a Word file. Word file wasn't actually very good.
Yeah.
So, but I managed to make a PDF of the Word file and then use
Oh.
Markzware to open it up.
That's
That
actually
was so better.
actually a good point. You know, I just heard him talking about the a lot of PDF to DTP users or PDF to InDesign users are getting in like Word P or like even Stephen, he creates from Word a PDF and then gets it into InDesign. Even though there are methods, of course, to get Word files into InDesign natively or with other tools, he goes this route, which is interesting. But a lot of the PDFs converted are Word PDFs, Apple Page PDFs, Canva PDFs, and they're converting them into InDesign with Markzware tools. So I'll let them go further here.
The Word file to work with.
Wow. Yeah.
All the pages for me. The pictures were a bit, well, it was a custom original, but not scaled the pictures properly.
Right.
But he gave me a fantastic file to work with. I had 2 files open. A converted file, and then I copied the bits out of that. And I started a new InDesign file, and I was just simply had 2 InDesign windows open. I'm just simply dragging and dropping. So we get all sorts of files from people.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's an old file that they might have done something with, and they want to update and see new picture, new information. Yeah, use Markzware all the time. So
wow.
I've just got a new customer this week. She's hiring out photos.
Oh yeah.
She got a designer to do some mock-ups, and she's actually done a mock-up of a gazebo. But in that PDF, she's actually shown some mock-ups of the PDF of the roof, right? Gazebo. And I ripped it open with Markzware to get the. She's done a little bit of circles. I want to go circles, so I use it for circles.
I like that terminology, Stephen. You ripped it apart with Markzware. Our new slogan: PDF to InDesign, rip it apart with Markzware. That's a good one. Well, that's what effectively, like you said, it does. You can. I use it a lot for that too, for grabbing elements out that otherwise I'd have to recreate.
But that's one. I opened about a 1-page PDF of the cover of this magazine. And it didn't actually have the logo of this magazine in it. All I've got is sort of bits of organisation. But funny if I didn't have the name of the magazine, it's called Big Ben Journal. Ripped it apart and got it and fixed.
Wow. Awesome. Okay. Okay, so if you could rate PDF to InDesign from Markzware from 1 to 10, 10 being the best, 1 being the worst, what would you give it?
Okay, well, I'll start with I'll give it a 10. I will say in probably 90% of cases, perhaps 90-95% of cases, Markzware does a fantastic job of converting the file. Yes, there's a few little bits missing, but here there. The other 5% does a reasonable job. The last 2 or 3%,
yeah. Well, yeah. See, thank you, 10 for product is amazing, and you're being realistic because PDFs are PDFs. They're sometimes created in such a way that it's amazing that you can even get it back into a layout anyway.
The whole point of is you're not supposed to be able to crack it by you, really.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
File you're not supposed to be able to tweak with. I mean, in the past, we've opened up PDFs quite well with Illustrator before we got Markzware. And Illustrator can be quite good at opening up PDF. But I'll give you credit, Markzware normally is better.
There you go. Yeah. And InDesign is a more capable tool for many projects. For just logo, Illustrator would be fine, but for books and stuff,
But sometimes it goes simple. If you've got graduated things, but it's so easy to fix.
Oh yeah.
From 0 to 100. Markzware sometimes can give you like 100 little bits of graphics.
Yeah.
That isn't really a problem. You simply wipe it clean and just draw your own new ones.
Yeah.
To fill. So that's certainly one area that in the past, as I've seen recently, is where it used to fail terribly. Sometimes perhaps something where it's being cut and pasted inside, it might struggle a little bit with, but on the whole, very good.
Excellent, excellent.
Without it.
Yeah, great to hear, great to hear. And on that note, we're coming out with a replacement for PDF DTP. You think crazy? I mean, we just got a 10 out of 10 rating from Stephen for this product. We're PDF DTP is a plugin, and we're creating now standalone technology, so we don't need to be dependent on an application, and you can then still convert your PDFs into InDesign, IDML, or other file formats. And we gave Stephen a beta version of our IDMarkz, and yeah, how'd you like it?
Yes, I really like the summary of the files. I told you, like I did it, I ran my 128-page book through it. So it came with 128 pages. I already told you I didn't want pixels, right?
Yeah.
I'd rather have 1 millimeters.
Yeah, we're gonna fix that. Yeah.
So how many fonts to use, how many colours, and the images. Yeah, I like it for that.
Yeah.
I think I'd rather have it as a plugin to run direct from InDesign itself, because it's just so easy to be in design.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, good point. Yeah, good. That's what we're going to also have added in IDMarkz. Actually, in the beta, it should do it too. You can install these scripts, which will act as plugins, so you can actually call IDMarkz in InDesign, just like PDF. So, cool. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. All right, good. So, I always ask this, but I think it's quite clear. Would you recommend Markzware's PDF InDesign for other people needing PDF conversion?
Yeah, definitely. No shadow there. Just come back to the fact that 90-95% brilliant. The last few, not so good.
Right.
But we've used it so many times. I've lost count. Hundreds of jobs we've used it on.
Wow. Awesome. Great to hear, Stephen. Well, it's been a pleasure talking with you. People can get more information on your company at what's your web address?
www.pressset.co.uk.
Great. I'll put that in the text here, and I'll show your webpage a little bit. Nice webpage. Nice building you guys have. Is that your building down there below at that old brick building?
Yeah, it's
Okay, cool. Yeah, it was a great interview. Very, very happy. Now, this just came in, just interesting, because the next thing I'm going to show you is has to do with Affinity Publisher, and they now have a book out. Pre-order, well, it's not out yet. Pre-order Affinity Publisher Workbook, 30% off, just like Markzware products. Live stream 2020, get 30% off the Markzware products. You can get 30% off this book, which is more money than the program, because Affinity applications are really affordable and yet extremely powerful, and yeah, just interesting. Adam Banks, he's a well-known, editor in the UK, and yeah, very cool. Well, on that note, what I'm going to show you is something interesting as well. I'll see if I can find this. I don't know. I think this Big Sur is still indexing on my Mac because I can't search. It's not working like it should. But let me see here if I can find it. Oh, well, it helps if it's spelled right. Let's see here. Well, that's part of what I wanted to find. You know, anyway, some of you may know Mike Rankin. He's editor of CreativePro.com and you know, a lot of InDesign publications and various other. I think LinkedIn Live, you know, like that LinkedIn Learning. So he does a lot of teaching of InDesign, a lot of InDesign, but also Affinity Publisher. And so he knows both like really, really well, and a ton of other applications. He's really well versed in desktop publishing. And what was interesting was he had back in that Creative Pro time in May, you know, around there, he made a presentation, and we have a video about it on YouTube. But basically, in a nutshell, he gave 10 tips, and you can download these if you check out that video on converting from InDesign to Publisher. And you know, there's a bunch of like practical information, but one of them was IDMarkz from Markzware. And that's what we're going to show you right now. So let's move Mike aside. And what we'll do is we'll jump into this one while I'm looking around for, let's see. Move aside. All right, so now IDMarkz is a very similar to QXPmarkz. Actually, the interface is exactly the same, except that it now accepts InDesign files onto them, and it's InDesign previewer, totally free, the preview part. So this part, you know, any traffic manager or business owner can totally for free view InDesign files without owning Adobe products. That's kind of cool. So you go, so, well, hey, you know, blah, 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 version 6.indp, that's the file I want to use. You know, you can compare files just like we did before. You know, you can draw two files at the same time. Get a nice compare, different InDesign files. And you can quickly see, okay, yeah, obviously the version naming here is quite clear. This is the more recent version, and it's visible. But interesting that earlier today, Laurel Brunner was telling us that a great check to be would be a custom check for the file naming structure in the new flight check. To check for if the file naming structure is being adhered to by the person sending in the file, or by the person working with the file, or by someone checking the file. That the biggest problem with ISO standards that they're having is file naming, believe it or not, you know. So well, I do believe it, but very interesting. That's like a big one on the top of their list. Right. So anyway, back to here to this InDesign file. So now we're getting a nice preview of it. We can scroll through the file, and we can get a nice little overview. Not as much as in the Flight Check Express or the new Flight Check that will be coming out, but it's more like a little mini file info. Command I, so to speak, on your file. On that note, if you take any InDesign file, actually, you hit the space bar, you know, on the Mac, normally you just get a big InDesign logo, like, yeah, you know, we can't preview InDesign on Macintosh, but with the Markzware technology, well, you see down below, it says preview provided by Markzware. When you have IDMarkz loaded, you actually get the ability to get the preview built into your Mac OS, which is really, you know, kind of handy. You can then, you know, scroll through the document and see what you're doing before you open it, before you even open it in IDMarkz. Now, what's cool about IDMarkz is that you have many options then once you purchase the real product, not only just a preview. You can export to various formats, including IDML, PDF, and a host of image types, and of course to text. And that's really neat because you can actually get, if I now convert or export, sorry, to RTF, we can, I already showed that earlier today, but I'll show you here. What you get is that InDesign file with complete stylized text. I mean, down to the centering, the colorization, if there's any colors used, font size, font type, real small like there, over there, you name it. I mean, it's ready to copy paste and use in your next presentation or what have you. Yeah, this is very handy. Or if you want to take it to a web page. On that note, you could also just like WordPress. And nowadays, WordPress, some of those WordPress themes actually honor certain styles from copy text, which is quite neat. But not all. And then there's another option you could export to stories. Oh, I already have it here. And you can do HTML. And we could say, open up for us in Firefox. Now we don't have to do that. It's just a little bonus in IDMarkz. You can just like export and open right away. I don't want to save it in the applications folder. And now you get the same InDesign file opened as HTML. That's pretty neat, huh? Now, obviously, this is like really as raw as it gets. It's just text, but it's stylized text. It's boy, if you had to like recreate this, and someone, let's say the customer said, "Yeah, I want this file just like it is, as HTML." Well, yeah, but no buts. I just want it. Okay, well, that's going to cost you. But also, you can now get a great start with IDMarkz to help you get this file, like boom, right to HTML. I can now take this HTML file. Instead of saying open in Firefox, I could say open in Dreamweaver, if that's your HTML application of choice, or whatever, however you want to edit this. You can now then go in there, and you can now get to work. Now, a further little hack would be to take now your InDesign file here and export it to IDML. And by doing such, what you're doing, you're exporting to IDML, yeah, but you're also, I'll show you, you're exporting the images. So they're going to be low res, but that could be fine for getting this job done online. So let me get this exported here. Go to downloads. And now we get all of our images over here. And they're at resolution used. So some of them will be could be quite beefy, and some of them will be, well, sorry, no, I'm sorry, I'm confusing a PDF converter. But these are going to be low-res previews. But once again, this could be enough. Like, look, that'd be fine for online use. I mean, to be fine. Just do check out. That's our e-commerce provider. Hey, there's an IDMarkz little thing. Now, this one might not be perfect, but some of these screenshots will be fine. And in any event, you can have placeholders for moving forward. You can add these into the HTML, and that could be a semi-hack to get your file online. The text is fully stylized, like you see right there. Okay, now that's out of the way. InDesign to Affinity Publisher, I was talking with Mike Rankin, and he was really liking what he saw at IDMarkz and recommending it, particularly for people that have a host of InDesign files, don't want to own InDesign anymore, or let's say can't. They on a budget, or rather not. Of course, you don't want to, keep it if you don't have to. And you want to be able to just take a native InDesign file. You don't have the IDML, because Affinity Publisher itself will import IDML files. So of course, if you had InDesign, you could export to IDML, do the whole process. But with Markzware IDMarkz, you just go here, click Affinity Publisher, and we're now going to be able to take this entire InDesign file and convert it right into Publisher. Now, Publisher's got to fire up, and I think it's going to fire up on the other screen here. Let's see in a second. Oh no, right here. New version, yeah, remind me later. And you see up top it's loading. There's a pretty big little chunky document here. And it takes some time to populate the page preview. This is all being regenerated now in Affinity Publisher. So, Publisher had a resource manager is going to probably freak out, a couple of missing elements, but hey, not that many actually. So there you have it. We now have this InDesign file right from IDMarkz, which is only very affordable, particularly with these, what's the special? Livestream 2020, save 30%. So, it's really amazing. You can get your preview InDesign file and open it right up in Affinity Publisher. And now you can see, everything is stylized, everything's right there, just like it is in the InDesign file. So pretty cool, and it's that easy to open up an InDesign file right in Affinity Publisher. Now, there are some other things you could do. For instance, let me let's get another file. I'm getting sick of that file. I've been looking at that file all day. Let's get something. Let's look. I don't know. Look for anything. Let's just go into the downloads folder. Let's see here. Maybe I better do it like so much stuff in that downloads folder. Okay, let's try this one here. Let's drop it on there. So it doesn't matter which language, Swedish, Finnish, Dutch, English. You get a nice preview, and then you can open it right up in Publisher or a host of other applications. You can even open it in InDesign. Now, what would be interesting with that is if under the preferences, many people have InDesign 2021, but they're still using in production 2020 or even maybe 2018. I mean, there's some big publishers that, real slow on that upgrading process, even if it is, free or built into your subscription or whatever. It's got to be all tested and tried out and proven, and, rightfully so. There was one, was it 2019, had a lot of little snafus. Anyway, snafus are part of the name of the game, and that's, why a lot of these big companies will stick on a particular version. And that's why this open-in feature will allow you to, and this is a little snafu, it's not in the normal IDMarkz, only on the Big Sur version. I'll get this to the engineers. You should be able to read this, of course, a little better than this. But you can say always use a specific version. And you see what I've chosen here is InDesign 2020. So I don't want to open it in 2021. I want to open my InDesign files and automatically in 2020. So I've already chosen that, as you can see here. So whenever I get a file in, it will automatically open in 2020 if I click InDesign. So that can be very handy. Wait a minute, it's opening 2021. That's not supposed to be happening. Let me see what went on here. Oh, maybe because I canceled out. It saw that, yeah. Okay. So let's quit 2021. Machine's thinking about it. Yeah. It's fun doing these live demos like this. Go back in the preferences. Use specific version. It should. But I've been given so many demos today with so many different versions of this and beta version of that. Who knows what's going on with this machine? But now let's do it. Let's like you know, pop out of that one. What's going on here? Closing. Must be something I'm doing wrong. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that's weird. Well, else fails. We'll just back out that way. Now, it should work. So let's see what happens. Oh, it's a different file, but anyway, maybe it's good to see, make sure. It is a Danish file, staying in the Scandinavian side of things. Yeah, I mean, that's the only problem. I mean, nowadays you don't have to restart like you used to in the old days, but boy, I tell you, how do you restart when you have a live stream going? You can't, you know? Not that I think I need to, but, you know. IDMarkz is taking her time here. That was good. Well, this is taking forever. Well, I can say, hey, the live stream's slow. It's really fast, but this is just going slow. But, you know, I don't know what's going on with this one. Just cancel out of it. Well, I'll tell you what's going on. You know, that really could be. We have a lot of bad files that come in here. And, you know, we can fix about 70% of the bad files that come in, but boy, some of them are just too far gone, you know. And yeah, that was one of them. And that file did fix. I mean, I'll show you. These are some example bad files I've saved for a video I did on YouTube. You can check it out. This basically has to do with InDesign 2021 has some new so-called fixing features, but all the files I checked against it, it didn't work, but they did fix with our technology. And that file did fix. You see it right here, eventually, but it took forever. But if I take, I mean, some of these things are huge. I mean, you know, gigabytes. But if I take like let's take like this file right here. And if I try to open it in InDesign, what you see maybe this one does open. Let's see. Oh, maybe it crashes in a moment. Let's see what happens. Oh, this one does open. No, this one. Oh, there we go. Boom. That's what we're waiting for. It crashes, you know. So that one we fixed. It would, you know, if you then run it through. So we take it. Let's wait for the Mac OS to give me all the little warning signs here. But I tell you, the Mac has also come a long way in terms of, you know, less and less problematic things, you know. But a bad file is a bad file. So if I open InDesign again here. Hey, Pat, you got a friend. I see Pat's got a friend on the live stream as Blue. Yes, that's what I was waiting for. No, I just ignore that. So now if we take that same file that just crashed InDesign and we drop it on. Now we have different methods of fixing files, or different possible methods. One of them, you see now, it's an InDesign CS5.5 file. The first method is try it with IDMarkz. And that's going to work a lot of the time. And you can check it out yourself. If you have a bad file, download the free IDMarkz, the preview mode. If you see it previewing, it's probably going to be worth you purchasing it for $99 because it's probably going to fix your file. Not always. We'll check it out for you for free if you do buy the product. Or we have a bad file fixing service where you pay a small analysis fee. It's like $19, 19 euros. And if we fix it, you pay $99 euros. So it'd be cheaper to get IDMarkz, you know, by $20 if it works. So you see, we preview here, so that's like a good first sign. And if we now click open InDesign, what I do with bad files, I don't do that. I first try to export to IDML, and I don't do any automation. Just try to keep it real simple, because everyone knows, or a lot of people know, I should say, not everybody, that exporting to IDML is a great way to get rid of some corruption in a bad file. That file briefly opened, but not long enough to export to IDML. So with IDMarkz, you can get that export to IDML without it opening in InDesign. And there. Now it opened, and what we can do is if we go into, I think it was the downloads folder here. Oh, I didn't have permission to see that or something, I guess. Where did it go now? Okay, there we go. So I take this IDML and I drop it now on InDesign. I just export it from IDMarkz. It should open right up for us. And that's a bad file. Now it's going to take a while. This was a chunky file. It's it looks like Hebrew or something to that effect. So it's going to take some. Oh, it's coming on my other screen here, opening up. I don't know if you can see that. There we go. And now let's just, wait a couple seconds before we declare it fixed, because it did crash after a couple seconds. But you now see it's working. I can now go up, do a save as, and save it out or export it. I would first, even if you get a fixed file back from us, I'd first actually export again as IDML, and then open it again and make sure, because see, there's all those preview it's creating. All it takes sometimes one bad apple, one bad image, and your whole file gets unusable. Now, this file is fixable. They're 20% of the time. Well, 20 to 30% of the time, they're not fixable. So you got to be careful with your files, And let's do another example here. Let's try to open this one in InDesign and see what happens. Well, that right away, you get the dreaded error code 5, Cannot open, blah, blah, blah. It's damaged and cannot be recovered. Now, if we try that, I'm just curious, If we go, let's quit 2020. Let's go into the brand new 2021. I do like the new splash screen. That's pretty cool. At least it's layout. Or there was a time when InDesign had these splash screens that were like, way too funky. It wasn't about desktop publishing, but about Photoshop or who knows. But now the last couple of years are sticking with the layout desktop publishing theme, which is only fair. All right, so now we're in 2021 on my other one here. I gotta. How can I move it over? Oh, you can see it over here too. Yeah, I guess you can. No, you can't. Oh, yes, you can. Strange screen sharing, it's a little buggy sometimes. But anyway, we'll get there. So now we'll open that same file in 2021 with the so-called document repair feature. You get that damage and it tries to recover it. Or maybe they did try to recover it. And it didn't really work. So we now take that same file, we drop it on IDMarkz. It doesn't hurt to pray with bad files either. I mean, they're real, iffy. I mean, these are effectively, speaking of praying, these are effectively like, dead files like Lazarus. I mean, they're not openable. So when we can fix them, it's actually pretty amazing. Yeah, some of these take a long time. And some of them, this one seems to be chugging away. Some of them, there's a way we bypass. There's some things we do on the back end, which, once again, if you had purchased our product or if you buy the service, we do a few other things, actually a host of other potential things, including, last but not least, right to the engineers. And sometimes right to Mr. Ron Crangel himself. He loves to check out the bad files, because he learns. It's amazing. The guy is still learning so much stuff from these files, and he'll fix that. If he can fix it, he fixes it. But there's some files that are just not fixable. They're completely, garbage. Now this could take a long time. So what we're going to do, I'm going to try another method here. A little trick, which actually every every IDMarkz user can do this. So, and that trick is up here, file, convert to IDML. And what you're doing is you're bypassing the preview mode, because the preview is intensive, both for IDMarkz but also for InDesign. So that was a 2021 catalog. Let's see here. How can I easily find that back? What I'll do is I'll copy it to the the desktop here as well. And then we'll go File, Convert to IDMarkz. So we're now bypassing the previews. And we'll go right there to our desktop, and there it is. We'll hit Convert. It's, gathering up what it can within the file. It's going to attempt to convert it to IDMarkz. Well, you see it's taking its time on the old preferences, so, maybe that's just a signal of where the problem is with this particular file. But that's why we have, we'll give this one a little bit of time. We might want to try a different one just, to show you how this works. But that's why we have the service here as well, which I'll show you right now, because sometimes this can take hours to fix a file. And, there's other times, it's a lot quicker. But if we cruise into under Products, DTP File Recovery Service, you'll see here the page where, we normally have all these pop-ups. We're doing this just for Cyber Monday because we're curious how this live stream would work. Like you walk into a store, how you doing today? How can we help you type of deal? I can't see you, unfortunately, but you can see me. Feel free to ask questions, but people seem shy to ask questions or whatever, It'd be cool if it's more integrated in the site where you don't just get that robot where it says, how can we help you chat thing, but like a real person there like, hey, how can we help you? I see you're cruising around our site, That would make it really like a store. But anyway, this is the DTP File Recovery Service site, 5-star across the board rating. And we fix all kind of bat file formats, Quark Express, InDesign, even PDFs and Illustrator files at times. And the process is real simple. You pay the non-refundable intake fee. Oh, I said 19 actually, $49 or euros, and then your fixed file fee is based on the size of the file, and most of the times, and that's the size of the fixed file. So if your file is 3 gigabytes, but the fixed file comes down to under 100 megabytes, it's only going to be $99, which it is most of the time because most of those big bloated files are image previews, image previews. But people are embedding, instead of doing a file place, Command D the image in InDesign, they're actually embedding the whole. Sometimes one image can be a gigabyte, or many, many megabytes. And that's not the way to do it. Now, if you're a relatively small document or under control images, not like too bloated, fine. But some people have these huge files because, each image is, 100 megabytes and, they have a couple hundred images. Well, you get the idea where the problems are happening. So that's how you do it. And, we have some great reviews on these products. So let's see how this file's doing. Well, it's still, this was probably one of the ones we fixed with another method, which I'm not going to get into right now. Let's just try another. But this file did fix. There's a host of different ways we could fix it, depending on which works, of course. And let's just make sure that this is there. So let's give one more bad file a shot here. And not going to be that 2 gigabyte. And we have so many more than this. These are just a couple I grabbed at a certain moment to check out. Okay, so here's what 2021 will do. InDesign detected the file is damaged. Would you like us to try to repair the file? That's nice. They're trying. That's good. Very good. Who knows? Maybe it works now. I don't know. I have done an update with InDesign. You know, subsequent. So the moral of the story is bad files take time, as you see here. Okay, there you go. So InDesign couldn't repair it. To present file issues in the future, please check the support documentation. Well, they got to say something, you know. But, you know, really, there's so many potential problems, but there's like a few of the major ones are, you know, embedding images, corrupt images, or corrupt fonts. And there's really, no, you just try and didn't work. So now we'll try it on, see if it works. IDMarkz. First we'll try with the full preview. Well, there you go. It's even like, you know, Japanese or Korean or whatever. And we just pried it right open. I won't go too much into it, but we fixed it. So InDesign can't fix it, but Markzware technology can fix it. And that's really, you know, really, really great that we can. And that's why we had the file fixing service, because that wasn't like our idea to fix bad files in the beginning. Although we did have Markz tools for years that fix bad cork files. But, you know, it's a murky thing. It takes a lot of time. You know, sometimes more time than it's worth, but it's, well, it's like, my uncle is a dentist, and I remember when I was little, I would sleep over there, and he'd get up like 3 in the morning on like a Saturday. I'm like, what are you doing? You know, because it was like his office was connected to the, you know, what do you call it? You know, the dentist's office was connected to the house. So yeah, a customer called up. He would say they have a, you know, bad tooth. So, well, why you get up at 3 in the morning and come in at, yeah, but you know, if someone's in pain, you have, you know, he didn't have to, but he saw it as his duty, his, you know, what do you call it, fiduciary duty to help out the patients. And that's what these bad files, similar thing with the Markzware approach. You know, we're not going to leave you stranded. We're going to try to help you out if you need to try to fix your file, if it's that important and that big. So now you could just take this and we could click open in InDesign. Oh yeah, I have set I had it set up to open in 2020. So now it's going to launch 2020 in addition to all the other applications I have open. See how good this Mac really is. Oops. Okay, so now we got extra. Let's do the export IDML. Export desktop. I'm going to quit 2020 and stick 2021 for this one. Okay, so now we go on the desktop. We get IDML here. Oh gosh. Well, I guess maybe we didn't quite fix it, but we did end up fixing this guy's file. I remember this, but that might have been through one of our other methods there again. Anyway, you get the idea. You know, we're not going to leave you out in the blue. We're going to help you get this file back into shape, and as you can see, it's already a lot further than what it was. So yeah, that. All right, so I'm gonna head out to get a drink of water here. So let this run for a moment. I'll be right back. Actually, let me put this like this. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Okay, well, I'm just gonna let this run for a moment here. I gotta check out some customer emails here. But if you have any questions, just let me know. You know, chat away or you know. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, David, that's I got to get my microphone.
I hear you. Yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, well, my earplug thing. But anyhow, that's a nice ad that you have.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Well, that's the power of well, Illustrator to the left, and for the rest, Keynote. And you can export Keynote to movies or to GIFs, and this is a little GIF, and yeah, I really love Keynote. It's pretty powerful.
It won't work with mine. No.
Hey, is that Mary Gay there too?
Yeah.
How's her leg doing?
Can you hear how you work this, Mary Gay? Oh. Can you read?
Yeah, I read. Yeah, loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I think it's a little bit better.
But how's her leg doing?
It works, right?
Yeah, it's a lot better, right, Mary Kay? David wants to know how your leg is doing.
I don't have how do I turn it on?
Just turn your mic on.
Was no shit. No devices. Device is not connected. But
Yeah.
I mean, did she? Was it broken or?
Hi, David.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, David.
Hi.
Hi, David.
Yeah. He says can you hear him? He said, how's it going?
Can you hear me?
I
think
hear
he might-
you. I think I hear you via. Oh, wait a minute. I gotta add you. Okay, hold on here. Okay, hi. Oh, now I see you. Hey.
Can you see
So
my
when-
foot?
Yeah, what happened? I mean, I know a little bit, but
I don't know why it won't hear the mic.
can you hear me?
Um,
I hear you.
Well, you need a mic now, Mary Kay.
I hear through. I hear her.
oh, yeah.
Uh,
Did you see my brace?
Yeah, but what happened?
Oh, I was walking with Pat, and there was a little hole, and I didn't see it, and I fell. And I tried. See, look. Ah,
Well, I mean, is it broken? Yeah, I see it. You got one of those
I don't think
braces.
so. I don't think it's broke. I think it's just a sprain.
Oh,
I
it's sprained.
got excellent.
Oh,
I hear myself echoing.
yeah. Yeah, I think there's too much audio in one room or whatever, you know.
I see myself on camera. I look like I don't even brush my hair.
At least you have hair, you know.
wow,
Anyway.
Mary Kay, it's a little bit too echoey.
Yeah, I think. But anyway, hope you get better, Mary Gay. Watch out for those ditches, you know, those holes.
Okay. We'll get some extra mics going on here.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem. But yeah, I'm just gonna check out my mails here while you know, chat away.
Oh, yeah, that little ad. I wonder if I could spread that around LinkedIn like right now, or whatnot. That 30% little video thing that you have.
Yeah, here, let me get you the. I mean, the GIF should be able to go right online. You know, some social media sites might be out on it, but you can try it. Let me see here. Where do I have that?
Oh shit! Hold on. Yeah, hi Ken. Can you hear me?
There you go.
Yeah. What's the word?
Well, we talked a little bit about last week about having a Linux application. First of all, how are you? Did you have a good Thanksgiving?
Yeah, no, thanks. How about yourself?
It was nice. Yeah. I just got a little bit of work done. Read a couple books. You know, just had a good time. So.
Yeah, glad to hear it.
Hey, I spent some time with UWP. It's a technology that it's not that popular at Microsoft, but you can build cross-platform stuff. I'm going to have a cross-platform installer. We don't need one for Mac, but it will work on Linux and Windows. We talked about this briefly when you were over last week.
Right.
And I didn't know if you'd had time to think about it or if you wanted to talk about it with anybody else, but you know, I can go two different ways this week, and I'm going to start integrating the back-end code for the tools in the installer and the shell, the front end that I did. But do you want to try to do a Linux installer? It's one code base, or just a Windows one. To give you some more information, I don't know if it's going to take me that much longer or not because I'm not that familiar with the technology. So I don't know what kind of speed bumps I'm going to hit. Theoretically, it should be pretty smooth, but you know how that goes in software.
Boy, do I ever.
Yeah, so I think, I know time is of the essence, and I would think that just doing the Windows installer with what's called, the WPF would be a little bit faster. And I just don't have enough experience with either of them to give you a heads up. But I do, I think we could probably use the UW, I know all these acronyms. We could use the one that's cross-platform with Linux. And by the way, you also get a Mac one. Also, we don't need one for Mac. We already have one.
Right.
We could probably get the Windows one out just as fast using UWP. And if the Linux one lagged, then we could attack that one later. But if you did want a Linux one, when we were talking about it last week when you were here, there is a path to doing that. It's not completely separate. So I just wanted to give you that information and see if you had any marching orders for me.
Well, I don't know about the main thing that we want to do is make sure that the people on different versions of Windows can use our products. I think I did right now. I did look at your email briefly. I'm kind of waiting for Eddie to also respond on that. But what I was thinking is that if we require people to download .NET, then that might be a little bit of a challenge if people have different versions of Windows, if you understand what I'm talking about.
It's all the same version.
Okay, all right.
It's one version for all the different versions of Windows.
Is it going to be required, though, for using our products to download .NET 5?
Yeah, but the challenge, yes. And I understand exactly your comment, but to put that comment into a little bit of perspective, we have to figure out, and unless
All right, almost done with these emails here. Last support one. Let's see, what am I looking for? Probably. Let's see.
Hi, everybody. David Young from Markzware here.
Okay, that I can send to this fellow. But maybe while I'm sending that to them, what I can do is put that on here while I go down to the men's room here. Let this just play here. QXP Marks, Quark to InDesign, Quark to Affinity Publisher, and much more. Check it out. Be right back. Don't forget 30% off live stream 2020. That coupon code will get 30% off. I'll be right back.
Hi, everybody. David Young from Markzware here. Today, on behalf of Markzware, I'm proud to introduce you to the next in the Markz line of products, QXP Marks for your Quark Express documents. QXP Marks will help you preview, export, and transition your Quark Express documents in many ways and fashions. Look at a nice preview of your file, some file information, which can be very handy. With the preview, you can see, hey, this is the file I need. I can export this Quark Express document to many different file formats, for instance, to IDML. Very handy, as you know, in this world where many other DTP applications will import IDML files. But you can also export to PDF, using Acrobat, and to many different image file formats. Very handy for marketing. And you can even export individual text stories, or all your text stories in your file, to RTF. Look at that, stylized text. It even exports to HTML. Mind you, this is all standalone. QXP Marks does not even need Quark Express on the machine to transition your Quark documents. Now watch this, the open-in feature. I can take a Quark Express document, preview it, click Open in InDesign, and voila, my Quark document is now in InDesign. Or, and I know for many this is very interesting and popular at this moment, we can take our Quark document and click Open in Affinity Publisher, and there you go. Our Quark document is now a new Affinity Publisher layout. With one click, Quark Express to Affinity Publisher. Wow. This is just a small introduction to QXP Marks. Cruise over to Markzware.com today for more information. For those watching this video in May,
all right,
of 2020,
come back just in time.
cruising over to this website to get more information and enter to win for free.
Well,
All
you
right.
know, can't win for free, but we can get you 30% off, you know. So that was QXP Markz. And maybe what we can do here is let's see here. Like that. Well, since we just saw QXP Markz, you know, just to give you a quick idea, maybe you're now, you know, wondering. If I click open QXP Markz here. So these scripts are optional. As a matter of fact, I just had a support question like, well, I couldn't get the script to load and I can't convert my file. But the thing is, as an old Qt ID user, you know, using QXP Markz in Design 2021. So you don't need to use the, oops. Oh, here's InDesign. Yeah, I got two screens going, so it's like, you know, sometimes a little bit oddball. But you don't need to use this anymore. But if you install it or update it, you can. So you can convert Quark Express document via the script that QXP Markz will install. So the old Qt ID only worked via this method. And yeah, you get a dialog like this, and you can choose a Quark document, and you can then cruise on down and pick the file. Let's see here. The file you need to convert. It's a big book. And it'll open, as you can see, right inside of InDesign, just like you're used to. Slightly different process in the background, slightly newer and better technology. But the end result is the same. Let me see, sometimes these dialogues hide behind there we go. So these click skip. I mean, this is a huge book. Doesn't have many images, but there's a lot of text, and it took a while to probably open there. So that's how QXP Markz can work within InDesign like Qt ID used to. But the beauty is, that's where this customer got confused. For some reason, the script didn't load. So to figure out exactly why not. But basically, let's save. You don't need these scripts per se. You can just take the file, and let me find it over here. What's that file again? Downloads. And you can take the file, and you can then drop it on QXP Markz. So you don't need to have InDesign open at all. in the beginning or ever. You can just take a port file, drop it on QXPMarkz, and what it does, it first prepares a preview for you on that file. That's really handy because it might say, well, that's not the version of the Christ Passion I want. I want the one with, you know, the different letter type or the different image here, whatever it might be, you know, with a different forward or different whatever. And what is neat, after you get your preview, you can then open InDesign just by clicking right here. And I gotta change something because in my preferences, I've set up to open, some of you weren't here an hour ago, which probably weren't. Let's see here, automation. No, everything seems to be okay. All right, because you can have this open in specific versions of InDesign or what have you. So now when I click InDesign here, what happens is it actually basically effectively converts this file right up into QuarkXPress. From QuarkXPress into Adobe InDesign for us. Yeah, I've been doing so many different demos today. InDesign to Quark, Quark to InDesign, InDesign to Affinity Publisher. Ooh. And then effectively the same thing happens. You have to wait for that big old book to open up, give us the missing font warning. And there you go. So same process, but you don't need to use the extension, the plugin as it were. It just works right via the standalone application QXPMarkz. Now what's neat is I can take this same exact file and I can click Open in Publisher, and off to the races we go, and it opens right up in Affinity Publisher. Well, right up. It takes a little bit of time. Well, actually, it's quicker than InDesign. Of course, it's got the missing fonts, and the previews will take some time to load in Publisher, but it's pretty fast, I gotta say. Now we have this entire book right up in Affinity Publisher with linked, look at that, with linked text boxes. Isn't that just cool? So that's the beauty of QXPMarkz. It is replacing Q to ID, but you get a lot more bang for your buck, so to speak, a lot more value for your dollar or your euro or your pound or whatever it is you're paying in. Your Bitcoin, although Bitcoin, I wonder, you know, I'm just curious, you know, what's the old Bitcoin doing here? Oh gosh. Oh my, it's up 6%. So yeah, get more bang for your Bitcoin. Boy, oh boy, you know, it's incredible. It keeps on going up. Right. So now you can get your Quark file into many different things other than just InDesign. You can go to Affinity Publisher, even Illustrator, etc. Let's see another support question here. Let's see what that support question is. Sounds like, oh boy. I gotta check this guy out in a moment here. But yeah, what QXPMarkz is replacing Q to ID on the Macintosh. Yeah, as soon as possible. If I was on the Mac, I'd be switching to QXPMarkz right now. Eventually, it's going to be your only possibility. By the way, you can of course save out this Affinity Publisher file and get a totally new .af pub out of the InDesign file you just had. But just to give you an idea here, if I cruise over into the website, and if I go to Markzware.com, and if I would choose, for instance, Q to ID, I get this here phase out screen. well, first you get the live stream. Normally things don't pop up like that. We're just doing it today. We're testing out this live stream to see how it was. I mean, wouldn't it be cool if there was like a live stream right in, like a small live stream in every corner of the web page? So as soon as you came in, you could ask people questions. Not like that, chat box where, hey, how can I help you? And you get some robot response. No, I mean like a real person, like, hey, how's it going? How can I help you? It's like, real active interaction. Oh, I got a question. Speaking of that, what's the oldest version of Quark that can be converted to INDD? Good question, Dawn. Very good question. Let me see. Where's my chat window? Basically, almost as old as. Well, it can't. It won't do like version 3 documents are spotty. Quark Express version 3 are spotty, but it will convert version 3 documents in IDMarkz. And definitely version 4. Officially, it supports version 4. So let me just give a text reply as well. We'll convert almost any older Quark Express file. 3 higher. Officially, it supports from version 4 up to the bulk of files. So I hope that answers your question, Dawn. I don't know what I don't know which version of documents you have, Dawn. If they're, version 4, version 5, it's no problem at all. I don't know if I have a version. I do have a version 3 document. Well, I have many version 3 documents, but let's see if I can find one under time pressure here. I'm up here on the Big Sur on this live stream machine here, and I love it, but the search function is still a little bit oddball, Let's see here. Oh, here. Okay, here's an old. Let's go back into IDMarkz for a second. I don't know what version they are. I have a feeling they're older than that. Okay. Well, here, let me show you now what I mean. Most Quark files aren't older than version 4. Version 3 is possible, of course, but older than that, it's very rare. Because older than that, people, it was very fast to Quark went up to version 3 when it was getting highly used. But let me see. Let me show you what I mean here real quick. Where is the IDMarkz? There it is. So if we close out this file here, I'll take this .qxp file. And see here's Quark Express 3, the old letterhead. Actually, same letterhead. Well, different logo now. So there you have it. No problem. Version 3 right here. And we just click open an InDesign. And we get the, don't have the fonts, but you replace those old address too. Swap out the logo, swap out the slogan, and be a business. Yeah, look at that. Even old picked formatted file logo. That's funny. But yeah, this is an old file, version 3, so no problem. And it might go lower than that, but then it's hard to say if we support it. So Well, oh, by the way, Dawn, what you could do, version 3, excellent, okay. Yeah, what you could try to see if your files are supported if you download the free, let's go over here on our webpage. So if you do continue to IDMarkz, which, by the way, QID is primarily for Windows users now because that's still, we have development ongoing with the Windows version, and that'll be out soon, hopefully sooner than later, but it's going to take maybe a little bit of time. But continue to IDMarkz if you're a Mac user. And what I would do, Dawn, if you download the freebie, so-called freebie, it's the full version.
Continue to
Okay, there I am. if you download the freebie, it's the full version. Getting the full version, but only the preview will work. And if you can preview your Quark file, it's probably going to convert okay. So that's the way you'd know. Thank you for the interaction there. Right, so that was I just want to show you that the phase out is, you know, got some really good positives, because particularly for Mac user, because it's already out for Mac, it's doing a lot more like exporting just text stories, exporting to many different you know, types of things, and only going Quark to InDesign. You can. What's neat? Here's a neat little trick. Let's say, I mean, I don't know why do I do it, but let's just, well, here, let me get a different file. Just to give you a neat little, I don't want to use somebody else's, oh, cool, this is a nice little, all right, so this is a, if some Quark files have multiple layouts in one document, so you can actually choose which layout you want to see. Oh yeah, this is an old, yeah, old file too, 2017. So let's say, well, you know, we just want to save this, oh, sorry, well, I'm going to show you something else. Let's say we just want to share this image. So we can then go here and right click and say share, or we could copy a preview and paste it into an email or something. We could say share on Twitter, and let's see, where'd my Twitter go? Oh, there's Twitter. So we'll do a little promo for you know, the live stream here. Let's see. Where is my industry news? That's basically the name of our blog. It's Markzware news for the most part. But in here, I'm looking for this live stream link so I can link people into that. So then we have right here a tweet that we just initiated through IDMarkz with a, oops, with a mock-up of something we had a while back. So now that tweets out, and we just, you know, freed up some old legacy content locked up in a Quark file that's now free on the internet for everyone to check out. So pretty cool. Downloads on the Mac, that's great. Yeah, we see that most of our users are Macintosh, although there is a large, or a good chunk, larger percentages on the Mac. It's a good chunk of Windows users. But I do understand there's probably, in general, more Windows users of InDesign, for instance, than Mac users. But a lot of them are going to be more administrative, or more, you know, editing, pure editing, or, you know, not as heavy-duty graphic design, which is more our target group anyway. So that's why, well, we had a bit of a tragedy with our Windows side, not per se with the development itself, but just, you know, unfortunately a personal tragedy at Markzware. So, you know, life happens, and that's just, yeah, that's, you know, most important thing is be thankful for every day, every minute. And that is, you know, let's just say it that way. So everything's back on track here. It's just going to take a little bit of time, the Windows version of IDMarkz. In the meantime, Qt ID for Windows is still available. And by the way, Dawn, or anybody interested, if you'd like to buy, we got this. We have the special going on. Where do I have that? So, oh, that's not here. That was Laurel earlier today. Nice guest appearance. We got the special offers going on. Cyber 2020, 20% off, but for anyone watching here now, you get 30% off today with this live stream 2020 coupon code. So you just go to our webpage, like right here, and you choose your option, which is another great thing with QXP Markz. Qt ID was subscription only, that's it. We followed the Adobe model 100%, and a lot of people didn't like that. So we've listened, and we now have a perpetual version as well. So if you're somebody like Dawn, who has old Quark files, it sounds like, maybe she's only going to convert those old files and that's it. She's not going to be getting in non-stop files from customers. Some people do. There's still Quark users out there. There's still people that deal with Quark files. But the perpetual might need all you need. You could use that for years to come if you stay on the same OS or don't go too much higher in the same old Quark files. So now you got that option as well. And now when you purchase, it's a whoops. Let's see what's happening here. A little snafu. Let me refresh that. So now, when you click purchase options, and you click buy now, what you can do live snafu. Normally the site's real lickety split, so I'm not sure exactly what's going on. Could be an issue with their e-commerce provider, it looks like, because who's around. I'm just curious. If I click here, it makes any difference. Nope. I'll go to support them. Need help. Now, see, our site's working relatively fine. It's just the well, in any event, I'm sure this will resolve itself like most problems do. When you click here, you just basically fill in the coupon code. You click I have a coupon code, and you fill in the live stream 2020 to get you 30% off. So no reason to show it, but yeah. So that's what's happening with Qt ID and the whole phase out to QXP Markz, which offers you a whole bunch more Quark Express to InDesign, but also Quark Express to Affinity Publisher, which if you're dabbling in that or want to, it's really neat. Quark to Illustrator, Quark to Acrobat, Quark to IDML, and Quark Express to PDF. So now on this note, what I'm going to do, go to our webpage. Yeah, make sure you subscribe to our Markzware channel here. And this is InDesign
Glenn, how are you?
User who was giving his first impressions on IDMarkz. I'm gonna let that play while I go get a little drink of water here, and I'll be right back. Glenn's a great guy.
It's great to see you again.
Great
Thank
interview.
You for taking the time to talk to us.
If you need a book cover, Glenn's your man. He did the Jaws book back in the day.
He's used many of our products over the years, and he's recently beta tested the new IDMarkz, which by the time this views it should be out. So you can go check it out over on markzware.com. Before we jump into Glenn's experiences with the new product, maybe you can tell us a bit more about yourself, Glenn.
I've been a graphic designer for over 30 years. Worked at all different levels. Started out on the paste-up table.
Wow.
So I've seen how the industry has completely changed. Quark Express, and then I made the move to InDesign when it came out as version 1. It wasn't really usable until version 1.52. That was when it really started coming into its own. It was actually at a speed that you could use it. And, since then just carried on. But I've recently had sort of issues where I've had to sort of cut back on finances So I've dropped Creative Cloud. So IDMarkz was something I was very interested in when I sort of beta testing email.
Yeah, we'll get into that. Yeah. Glenn's a book designer and, well, graphic designer in general, but also did a lot of books. I guess you also did the Jaws cover back when, am I correct?
Yeah, I did the 30th year anniversary when I worked at Paramount. That was a lovely job to do.
Yeah, that was a great movie, you know.
Yeah.
Scared the wits out of me back then. I don't know if I want to watch it again, actually. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right, Glenn, great. So, for the people that don't know, IDMarkz is a tool that helps you. Well, maybe let's try this. Maybe you give like the elevator pitch. What is IDMarkz from Markzware, the new product?
Well, it's a lifesaver if you've worked on thinking CC. I had someone call me about a possible job, and they wanted an updated version of my CV. Tried to open up my CV in CS6 and got presented with it's been used, designed in a more recent version of InDesign. So fired up IDMarkz, and within seconds I was up and running. So it's absolutely nice.
Yeah, and in a nutshell, what it does, IDMarkz is a tool for Creative Cloud as well as CS users alike. It's a tool that will allow you to, number one, preview InDesign files, number two, export InDesign files, and even convert InDesign files to many other file formats, including Affinity Publisher, QuarkXPress, etc., which I'm sure Glenn will touch on in a moment.
I think the most useful thing I can think for it is in marketing departments where they may not have a license for InDesign. It means if they've got files from the designer, they can have a quick preview, export a PNG if they need to for Amazon or whatever, and they're up and running very, very quickly.
Right, that's a great point. Yes, you can. One of the exporting features, you can export in many various formats, including PNGs or JPEGs or TIFFs, whatever. This would be a great thing for marketing, for social media use. You know, the checkbox took a fall though. Interesting.
Where I used to work, you can imagine the people working in the marketing department making huge use of this program.
Right, you can take a catalog from your company, you know it's an InDesign, you know you don't have InDesign, you wish you did, but you don't. Drop it on IDMarkz and take whatever page, drop it on your desktop, and you get a PDF or whatever. All right, so what I'm going to do here. Interesting. Good idea. Yeah. And what's some other first impressions of IDMarkz?
Oh, it's very, very positive for me.
How do you like that PDF export functionality?
It's the speed of IDMarkz that is so impressive. As a cloud users, I'd say it's still essential because of the speed.
Right.
It creates a PDF, it creates an IDML much quicker. Yeah, I know.
Okay, I'm gonna. Yeah, Glenn, great interview.
Package a document,
over on Markzware, up on YouTube, you can find all these customer interviews and product reviews, and of course demonstrations. But what I want to show now is a little bit of my flight check box just fell. I jumped off the. This is an old flight check box right here. I mean, this one. Well, to give you an idea. I mean, the copyright. I don't know if you can see it, but that's from like 1997. Well, 93 and 97, so maybe 98. You know. And that's an old box right there. The first flight check box was like a big shoebox, you know. But I think what's cool is, there's a lot of flight check users out there, that's for sure. And there was a lot of people using flight check back in the day. But maybe what I can do is give you a sneak preview of the new flight check. Put my flight check box back. I mean, it's an old box when the first thing listed is QuarkXPress, then PageMaker, Illustrator, Photoshop, and then freehand. I mean, really, that was a great product too. Oh, Don, you had a flight check. Yeah. Well, I don't know what you did back then. Was it graphic design or were you in pre-press? I mean, I know a lot of people really swore by flight check back in the day. I mean, it was the only thing that like X-ray your file and tell you what's inside of it without, you know, going through with the eyeball method. So interesting. But I'll show you the new flight check we're working on. It's still in development here. You'll see, and this is the light version. It'll be a pro version. It'll be even more in depth. But let me get. Oh, sorry, Glenn. I paused you on a bad place. Keep your eyes open. That's better. Let me first get out of here. I'm just applying to Dawn here. Just curious. I mean, there was actually one of the interviews on the YouTube not so long ago. There's still a ton of people using flight check, even though it's just grab a book to illustrate it, even though it's like built into InDesign or whatever. But the thing is that like this user, she still uses flight check. She had an old machine just for flight check because we're modernizing it. Because she did books, similar to this, high quality books with all kind of graphics. She was in the scientific journals, actually like heavy duty scientific equations and diagrams, and I mean, really, I can imagine with all that Corona stuff, probably a whole bunch of new stuff to publish. And every year they came out with, I forget what it's called, scientific journal of some sort, and it was very graphic, rich, and intensive. And she basically created for the publisher a there's some flat fish. I'll never forget the first flounder I caught. I couldn't believe a fish was flat like that, My grandfather took me fishing. Actually, my grandfather would take me fishing and, no, that was, sorry. Fishing, we normally caught something. Crabbing. If we would go crabbing, I don't know, we never really caught anything. And we would take the rowboat back, and he'd stop at a store and buy a bunch of crabs and say, okay, now don't tell Grandma we didn't catch them. Just tell her we caught them all, I remember that. He used to love going crabbing back in Philadelphia. In any event, oh yeah, it's cool little big marlin. So she would print out every page, or I don't know, maybe it was every spread. We'd get a separate pre-flight report, print it out, and saved in this filing system per year, so that she covered her behind. And that's what it's all about. If something goes south, something doesn't work, you can say, hey, look, I did it right. So it's someone else's fault, like the printer. Sorry, printers. But that's actually a very good customer, because printers would prefer that somebody does that so they have less chance of problem down the line. So flight check is vital. Dawn replied here, I've been the pre-press coordinator at the same publishing company for 25 years. We've used your products over the years. I'm trying to update some of them. Oh, that's great. Yeah, boy, yeah. Wow, that's great. I mean, I think Dawn can hear me, but for maybe people that don't see the comment, that's great. Sure seen changes over the years. Yeah. Okay, so what I'll do is just show a real quick little overview of the new flight check we're working on. Like I said, it's not out yet. It's still not even in beta yet. It's just an internal version. Get out of these old port files that are now living in InDesign. Let's see here. Where is my flight check? All right, so the first one, like I said, it's going to be like a light version. So it's called Flight Check Express. And we can register right now. Let me, okay. And I know you think you need to see me for a moment. I'll just go like this. All right, so the interface is very similar to all the other new Markz line. We're split on calling it, something Markz ID. We have IDMarkz, we have QXP-Markz. We're going to have PDF-Markz, so maybe flight check Markz. But flight check has such a brand name that it's probably best to stick with that. But in any event, the way it works is quite simple. You just take a file. I'm not going to take the bad file here. That was a bad. Matter of fact, I'm going to throw that away. That was a corrupt InDesign file. But these files are good, and we're just going to take one and drop it on FlightCheck. And what you get is FlightCheck goes through the whole process of digging through the fonts, the colors, the images, and comes back with a full report. Because our technology, in the conversion, we're reading all of this information. And with that, we can then give a full report on what's inside the file. Now, the reason this is like a really light version of FlightCheck is a real FlightCheck is going to have, as Dom might remember, it's called the ground controls, the pre-flight profile, if you will, the pre-flight preferences, what you want to check for. And you'd set those up, and you'd have like, well, I can show you real quick how they look. They're quite well intimidating, to be honest with you. And I always recommend that people still do, people that are still using FlightCheck, just use the out-of-the-box ground control set till you have to use it, till otherwise, till you realize that it's a problem. And for a lot of people, the main purpose of FlightCheck is just to catch those main problems and let them. Let's see here. I'll tell you this Big Sur. Oh well, Big Sur is not the problem here. I'm the problem once again. Ground controls. Let's see, where's a good, here's maybe a good file. So this is an old review of FlightCheck. And I'll use this as a test file in a moment to show you something else. And I think you see here the ground controls. So here you see a picture of the ground controls. And the ground controls, this is just the color section. Whoop, you're not seeing that. This is an old review of FlightCheck back in the day. And here you see the ground controls, and this is like just one section, just a color section of the ground controls. And under images, there's a whole bunch more to choose from. But you see, just with even colors, you can check for hairlines. You can even specify the width of a hairline. Hairline's a big problem with certain rips. If CMYK values get too high, like the ink coverage, newspapers, big check, huge check, because yeah, if the ink bleeds through the paper, well, yeah, you got a big problem. Similar name, spot colors, these are all like little issues. Some of them, even like bugs in programs that we check for to stop problems down the line. So each category has its own set of checks, and like I said, images would be even much more than what you see here. But just to give you an idea of what the ground controls look like. So the ground controls are a vital part of a professional pre-flighting tool. In FlightCheck Express, although it is professional, it doesn't have the ground controls. So it's just like a light version. But as you'll see, very handy and very nifty. So we have our dealer sales guide here, and first of all, we get a preview. And that's one of the things I noticed, earlier today with Laurel Brunner, digitaldots.org. She came on, and I found this old book. Well, I didn't find it. It's on my shelf there. Pre-flight book by Peter Muir. And oh, you can't see it. Hold on here. I got to show you this. So this is an old pre-flight book. It's actually from 99, 2000. So, about the pocket primer. Well, this is just in general. And Frank Romano was the series editor, so, from RIT. But anyway, one of the chapters in here, and what's funny? Half of this book is still a problem today, probably a lot more than that. Most of these problems are still problems today. Well, the knockout of none, that's a Quark Express specific issue. That was pretty common thing back in the day. But here you can get an idea of ground controls over on this side. A lot of stuff you can check for, but out of the box they come with a default set, and I just use that. Now, what I wanted to show you was an interesting level 2 technical efficiency, level 1 inventory pre-flight. Yeah, there's different levels of pre-flighting, and still today there really should be, hopefully, different levels of pre-flighting, because it's a serious part of the whole document creation, preparation, and sending off process, whether you're sending off to be printed or sending off to be used online or exporting yourself. Let's see, where'd that go? Yeah, of course, now that find this here. Yeah, he goes over every little, pre-flight check, electronic file submission. Yeah, that was a big thing back in the day. I mean, nowadays we just transfer for free and off it goes. Collecting all the pieces, yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. So, chapter 11 talks about desktop proofing. And that's one thing we always missed in flight check, was asked for a lot, was, can you give us a preview of the file? Visual look, a soft proof, if you would, of the file, so we can see how it looks in addition to the pre-flight, to see the errors, where they might be, so we know where to fix them in InDesign or Quark or whatever it might be, And so this is a whole thing that, you should use desktop proofing as an aid to, your pre-flight process. So that's what's now, I can happily show you here, and let me switch back to this mode, is that the current flight check that's in development here, of course, has a preview, just like all of our other products. So we create an entire high-resolution preview of the file with the Markzware technology itself. We don't use any built-in potential previews. Most of the time, they don't have previews like this in InDesign or any of the file formats. We create them ourselves. Matter of fact, on the Mac OS, if you have an InDesign file on your desktop, you won't be able to get a preview if you do a space bar, But if you have our product loaded, one of the options is this. When you do a spacebar on any InDesign file on your system, you'll get a complete preview of the file. So IDMarkz comes with all of this, just included. Look at that. And the preview part is all free. So what are you waiting for? Go download it, right? So you get a complete overview of the file right there in Mac OS preview provided by Markzware. I mean, isn't that just the coolest? So this is something like you just saw in the pre-flight book from Peter, edited by Frank Romano, is one of the the things use desktop proofing to aid pre-flight. So that's what we now have with the new flight check here. So I'm going to tag up some of these areas where the info, you can go page by page, and it'll actually zoom you right to the page. So I say, oh, okay, what's the problem over here? Boom. So, okay, well, you might think, well, what is the problem? You go down here, and you can see a list of all the colors used. You copy the color. That's kind of neat. And all the fonts used. See the missing fonts. So you get a preview of it. And you see the images here. So I can search by page. I can search by status, just missing. I can search by PPI, search by mode, search by size, or sort, I should better say. So if I just look at like page 1 and I say, well, oh, there's the problem right there. Now these are, it says PDF. This is a little bit of a snafu in the beta, well, early beta. You might even want to call it an alpha to a certain degree. This is actually a native Illustrator file that'll be worked on. So you see this, the background picture. It's okay. Just you can just see where it is. But now let's do something a little more. Here's another one of those. Probably. Oh no, this is Photoshop document, native Photoshop document. Same thing. You gotta fix this snafu. But in any event, what's cool is like, well, what's going on? I want to see this in InDesign now. You just click Show in InDesign. And this is another thing people always want in a flight check. So preview and take me to the problem. They want to go right to the problem in via flight check. So if I click Show in InDesign, it should just open right up for us here. I don't know if I had InDesign open or not. Let's find out. But it's cool because you can see what percentage the image is scaled, the size of the image, the effective PPI, DTP, etc. So very very interesting, very useful. Flight Check Express now in beta. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, there we go. Okay, it's opened up behind us here. There we go. Okay, so look, we go right in, boom, right to that. Oh yeah, I clicked it twice. No wonder it's thinking. Yeah. So it'll do the same thing. Take us right to the problem. So now we can get to the problem. We can see the dimensions and how it's used. But we have some problems with native Photoshop files at this time. We're going to fix that. Anyway, you see how handy it is to be able to go right from, your file and right in to say, well, here, take me to that logo. Show in InDesign or open in Finder. You can do all different types of things right from the new flight check. And off it goes. Takes us right to the problem. So this is all in early beta right now, and this will be what the new flight check Lite, as it were. Flight Check Express is probably what it's going to be called. And yeah, look how neat that is, right? Boom, right in there. So we get to work on the file that we need to do. Save it. So Flight Check Express, just wanted to show that. Of course, you get your package, your entire packaging deal. You get all your fonts and images, even with a report, even compressing the file, and a report you can do separately. So you can make a PDF out of the file. So pretty neat. That's the little flight check preview. Now, what I want to show you, I got this old PDF here, and maybe it's like, well, hey, I want to use that in InDesign too. Well, we have PDF DTP, which if you buy it now, you'll get with it for those that want to be beta testers at least. And I have to recreate my beta version myself here. But you can now do the same thing with IDMarkz, just as with QXPmarkz and with IDMarkz, with the PDFs, and do the same thing. So PDF DTP, PDF InDesign, you get this as well for the time being. Eventually, it'll also be phased out, and it'll be all this right here, IDMarkz. So pretty incredible. You get your PDF right here. You get a preview of this old PDF file, 2007, but it's much older than that. You know, that's like probably when it was scanned or whatever. I think it's like 2001, maybe 2000. I don't know, maybe it says here somewhere. But anyway, it's let's see. It's cool. You can zoom right in with this technology. So we can, let's see, maybe the date up. Oh, it's 2007. Oh, that's okay. Interesting. Oh wow, that's the same. Wow, that's pretty neat. But I always loved this this cover. I mean, they did a lot of effort to make it. Mac User back in the day was just a great product. You know, you have your PDF, fly in design, A, B, C, D coming on board, or offloading. I wonder why the B is, you know, Work Air. Kind of neat. I wonder what this one is. Maybe that's Affinity. Anyway, let's see who. Let's see here. Porto, IR Porto. Good job, Mr. and Mrs. Porto. And there's that one going up. Anyway, pretty cool. So now with this PDF Mark, to be able to do the same things like PDF to InDesign, you can convert to InDesign. Multi-page PDFs, boom, right into InDesign. You can't do that with InDesign. Quark, same thing, boom, PDF right to Quark, PDF to Publisher, same thing, et cetera, et cetera. And let me show you what I mean with if we go in and we create a new file. And it doesn't really matter, you know, just any old size will do. But if you, oh gosh, I want 25 pages at a time. I gotta change that. Any event, if we take a PDF, like, well, we can take, you know, that very PDF right there. If we drag it on there, and we click, it places just the front page. So, I mean, you know, fair enough. You can get that right in there. I mean, you can display it. And if you do a Command D, let's see here. Well, you can choose which I'm not sure which page you want out of the PDF, you know. So you can choose the multi-page. You can choose which, I don't know how to do that anymore offhand. But in any event, you can choose which of the pages of the multi-page PDF you want to have displaying. So that is cool, you know. But it's a static page. I can't get in there and edit anything, you know. It's just the way it is, you know. But if you use our PDF technology, which I need to then get into this version of design, which is why we offer IDMarkz beta for all users of PDF DTP. But when you get into InDesign 2020 here, you'll see how it works. Yeah, see, 2020 had a sort of a DTP-esque splash screen. That was when they started getting, you know, I kind of like this one too. And the 2021 has a pretty cool little splash screen as well. I mean, there was a few years there, you know, they had all these weird oddball things, you know. Boy, I don't know how many times I launched InDesign today. Let's see here. Get rid of that one. Boy, sure is taking his time. Oh, I know. I think I know. I think we had a bad file open the last time. It's trying to recover it in the background. It's probably not going to work. So, you know, anyway, the life of heavy InDesign use, you get this sometimes. Yeah, I just have to let it work itself out because it's gonna keep on asking unless I exact the preferences, which is the last you know, how do you call it, step of last resort. Yeah, showing earlier, you know, how we fix bad files, and well, you know, shouldn't have done that. Oh boy, oh boy. Well, okay, I think actually, if I force quit, I think like the second time, if you force quit, it'll give you then the option to you know, opt out of this whole process. I believe so. Now that I think about it. Wow, Bitcoin's getting up there to almost all-time highs today. I mean, like all-time of all times, close to 20K. That's pretty amazing. Well, maybe, oh, it's still bouncing. Come on, you can do it. Well, in the meantime, you know, don't forget the old 2020, Cyber 2020, save 20%, but live stream watchers, 30% off with live stream 2020. Okay, now I'm going to do it again. Of course, I mean, I probably have to restart this machine, and it's you know, in a half hour we end the live stream anyway. So, but I'd love to show this. Well. Okay, what I'm going to now do is try to force quit. Wait a minute. No. Okay, now what I'm going to do is when I start up InDesign, I'm going to hold Shift, Option, Command, and Control. Holding those down, we're going to now start up InDesign. Hold on here. Oh, maybe it doesn't. Maybe on the. Okay, let's try it real quick like that. Big Sur, I gotta do something else here. Maybe it's got first quit. Okay. So then it says, do you want to delete your InDesign preferences? And that's when you hold down Shift, Option, Command, Control, and say, I'm going to say yes. Now, if you got all kind of special, like, things, you got to make sure you back those up, Otherwise, you'll be starting from scratch with all your, presets and what have you. Now it should start up. Let's see what happens. Yeah, there we go. Well, see, it's back to default. It's showing up on the screen 1, so we'll put it over here on screen 2. And let's see, where was I now? Oh, yeah, that PDF. So you can place a PDF, a multi-page PDF, and it will show one page, but it won't allow you to convert a multi-page PDF, make it editable, whatever page, but also give you multiple pages. So in this case, only 2 pages, not a huge deal, but just give you the example. If you're talking 20 pages, 200 pages, well, then you see how valuable this conversion is. This one, and there you see, we got this old Mac user review cracked open here. And now we can go in and actually edit text. Let's see, would they give us how many? What was the rating? Give it a 5-star rating instead of a 4.5? No, just kidding. But you see, you can, we don't need to do anything with this text, obviously, but it's just to give you an example, and this is just one background image, I believe. Now, there's some other, got the Mac user logo back over here. There's some other stuff. I'm guessing they chop that out. Well, I think that's a process of, and then when we get on page 2, we get everything as well, including the printer marks and everything. So you can now go in there and adjust things, whatever you might need to do. But this is just a demo to show you how you can actually convert a multi-page document with the PDF InDesign technology from Markzware. Let's go ahead and quit that. Okay. Let this play for a second or two here while I check out some of these emails. I saw a couple support coming in here. Let's see. Yeah, I think I know what this guy's problem is already. Check it out. That's why it's important, if you have a problem with your Markzware products, include the license ID when you fill in the support form. And the best way is really filling it in online, because that's the quickest way. You can automatically click these links and get right into seeing the license. And the first thing I check is expiration. In this case, the expiration is fine. So that's not his problem. Let's see what else could be his problem here. Yeah, by the way, just real quick, to let you know, if you're a Markzware customer and you need support, you go to support right here, and you can then go to trouble ticket. Click on trouble ticket, and you fill in this little form here. So that's the best way to get, the best help. I mean, yeah, you can always call us, but if it's something where we have to look at your license ID, yeah, if you got to read that off over the telephone, boy, that's a whole process. Just fill in this right here, and then we help you out. All right, let's see what's going on here. Well, in this case, probably what happened, if I'm looking at his activation history, it appears, well, no, it doesn't only appear. I see that they went from using it, wow, that's interesting. They went from earlier this year in March using it CC 2015, and then in September using it in CC 2017, and now they're trying to use it in CS5. When you talk about going backwards, CS5 is, I guess, I don't know. See, there's a lot of times people don't download the correct installer, and that could be it. And that's one of the beauties of the new QXP marks, is you don't have to worry about, because with Q2ID you have to download the exact installer for the exact version you have of InDesign. With QXP marks, you don't. It's standalone. It's like one install does everything. So now I have to ask him a bunch of questions to see exactly. Well, I'm going to take the stab at. Well, anyway, I know how to handle it. Get the license link. It's important to save your license link if you purchase today with 30% off. Live stream 2020, 30% off all Markzware products, including Q2ID, which is now QXP marks for the Macintosh users, Q2ID for the Windows users still. And it's important that you save your license ID and customer license link. Those license links are unique and personal for each and every license ID, and on that link will always be the latest version of a product for that particular license. So that's what I'm just going to tell this gentleman right here, is that probably just needs to download the latest version, and to make sure that he downloads the correct. See, that's the problem I see it, because he's saying now that he's trying to install on CC 2015, at least what he filled in for product version, and the installer was for CS5. So somehow he got into that whole back end, which is pretty hard to do actually, but the CS5 is kind of hidden on the old Q2ID license links. So let me just help him out real quick here. It is pretty confusing. That's why I'm so happy with this new standalone set of Markz products we have. Sellers are InDesign version specific. I see you are trying to install somehow with a version 5 installer. Get the proper version of installer if for CC 2015 InDesign. Choose that one. Here, under personal private download URL. This should work. Yeah, I talk to myself when I work. I don't know if you guys do, but it should work. If not, just let me know. Okay. Just Wambo that in there. Should be ready to go now. Okay. Okay, so okay, that should be it. Hopefully that solves their problem. Let's see here. Oh, look at that. Huh. Okay. Let's check out this guy's files here too. Yeah, we got about 15 minutes left of the live stream. If you've got any questions, let us know. Any requests? Been on now 8 hours live, and I'm hungry. I'm ravished, as they say. Let's see here. I got to try to get my QXP marks over here for a moment. Try something out. Where are you? Put some stuff here. Okay, there you are. Coming over here with me for a moment. Let's see what this person is telling us. Yeah, I'll be. All right. Well, that's a good. That's a good one. That's a good one. What I can do is drop it on. Okay, so now I need to do. The 0x. Yeah, okay. And then we go into that ways. Okay, I'm going to show you guys this one real quick because this is pretty neat. It's basically IDMarkz customer. They know what they're doing. They're doing everything right. The file is a valid .qxp extension. I verified that through 0x and what have you. And if you drop it on IDMarkz, you get a preview error. I'm willing to bet if you try to open this in Quark, it probably won't open in Quark either. It's more than likely a corrupt file. But if I do this trick in IDMarkz, which bypasses the previews, just do convert to IDML, that's not going to provide a preview, but just convert it straight to IDML. And if we choose that file, you see that it actually produces an IDML. And all the images as well. So now I can probably open this in InDesign. And probably don't want to show too much because it's a real support here, but you saw it opened. And we were able to, you know, convert this file for the customer. So that's one of the cool tricks with IDMarkz. If you get some shady files that are not previewing, probably won't even open in Quark, you can then, well, I don't need to export from here. I can just quit it. Actually, it opens fine. I can now take this here job folder. Compress it, and I can just email it right back to the customer. So that is one of the cool things with this technology, is that it can bypass the. Now I'm just curious if I try to open this in Quark. Now let's get back over here. Jeez, I got so many windows open. Let's see. Yeah, see, Quark crashed. So you see, this was a bad Quark file. There was a lot more bad Quark files in InDesign files back in the day, and there you have it. Boom, you know, send error report. Nah, I don't really need to. So that bad Quark file, we just recovered it effectively, and I'm going to send it back to this customer right now. Quark Express file was, or better said, is corrupt. The good news is, well, this one not to talk it out, but the good news is there is a trick. Under File, choose, what's it exactly called again? Convert to IDML. This will bypass the preview and actually produces an IDML and extracted image previews. So that's pretty cool. I love when the support goes like that. Yeah, I'm always kind of hesitant in sending files, by email because some people strip it out, but 1.5 meg should be fine. Normally I'll retransfer it, but it should be fine. Okay. See how that goes. All right. Get this back up here. Yeah, winding down here. The last waning moments of this live stream. 8 hours long. Live stream 2020. Get 30% off today. Any of the Markzware products and/or services. Let's see. Yeah, here's a cool guy. I just want to share this because Roberto is a Markzware customer a long time ago, and he is now a full-time YouTuber. And he's got like his daily blogs and all that, and he's got a lot of graphic design stuff, but also a lot of templates and information to help YouTubers and what have you. He does interviews with other YouTubers, and he's real open about his plans and how he works and how he does it. And you see, it's a lot of information here. But a lot of YouTubers really respect what he has to say. As do a lot of graphic designers. He used to do primarily graphic design information, and since then when he switched full time, he went into a whole bunch of other stuff as well. Okay, let me answer this one. Someone was watching a live stream, wants to buy PDF DTP, but for some reason it wasn't working. Maybe same problem I just had a moment ago. Use discount code livestream 2020. All right. Okay, now before we close off, once again, if anybody wants to, yes, that was neat how you can just go File, Convert to IDML, and bypass the previews and fix a corrupt Quark file and open it right up in InDesign. So that was fantastic that we could help that customer out. But for any of you looking at PDF to InDesign and if you want to be a beta tester, we'll get you the beta version right here. Just email us on sales@markzware.com. You know, you can then take native Illustrator files or PDF files and pry them open right up with PDFmarks. You first get a preview like you see here, then you can choose how you want to convert that PDF into a InDesign file or even Affinity Publisher. And it does so with full, like multi-page files will all come in with full editable design work. So it's pretty cool. Oh yeah, I gotta activate my license. I have to make a new one actually. This one expired, but I have no time right now because in about 4 minutes I have to go. It's been great having this. Yeah, you're welcome, Dawn. I see Dawn gave a comment there. It was kind of fun doing this. It's tiring talking all day, you know, like being at a trade show, you know, like back in the day. Kind of miss those trade shows, but boy, they were tiring. At least I, you know, had the luxury of my own office here. What did I want to show you now? What did I want to do? Oh yeah, I wanted to go into Chrome here. That's a great one. So, in any event, wish everyone a great, you know, last day of November, Cyber Monday, and a fantastic December. I hope things are picking up for y'all. It's been an oddball year. There's no other way, you know, no other way to say it. And yeah, hopefully, yeah, you're all doing all right, you know. I think the good thing about graphic arts is people need to maybe promote more than ever, you know. So you just got to keep on keeping on, and you know, we here at Markzware are here to help. So you saw our products: PDF to InDesign, Quark Express to InDesign, InDesign to InDesign, InDesign to Affinity Publisher, Quark Express to Affinity Publisher, etc. And we also have services around all these as well. And we look forward to helping you. And just want to thank you all, whoever has watched, and yeah, have a great one. Pat, let's see here. How do I? Hey, thank you, Pat. Yeah, I can't hear you. You're on mute, but.
Thank you very much, David. Great presentation, great 8 hours. Good job sticking it out and helping out all of our customers.
It's a lot of fun, and yeah, thank you, and yeah, have a great rest of the day over there in California. Hopefully, sunny California.
It is.
Oh, good, excellent. All right, everybody, it's time to go. Markzware special. What is it again? I keep forgetting. Live stream 2020. Save 30% with that code. Enjoy it and take care. Peace in.
Peace in.
Peace in.
All right.